Hi there, my name is FixFox and welcome to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is the F-Heroes edition and today we are on to the final scenario in the Price of Loyalty campaign. This is Scenario 8, Corruption's Heart. This has been a terrific campaign. I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I think back to the certain thematics that we've had where we have a best friend turned evil that we have to go and stop from ruling the world. That's terrific. We have been able to have these artifacts that have been carried over with us from scenario to scenario as rewards. And ultimately, it has felt like a little bit of an epic adventure as we are trying to save the Empire. And that all culminates here now with Scenario 8. I am excited to see exactly what we're up against here. Let's view the intro and just dive right in.
It appears that Cragar fell into the sway of the necromancers by means of magic. With the power of the helm, you have freed his mind and put an end to his rebellion. With this knowledge in mind, the Emperor may show leniency for his rebellion when he faces the justice of the Empire. But regardless of such matters, you have reclaimed the final piece of the artifact. And now its full power is at the command of the Empire. Take up its might and wield it against our true foes. Destroy the necromancers and their nest of treachery and deceit.
Oh my goodness. She is getting me pumped up for this scenario. That was terrific. That's some good voice acting right there. As you just heard there, so Cragar, he was under the influence of the Necromancers. The Necromancers are the insurgent forces within the Empire looking to overthrow the Empire. Hey, not on my watch, buddy. At last, you have the opportunity and the facilities to rid the Empire of this Necromancer's evil. Eradicate them completely and you will be sung as a hero for all time. I'd like to think that I've done enough to be sung as a hero for all time already, but meh, okay, all right, I understand. What have you done for me recently kind of a deal. I get it. We will have now, because of all of our success in the previous scenarios, the Battle Garb of Andrin. This is going to be a +5 to attack, a +5 to defense, and a +5 to spell power. And we are going to have maximum luck, maximum morale, and the town portal spell on whatever hero carries the Battle Garb of Andrin. It's a terrific artifact. This is what it's all about. This is the first time in the Heroes saga that you find combinable artifacts. That's featured in later iterations of the game, but for now, this is the first instance that we have this kind of combinable power artifact, and I'm very excited to use it. But as a disclaimer, I do not intend on using the town portal spell. We had talked about it in a previous video that perhaps that can eliminate some of the challenge, that can eliminate some of the, some of the tactical fight that we really are trying to put into the enemy and put into these scenarios. So I don't intend on using town portal. I do not intend on using dimension door unless the enemy uses it first. At that point, the gloves are off. It's fair game. We will have the Battle Garb of Andrin. Cragar is defeated, so Danewen Cragar has been defeated and will not appear in this or subsequent scenarios. We will have the wood bonus, that's +2 wood per day. It's basically having an extra sawmill. And we will also have the Elven Alliance. So elves or grand elves will be willing to join our army as we come across them on the adventure map. As always, folks, let's make sure our difficulty is on hard. And then I almost forgot, we have one last thing to reckon with, and that is our bonus. We have 3 choices. We can either have the View Hero spell, which is a 3rd level spell. It causes all heroes across the land to become visible. That's pretty interesting to me. I never seen that as a bonus, and that's just a little interesting to me. It's a good spell, but how good can it be? Why would I need that right off the bat? Very interesting. 5 Magi. That's always a good bonus. I'm pretty excited to see that if we get that choice. And then Advanced Estates. Knowing that Advanced Estates is a potential reward, I'm thinking to myself that this is probably going to be a very, very long scenario, and hopefully maybe 250 gold pieces per day will stack up. As always, let's go to our handy dandy dice roll to decide which of these 3 choices we will be taking. The dice are going to bless us with option, let's see, that's number 6. 6 is going to be here for the Advanced Estates. That's what we roll. We've already checked our difficulty, folks. Let's dive right in. Looks like we start off with Myra the Wizard, 8 halflings, 3 boars. That 5 attack, 6 defense, and 7 spell power is because of the Battle Garb of Andrin. And look at this, blood morale, Irish luck. No matter how much I mix my troops, I will always have blood morale. That is gigantic. I can have undead in the army. I can have the 6th level creatures for all the different factions. Well, 5 out of 6 anyway. Or yeah, 5 out of 6, and I'll still have maximum morale. We are going to use that to our advantage. Trust me. We do start off with 1 wizarding castle. Otherwise, I immediately see a boat. Anytime I see a boat this close to my starting castle, I assume that it will behoove me to jump into the boat as soon as possible. It could be a trap. Sometimes if you're spending 2,500 gold on a hero out in the ocean, that just means you have 2,500 gold less to assist you on land. That could be a trap. Just saying. Pack of Minotaurs. Given that we have this wonderful artifact, we might be able to fight a pack of Minotaurs just with the forces that we have currently, which is always nice to know. Some precious resources, a hut of the Magi, and then Halfling Hole, a sign. We pick up signs all day, every day. Let's go into our castle, and I see that we have a level 1 Mage Guild. We will have Dispel, Slow, and Curse. Because we have such a high spell power, I'm really sad to not see a Magic Arrow. We may debate on getting a level 2 Mage Guild sooner rather than later. We have our boars available to us in the pen, and then the halflings through the habitat, and then the orchard and the captain's quarters. Other than that, nothing special here. I am considering, do I get the statue on day 1, just so that way I can make sure that my gold income stays very, very high, especially, you know, I already have the advanced estates. Should I just try and get as much gold as possible? Maybe try and get a big stack of giants or titans? Or do I buy some troops and then set out? Tough to say. I don't know the answer. One thing I'm noticing here, I do have a sorceress in my town at this point. They start off with advanced navigation. If there's a boat nearby, rather than taking Flint the Wizard, I may take Vitania here and put her out into the ocean sooner rather than later. One thing I just noticed that can't be allowed to stand. I must change this. Perfect. If I'm evil, let's have the evil interface. Otherwise, if I'm good, let's have the good interface. You'd think it might not make a big difference. It does. To me, anyway. So I mentioned a level 2 Mage Guild is on my mind. Statue, and then a Cliff Nest. Of those 3 options, I think I'm going to take the Cliff Nest now. And the reason is because even though it's expensive, I would like to get the troops there, making sure that I maintain enough gold to purchase another hero. Let's not bias ourselves out completely. I can get the halflings. I'll still have 2,900 gold. If I bought all the boars, I'd be out of gold. I can buy 2 boars. Let's just save the gold for now. And let's go and fight this fight here against these Minotaurs. And then I think Vitania will go and jump into the boat because she's already got the advanced navigation. So she can sail farther and faster at all times. Let's fight this fight. Oh, before I do anything else though, let me just split off these stacks. When you have low levels of troops, splitting off the stacks can always be a huge deal for us. And again, we don't have an offensive spell, so we're going to have to be a little bit careful. That can be a big deal. This indicates we're going to lose 2 rocks. I think we can do much better. We're going to let the halflings stay in the upper right corner. They're going to hopefully just stay safe. And then we will have them shoot as much as possible. Very interesting. All these Minotaurs are immediately going down to the rocks here at the bottom. I am happy for that. Heck, if maybe I can just have them fly from corner to corner and then let the halflings bring down the Minotaurs without any to do. Eventually I can potentially use a stone skin. Let's just not lose any troops this fight. Let's just not lose any troops and waste no more time. And always try and attack the closest stack of Minotaurs. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we can wait 1 more turn. Very interesting. Let's attack, actually. Since I know that they're coming for my rocks, and because the stone skin's going to last forever, let's try and stone skin them now, and then they could take some of these individual Minotaurs in a fight. We already see that good morale coming through. I wonder how often we are going to see the good luck on top of that. I do not know. I cannot say. Right on cue. Terrific. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of these stacks of Minotaurs, I'm going to find out pretty quickly which one. One of these stacks of Minotaurs, good luck, is going to go next, and it is this bottom stack. The turn order at the top of the page does reflect battle losses as they happen. So I am perfectly fine to let this Minotaur take his one swipe at my rocks here. And otherwise, we'll take one step back. Continue to attack these large stacks, skipping along the way. And then we have 22 hit points left on these rocks. I think that we can just engage. Actually, at this point, I think that we can just hit Q and let the battle end, and we are not going to have any problems. Somehow we lost one boar. I think I know everything there is to know about the game, and even despite that, my calculations occasionally get thrown off kilter. Okay, so I have some choices here. Do I go here? I see wood, I see mercury. I know that there's all this ore here. I'm going to take one step. I don't think I can go straight south. I think I'd need to take one step out of my way anyway at some point. Interesting that there's wasteland here with a penalty. I'll move 25% less far. I will move, yeah, a 25% movement penalty on wasteland here, but dirt is just fine. So maybe I go around. It looks like it's not really going to matter. Let's pick up Vitania right now so I can think about things in a good way. Is there any reason to leave sprites and dwarves at home? Probably not. There's no offensive spell, so if she runs across somebody out on the adventure map, she's probably not going to be able to do much to salvage any kind of fight. But let's have her send those troops anyway. And in fact, let's just make sure that we're splitting off individual stacks just in case we get surprised at some point. I don't really want Vitania to have this artifact, because if I lose her, then I lose the artifact, and this is essentially a free ore mine. That could be big. Could be big. You found a goblin weapon smithy, making weapons for use against humans. With a tremendous yell, you and your army descend upon their camp and drive them away. A search finds a magic ore cart that never runs out of iron. That'll be +1 ore per day, so it's like half of a mine, an ore mine. I really do want to make sure I keep this ore mine, this ore cart, and I'll figure out where to go from here. Maybe I should just, oh, I see treasure chests. Look at this. I see Alchemist Lab, and I see just the very tops of 1, 2, 3 treasure chests. I know where I'm going now. And the whole reason I did that is because Vitania has 300 movement points left, and I really want to get her into this boat here today because it takes 1 full turn to load into a boat and 1 full turn to load out of a boat. And so if you end with very few movement points at the end of the day, you're going to feel pretty good. Note that next turn, because she's on water, she's going to have 2,500 movement points to spend. Okay, that's going to be great. One thing I didn't mention, but I usually try to, is the map size. If you can see, as I'm scrolling through here, this is a pretty large map. In fact, I think that this is the largest map size that was available for the Price of Loyalty campaign. Note that the FHeroes2 team is making it so, I think, as part of the map editor, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that they're making a map size larger than just large or huge or whatever it was before. Whatever the largest size was, I think that they're going to implement an even bigger map size for some truly epic adventures. Okay, this was a very long month 1, week 1, day 1, but it's time to move on. We are out of gold. We are out of points. It's time to hit the hourglass and move on to day 2. Am I going to need this ore? I have 21 ore right now. If I ever need ore, I think I can just come back for this. I'm not going to go out of my way for it. Let's just pick up what we need here. I need gold anyway, and 1,000 gold or 500 experience. I think it's better to take the gold in this instance. So let's do that. Let's take the 1,000 experience points here. I am not going to take leadership. I think that Myra is going to be my main hero, right? If she has leadership, that's just putting a hat on a hat, because we already have the battle garb of Andrin. That is going to make sure that we always have positive luck. You can't get more than blood morale. And so let's take the mysticism. Usually it's a no-brainer what you choose there. This time we had to be slow our thoughts and just be a little bit smarter. Let's pick up our mercury, and I will take... This is tough. I'm just looking at this 2,600 gold. What's my next purchase? I want to get a Mage Guild level 2. If I remember right, I still need the foundry to get my mages, my Magi. I think I'm going to take the experience. I'm trending towards experience. I'm going to take the experience, and I'm very glad I did. Basic logistics is worth it every time. And then there's this free artifact. For 2,000 gold, do I wish to buy the artifact? I do. I don't know when I'm going to come back to this little area. This is my main town, but all the same. Okay, folks, do I go north or do I go south? First off, do I have any spells here that might help me? There's the town portal that we're not going to use. I don't have any adventure map spells like a view resources or a view mines. So literally, I'm just going to leave this one up to chance. So let me go to my handy dandy dice roll again. 1, 2, or 3 is north. 4, 5, or 6 is south. We go 5, so that's going to be let's go south. I don't mind leaving that up to chance because as far as I can tell, it's completely equal opportunities there. And I kind of like this because the south is our closest corner. We'll visit the buoy. Your men spot a navigational buoy, confirming that you are on course and increasing their morale. I thought that would give me additional... movement points. I guess it does not. Bottle, beware the sirens. So that bottle just said beware the sirens, and now we have boats with no enemies. They're just sitting in the ocean. You don't see that. That's not... Oh, okay, I get it. It's thematic. So the sirens are an addition with the price of loyalty. With the price of loyalty, you would get the opportunity to trade basically troops for experience. This can be very useful if you pick up some troops that just want to join you on the adventure map. You can essentially trade troops for experience. Maybe this is a thematic thing where, oh, these are the empty ships of past crews that dove headlong into the ocean. I can see that being funny. I think it's funny. I think that's funny. We are going to need the foundry. We do not have enough gold. What'd I just spend all my gold on? Power axe. Yep, I just spent all my gold on the power axe. So unfortunately, I'm going to be one turn behind. But them's the breaks. Actually, since I'm here, I might as well pick up the marketplace. Generally, I don't buy that in the first week unless I really need it, but I might as well buy it here. The sign. This land and all others are now under the sole ownership of Ibn Fadlan, the undead king. Any disregard for his majesty's sovereign rule is to be punished by death most horrendous. Ibn Fadlan, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it sounds like the necromancers are declaring war against all of us. Halfling hole. We go from 16 halflings to 51. That's huge. That's huge. I am not worried about these several hydras. But I just realized what I am worried about is this. There was a boat here, and there's a boat here. There's a lot of water so far. I hope that we are on a peninsula. I hope that this is like the Florida of a much greater landmass to the northwest. Or for those of you who are overseas in Europe, this is like the peninsula of Italy with the Mediterranean Sea all around. That's my hope. I hope this is not a water-based map. And the reason why is this. Because with the Battle Garb of Andrin, you have the Town Portal spell. Is the intent that... Oh boy. If there's lots of islands and I'm supposed to Town Portal back and forth to them, that's not going to be available to me because we're going to stick to the rules that we have put forth. And I'm not even going to break that rule. Again, unless the enemy uses Town Portal or Dimension Door, I will not use it. But that might be to my detriment. So just things to think about. We're still going to continue south. Maybe there's a pathway here, but I'm just going to go around this way at this point. I've already kind of committed to that. And we'll see about getting in this boat. But I'm worried, were there just 2 boats? Is this an island and there's just 2 boats? Or am I part of a greater peninsula? I don't know. Difficult to say. We still can't pick up our foundry, so I'm going to trade for it. I'm absolutely going to trade for it. I'll spend the 2... Oops. I know for sure I'll have more wood, so I will spend some wood to do that. I'll get the foundry now, just to make sure that we're keeping up with what we got to do. Let's fight this fight. We can do better. We can absolutely do better. And the reason is because the Hydras, even though they're a very tanky unit, they're very slow. And I can shoot them down with my halflings. I just got to make sure that my rocks don't fly into their death. Good morale. Coming in clutch already. Skip, skip, skip. And attack. There's that good luck. Skip, skip, skip. I'm just going to skip one more time, and then I'm going to hit Q and end the battle in auto combat mode, and that does it for me, no problems. There's this wagon. Oh, interesting. Usually I find I get a lot of resources from these empty abandoned wagons. You can get artifacts though. Pendant of Free Will makes your troops immune to hypnotize spells. Okay, I'll take it. It's not very common that I get hypnotized, but I'll take it. We're only bringing in how much gold right now? We never got the statue, did we? We're only bringing in 1,250 gold, and so 1,000 gold plus the 250 here. Let's pick up as much of this gold as we can. Ah, a gold mine, terrific. Okay, that is very nice. Worth noting that right now I do have one free slot in my army, so that when we fight these elves, they're not going to fight us, they're just going to join us. And so it looks like, unfortunately, this is an island, and this is a boat, and we are going to have to sail forth. I see Cyclops here. Not sure what to expect out of that. Otherwise, let's continue with our plan and continue to sail south. Here's Xanadu. So that means that this is probably going to be a pretty interesting island. We do already have this red barrier, which is locking away some stone liths. There's probably some interesting tactical advantage to that. What it is, though, I'm not quite sure. We're going to have a lot of gold very, very soon. And we are going to have enough resources to get the ivory tower. Let's get the statue now. Let's start generating some extra gold. It may put us behind one more day on the tower for the Magi, but I think that we'll be okay all the same. Picking up another 500 gold. Let's get these elves to join us. They do. As you approach the group of elves, their leader calls them all to attention and shouts to them, "Who of you is brave enough to join this fearless ally of ours?" The group explodes with cheers as they run to join your ranks. We will pick up 23 elves and 1,000 gold per day. We're going to pick up this hut of the Magi as well. You enter a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far which may aid you in your journeys. Oh, that's right next to us. Okay. So first and foremost, it looks like it's a few Cyclops. They're guarding a spell scroll. Here's Ruby. She does not look like she has a particularly tough army, but then again, I don't have a lot of troops either. Looks like there is Aldemar. He is not a particularly tough enemy either, but one town, one castle. And then as we navigate here, we have a green tent with some random resources here. And then a necromancer town here, sulfur mine, Agar. Looks like there's no powerful enemy that I've seen so far. It looks like it's just a whole bunch of ragtag kind of troops. And that's okay. That's okay. And I'll tell you, one thing I really like is Knight Town, Barbarian Town, Necromancer Town. I like that they're not all the same. If they were all the same, then we might run into an issue that we ran into the Price of Loyalty campaign scenario 7, where we were facing overwhelming odds. It was stacks of Crusaders and stacks of champions, just because they were all the castles were owned by one enemy and they were all of the same type and variety. If you have to mix your troops, inherently there are some advantages for me in letting you do that. Yeah. It's day 5. I think I'm going to, here's my thought. I want to get over here. I want to get this castle as soon as I can, but I think I want to wait until the beginning of a new week. That way I can pick up as many troops as possible. I do have the gold mine. It's going to keep bringing me in some resources. And then I can maybe hop in the boat on day 1. And then we can figure out what to do there. I was really trying to hit this bottom corner, but it turns out that Vitania is just kind of guiding along the coast here. Looks like there's some opportunities maybe to get into here again with Xanadu, and I see a road right here. This is a very interesting kind of deal here. I'm wondering, I have no idea, I shouldn't even guess if this is going to be just like a river. Wouldn't it be funny if it snaked all the way through into the corner here? Okay, otherwise, let's see. Do we have enough to get our ivory tower? We do. The only problem with getting the ivory tower, which I don't regret the decision, but the only problem is that now our chances of getting the level 2 Mage Guild are pretty slim, because we're going to need sulfur, crystal, and gems, not to mention one more mercury. Well, we are getting one mercury, so we'll have the mercury. But gems, crystal, sulfur? What do we have right here? sulfur, mercury, crystal. Okay. Okay. I wonder if that was intentional or not. Let's go on to day 6. With only one marketplace, it doesn't sound like a great idea to try and trade for a whole host of resources. We're going to get a terrible exchange rate. I don't love it. Ooh, a bottle. I am one of the few remaining survivors of the wrecked pleasure ship, Exorbitance. I think we'll all be dead of hunger soon, for we are out of caviar. We ate the chef yesterday. Huh. That's dark. Oh my goodness, look at this. Oh, look at this. You've pulled a shipwrecked survivor from certain death in an unforgiving ocean. Grateful, he rewards you for your act of kindness by giving you the stealth shield of protection. And now here, a 4-leaf clover. It's not going to help our main hero to have a 4-leaf clover, but it's nice to see all the same. Wow. And then gold. This is terrific. We're going to have a lot of wood. We might be able to leverage this to our advantage in a very nice way. We need gems. We need so many gems. For marketplaces, or for libraries and mage guilds, and especially our cloud castle, have we seen a gem mine anywhere on the map? Sulfur, ore, wood, sulfur, ore. If we can find one gem mine, we're going to be in business. Interesting to note, there are some things, some flotsam, sea chest. That's pretty interesting. Do we have any buildings to purchase at this time? I don't think so. I'm not going to get the upgraded foundry. I might, you know what, I'm going to get the Thieves Guild. Day 6, am I going to get any other troops? No, I've got my level 1 through 5 troops. Let's just get the Thieves Guild. It's a low investment, and then it'll help me understand what I'm up against. So, number of towns. This is always important to me. Towns are the non-upgraded version of the castles, and castles are, of course, you know, not a town. But it looks like we as blue are last with castles. So we have 1. Purple and yellow have at least 2, maybe more. And then red and green have at least 3, maybe more. But at least they're all tied. And then I'm guessing, okay, we have no town, and so green has 1 town. That will be this barbarian town here. Wait, that means that they upgraded this to a castle? No. So green actually has 2 towns instead of just 1, as I previously supposed. Let's go back to our Thieves Guild and just check if there's any more information. Red. This portrait is unique to the Price of Loyalty campaign. I'm guessing that red is going to be our big bad evil guy, just based off of that. That's okay. So we'll be on the lookout for red. We haven't seen any red yet. We're just seeing a lot of green. Okay. Other than that, we're going to have to wait to get some more information for later, but now it is day 7. And I think that we just saw the enemy taking to the oceans, I think in 2 instances, maybe 1. That's interesting as well. After spending hours trying to fish the chest out of the sea, we opened it, but it's empty. Very sad. 10 wood, 5 gold. The Heart of Ice, this is a Price of Loyalty expansion artifact. It's considered cursed. You get 50% protection from cold, but you double the damage taken from fire. So like a cold ray, they're not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to me, but then their fireballs are going to absolutely wreck me. So interesting there. More wood, more gold. Wow, this is turning out to be huge. Oh my word. Even when we're not hitting on every single opportunity here, that is gigantic. Kinetic Pendant, this is terrific. So this will make sure that we are immune to paralyzed spells. Wow, okay. All of a sudden, we have a crazy amount of gold. I would say that we have enough to buy another hero. I just don't know what another hero is going to do for us is the problem. What, are they going to run back and forth between the Halfling Hole and our town here? No. We have to get more boats if we're going to do anything really crazy. Thankfully, we have the elves in our army, so I don't feel like I'm going to need to take the golems on the road. We're just going to buy out this town next turn. Otherwise, let's wait overnight. We are 4 gems away from a level 2 mage guild. It'll be worth any price we can pay to make sure we set off tomorrow with a level 2 mage guild. Look at that. Look at that. Oh boy. I just don't think it's going to happen though. It's 5,000 gold for 1 gem. We need 4. We can get 2 from our wood. And our wood will always come back. And then we'll be able to get a little bit of gold from our... There. Let's wait till tomorrow. And then let's see about our troops. We can always buy the Mage Guild tomorrow. I am very much loath to use gold to get resources. It just feels bad. But you know what? We've gotten lucky. We've picked up all these treasure chests. They're pretty terrific. Armored gauntlets, that's a +1 to defense skill. I'm always happy to see that. And then the ice cloak. Interesting. The ice cloak halves all damage your troops take from cold spells. Someone's going to need to let me know. Do these stack? The 50% protection and then the 50 and then the half damage? Is it a flat 50% off and then 50% off of that? Because I have these artifacts together. Someone's going to need to let me know. I would hope that they would work together in that regard, but it is unknown to me at this time and it is somewhat unclear. Wow, look at that. Treasure chests. Wow, if we can get into this area, we could be set. There's no place really to land. You can land on some of these spots here, but there's nowhere to actually trudge through the jungle. There's a thick foliage covering your attempted foray into the unknown there. There is one enemy here on the high seas. We need to avoid Ruby with Vitania. Look at all these artifacts. I mean, that's going to be 3 defense and then some functionality with the spells. So I'm going to avoid any major concerns there. This ore might be important in the future as we only have 10 right now. I really want the Mage Guild level 2. We cannot trade 60 wood because we need 5 wood left to get the level 2 Mage Guild. But we can trade 1, 2. And we can trade gold for the last 2. Do I do it? Yeah, because you got 9 spell power. You need 1 offensive spell. You need a cold ray or you need a lightning bolt. If you don't have that, I don't like your chances nearly so much as I would otherwise. And I feel like there's not a lot of room for error because, again, I don't have a lot of boats. I do not have a lot of boats. Just saying. Okay. Yeah, I need the level 2 Mage Guild. It's going to be very expensive, but let's do that. Ouch. Okay, victorious. We take our prize, which is the level 2 Mage Guild. Let's see what spells we get. Lightning Bolt. Terrific. And a Disrupting Ray. I'm happy with that Mage Guild. If I didn't have a Cold Ray or a Lightning Bolt, it would be devastating. As it is, I feel happy. We can continue. Let's purchase our Arc Magi first. Let's get our Halflings next. So we're going to end up having 3 shooters in this army. Let's make sure that we get the rocks and then the boars. And we actually are able to pretty much purchase out this whole town. Look at this. Yeah, 1 boar left on the table. And I'm not going to trade resources for it at this point. I'm really not. There's a couple of halflings in that hole, but I need to get into this boat today because, again, it's going to take 1 full day to load troops into the boat. And it took just that long anyway. Ruby, I hope, is going to be very surprised. And we will see what she does. If I was her, though, I would run. I would absolutely run. We're only level 3, but we have excellent stats backing up this army. Let's see what she does. What was that? Did you see that? Was that a stone liths that I saw someone go in or out of? Or was that a new hero being purchased? Or was that like a town portal or a dimension door? I saw something. I don't know what though. And unfortunately, I can't replay the turn. In Heroes 3 and beyond, I believe you can actually do that. You can replay the enemy's turn just to see what they did. This would be a time that I wish I could do that now. Let's land as far up the coast as possible, so that way if Ruby runs trying to get to the castle, maybe I can pursue her. I can go right here, but not here. Hopefully she doesn't take out these Cyclops. If she ends up taking this artifact that I probably want, then I'll be a little bit sad. There's no additional purchases to make right now. Not really. I will get the moat. Because we got the gold mine, we're going to have plenty of gold, I think. I say that and then just watch as later on I am very, very sad, as I have no gold at all. For the first time, we see the red hero. Red hero is in this territory right over here. So we've spotted green, we've now spotted red, and now we still have yellow and blue to go. Any changes in here? It looks like, okay, so green will have 2 towns. Yellow has picked up a town somewhere. And then as far as number of castles, red and green are on the same page. Interesting to note, and I do not know the answer, are these factions allied? Is green allied with red? Is red allied with yellow, etc.? I don't want Ruby to get back to this town. I don't think it's going to matter. Which is more important, some ore and this spell, or making sure that there's no troops? It would depend on what this artifact is, what that spell is. I have no idea what it is. I don't want to waste time to find out. Let's fight this fight. Maybe we can stop the enemy from running. We've got some good spells. We've got a tremendous amount of shooters, so we're going to be doing damage immediately. I am going to send the boars across the battlefield. They may take some hits, but as they do so, there's a chance that they might get good morale. They do not. Who's going to go next? Archers on their end are going to go even after my halflings. So let's try and kill whole stacks of creatures. 2 to 3 swordsmen. With the good luck, we are absolutely going to kill 3 swordsmen. I like to see that the enemy is trying to stay in combat with me. My rocks are going to go. Tell you what, because of that, I think we just fought this fight in a good way. So we're going to have 3 opportunities to deal damage. Here, here, and here. That's 1, 2, and 3. If we decide to lightning bolt and use some of our spell points now. How many spell points do we have? 2 knowledge. Oh my goodness. But I have to make sure I win this fight. Why? Well, I just want to make sure that Ruby doesn't run. Maybe I'm overvaluing making sure the enemy doesn't run. Difficult to say, but I have no regrets. Anytime that you can prevent the enemy from running, it's good practice. That is terrific. We start with Lightning Rod in our Mage Guild, and then we also get the Lightning Rod here as the artifact. That's going to be plus 50% damage from our lightning spells. Yes, that's Lightning Bolt. Yes, that is Chain Lightning. I feel, do you ever make a choice and then feel immediately vindicated, like right after? Like immediately after. There's no waiting, there's no downtime. Immediately, you're just feeling great. No blind spells can affect me. Wow. Wow. Okay, we're going to take the mysticism here. But look, we're going to have the no paralyzes and no blinds, no hypnotizes. We can potentially make a pretty nifty army. One thing to note that I did not really do well in a previous playthrough is I had forgotten, or I was unaware of the fact that you can in fact use Titans without fear of blinds and paralyzes, because they are mind affecting spells, and Titans are immune to those spells. Giants are too, but perhaps late game those artifacts won't be as necessary if I'm able to get a huge stack of Titans. But for now, we are quite happy to see those spells to keep our heroes cruising right along. I don't see any additional defenders in here. What I want to do is I want to make sure that Vitania makes this handoff nice and clean. And I think the best thing I can do there, I'll accept these losses. 9. It seems so silly. Am I going to be able to save more than that? Probably not. But I think that every single loss is going to matter a little bit now. But I'm going to try to do as clean of a handoff as possible, because I do not want to lose Vitania. I do not want to lose those artifacts. It's a small thing, but it's a big thing. I think I'm going to have the rocks take out these pikemen, or I'm going to use another lightning bolt. Let's just use lightning bolt now. And then destroy biggest stacks where possible. That one lightning bolt actually probably made it so that we don't take any damage or any losses whatsoever. Yep. Accurate. Crystal mine. I wish that was gems. I really wish that was a gem mine. Otherwise, let's try and cut through this uncharted territory as much as possible and make sure we land. And I am going to have... I'm not going to have Vitania land. I'm going to have her stay active on the ocean to do some exploring. I'm probably going to stay away from this area. I'm not going to go to the very center. I'm probably going to stay kind of closer to the edges. But I'm going to keep her in the boat. I'm going to pick up all these artifacts. I'm going to take every single one. Is there anyone that I'm going to leave? I will leave the good luck. Whoa. Don't do that. I'll leave the good luck. I'm going to leave the pendant of free will. I don't think that I'm going to fall prey to any hypnotizes anytime soon. Ice Cloak and Heart of Ice. I am going to get rid of the Heart of Ice. That would be devastating if there was an Armageddon or something. The half damage is sufficient for my needs, and that'll leave me with 4 slots left over for Myra to pick up additional artifacts. I feel good about that decision, especially since one of those is spoken for. I had mentioned earlier about maybe buying a second hero. Maybe I'm going to buy another hero here. Wilfrey or Dawn. Doesn't really matter, does it? 8 or 3, 10 or 4. Why would you ever take Wilfrey in this instance? Huh. Okay. So we're going to take here. We're actually going to walk this way. Move over as many of these troops as possible. Keep the 1 boar. There's a lighthouse. That's good. And then I am going to send Vitania back this way, while Myra goes back towards her boat and this ore mine and these Cyclops. So we have our new town. We could get the level 1 Mage Guild. I'm happy with my level 1 spells at the moment. I think I even have a Dispel. How much am I going to upgrade this town? Well, not a lot if I don't have wood and ore. I will be picking up an ore mine very soon, but... This early, though, as much as I can do to get troops, I will do, especially since there's not a lot of conflicting need for wood and ore in order to get my Cloud Castle. It's a smaller investment. It should be fine. Until I get close to needing all those gems and gold, I think I'm going to upgrade this town here with the knights pretty aggressively. That is my plan. Nice to note, I do have a second marketplace. That's pretty great. Any leftover troops? Yeah, there's a lot of leftover troops. That's good just in case the enemy lands and they try and take this town from me. I don't want to have to keep landing, taking my towns back, and then going back again. That's just going to take so much time again and again and again. Let's hold on to what we have. And if they land to take my holdings, that means that they're going to give me another boat. Hey, that's pretty great. Unfortunately, this is a time where next turn we're going to lose a lot of movement points because we got to fight this fight and we got to get to the boat. It'll take a little while. Let's go up this way. Last time we had mentioned that we had decided, okay, do we go north or south? We flipped a coin, essentially. We let the dice decide. This time, let's just go north because I think we're going to end up towards the center of the map if we go back this way. Let's just see what we can find hugging the edge over here and making sure that the enemy does not pop into this boat. If they pop into that boat, that'll be very scary. Very scary indeed. Crystal, lighthouse, and then Archer's Hut. I wish I had read that. Oftentimes, we don't really get to see the lighthouse. It's kind of a rare adventure map object. You don't really see it except on water maps, but it just does say that we will be able to have our units on the water, on the high seas, go further, and it is denoted here in our Kingdom tab in the bottom kind of left section next to where your gold per day is. It'll just indicate that we control 1 lighthouse at this time. They can stack. Multiple lighthouses are good. We're missing sulfur. We are missing gems. We're going to get our ore pretty quickly. What? We just did get our ore. Is that not reflected here? Oh, it is. It's 1 plus 1 per day. That's fine. But otherwise, our income is still lacking in sulfur and gems. Whatever we can do to supplement that will be terrific. Okay. Alrighty, folks. Let's move on to the next day. Yeah, we just need ore. Do we trade for the 1 ore just to keep things rolling? It's day 5. I bet you... Yeah, we can get the jousting arena, especially if we trade for 1 ore right now. It's not so bad. Let's do that. Pick up the armory. And really invest in this town heavily. Even if it just goes... Even if troops from this town just go on a secondary hero, I think that'll be worth it. I will take that. No losses. I have seen so much cracked earth. Between the mysticism and the pathfinding, do I want to take 1 more of my 4 slots and put it on pathfinding? I think so. Especially because, look, we've got all of this swamp that we have seen here to the south. This is all swamp, I believe. And so anything we can do to traverse that quicker, that'll be best. You find an elaborate container which houses an old vellum scroll. The runes on the container are very old, and the artistry with which it was put together is stunning. As you pull the scroll out, you feel imbued with magical power. This gives us the slow spell if we have the magic book. We do. I don't think that we had that in our town here. Oh, we did. So it's a little bit redundant, but all the same. If we can get rid of that, if we can have Dawn catch up to us as we maybe sail along the coast here, we will do that. I have not seen anything that would lead me to believe that I need to be careful with this army that I currently have. I haven't seen any heroes that have a major fighting force, and Myra is at this point pretty tough. We still have 2 lightning bolts for any battle that we need to do, so I'm going to sail kind of more to the center of the map where I might run into some enemies, and as I do so, I will have Dawn pick up some of those resources. Some of those artifacts I don't really want or really need. Meanwhile, Britannia is sailing north. I hope that there's nothing in this little strip. That'd be very, very sad. In fact, it's kind of weirding me out. Okay, there's reefs here. Oh boy, have I been missing stuff? That's always very, very scary. I wasn't being as thorough as I should have been. Ideally, Vitania would also have scouting. She does not. We can get the jousting arena, so we shall. And then on to day 7. Oh gosh. Okay, this is a very interesting choice. Okay, also, for the first time we see yellow. For the first time we see yellow, and it looks like yellow just walked right by Roxana. That tells me that at least yellow and green are probably allied against each other. Alamar looks like a pretty tough hero. Here's the thing. I'm guessing that Alamar is not nearly as fast as I am. I do not want to lose Vitania. I have a choice. Do I run back to safety where I know I will be safe? Or, knowing that Vitania has some kind of crappy artifacts, do I push forward into the unknown? He's not going to be able to catch me if I go forward. I think I go forward. Ugh. Gems. We're landing. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at this. Treasure chests, crystal, gems, mercury. Wow, that is terrific. And somebody else probably is going to be needed to come in on this. I don't think that Alamar has any spot to land. If I'm in the boat, you can do boat-to-boat combat, but otherwise you have to land to do damage, but you can't land on top of me. You have to land next to me. I think that so long as Vitania doesn't take any of these resources, I don't think that he can actually land next to me. We might just let him sail right by and keep track of him, and if he goes south, maybe he gets far enough away that we hop back in the boat when it's safe. That could be nice. That could be nice. Let's go to right here. Let's trade. Because I'm taking this slow spell. It's just not necessary. If he does come south, am I going to have enough troops to fight him off? I think so. This looks like 1 or 2 weeks of growth. I think we'll be fine. I think Dawn can defend this town, and I think that even a captain's quarters can probably cover this. Otherwise, I have enough gold I could probably even spend just to make sure that we're fine. We have the statue. I'm not going to get the farm. I'm never getting the farm if I can possibly help it. I did that one time in, I think, the price loyalty scenario 6, and I absolutely auto-combated my mind. There's no other purchases to make here at this time. We're not going to worry about the Mage Guild. Let's get the Thieves Guild, though. It's going to take a little bit of wood, but we will get some more information about what is going on. I was right. Red is absolutely the big bad evil guy. Look at this. 13 attack, 12 defense, and 7 power and 6 knowledge. That is a pretty tough hero. That is pretty tough indeed. I don't think that I've seen any of these other heroes, though. These strongest heroes at the moment. Although FHeroes2 does a good job of trying to corral troops where it needs to go. So this can change a lot. In the original Heroes, you had your one main powerful hero, and it remained constant from day to day to day. I've noticed in the FHeroes2 that this strongest hero does change to some degree because the AI is doing a good job of moving troops where it needs to go rather than just keeping them on one hero that it has assigned as its main hero. Red is kicking butt. They are running circles around everybody else right now. That is a little scary. And me being blue, I'm at the bottom of everything pretty much. Even number of castles. We took our second castle and we're still doing pretty bad. We're doing pretty bad. Okay, my main concern is this. I want to find a gem mine and hold on to it as quickly or as long as possible. Maybe, I do need a sulfur mine too. Maybe we land with Myra. I wonder what's over here. Maybe we just kind of set sail and lazily, okay, lazily make our way to this for sure town here. Maybe it's going to take us 3 turns now because I went out of my way. Darn it. That was silly of me. Yeah, it's going to take us 3 turns now to get there. So we might as well do a little bit more adventuring here and then bounce our way back. Maybe land here. I don't want to land and then get stuck on an island that I didn't really want to get stuck on. But we got to make some decisions at some point. Folks, it's happened. Dimension Door is officially on the table. Rialdo the Necromancer has crossed the barrier and he has officially got Dimension Door. So there's Dimension Door somewhere in here. If I can get Dimension Door, I'm going to use the crap out of it. You better believe, you and me. You'd better believe. We were keeping track of the enemy hero that was here in the Fog of War. I think that I feel comfortable enough. I've got to get this blue tent. I think I feel comfortable enough just kind of pushing in, taking all these resources, and getting the tent for sure. If I lose Vitania here, I'll be very, very sad, but it won't be the end of the world. So long as I get the blue tent, we'll be okay. Let's maintain what we have here. Let's, again, explore going a little bit out of our way. And then let's plan on landing next turn here. Maybe even we'll land right here because if we capture this town and we need to load up quickly, there's a boat just right outside. So that's fine. That's fine. No purchases to make at this time. If we see an enemy come up closer, we will absolutely spend the time to fight. That's so scary. That's so scary. When the AI is using Dimension Door, I am absolutely terrified. Okay, we do have the blue tent now. So we will see how long it takes for that to be very useful. We have seen only one barrier thus far, and it's the red barrier. We've seen a green tent and a blue tent. No red tent yet, but that could be interesting. I'm always interested to see stone lifts that are locked behind something else. We saw the enemy kind of sail into this area. Maybe we can surprise them. As long as we can land this turn, I will go a little bit out of my way. I'll go 1 more, 2 more. Let's just land. Let's just land. I'm wondering what he's going to do there. Very interesting to see. One thing to note, do I have any additional boats? I've got 1 boat here. You know what good is Dawn doing here? The answer is nothing at all. And as soon as I say that, I go back for this reason. If we lose Myra, I want to be able to recruit her on a place that I have a boat that she can then go somewhere new. Having a boat available is much more than we had before. I would love it if I had a summon boat right now. I would love it if I had a summon boat. I do not. Maybe that'll be worth getting this Mage Guild here, actually. It's a low cost. Summon boat is a level 2 spell, but all the same. Yeah, all the same. Just things that I think about. Does he think he can beat me? He must. Why would you land right next to me unless you think you could beat me? Alamar is not one of their tough heroes. Yeah, he's not listed as one of Green's strongest heroes. We're going to get back in the boat. Dawn is going to get back in the town. And then we're going to attack Alamar. We're absolutely going to attack him. I can't let him just get away. Yeah, I'm very interested to know what went into this decision. Even the AI thinks I'm going to body him. Okay, so turn order. Okay, first off, spells. 5 spell power. Is he just going to hit me with a cold ray or a lightning bolt and then run away? It's quite possible. Let's wait to see what spell he uses, though. And let's just move our boars into kind of this preparatory stage. If I get good morale here, I'm actually going to be a little bit sad. I would prefer to save my good morales for other times. Nice. Very nice. Everybody hates you, dude. 375 damage from my lightning bolts. That's a lot of damage. Let's save it kind of more for the end of combat. These Magi are feeling really pretty bad. If they can take out 2 wolves, which they will, then that's a good use of their time. Again, because we're trying to keep the enemy from running. So let's keep turn order in mind, and let's keep killing entire stacks in mind. We can kill 7 to 11 twice. So let's take out the stack of orcs. And if the enemy hasn't run yet, I don't think they're going to unless I really scare them. So here's what I think we do. I think we attack the Ogre Lords because we're not going to do enough damage to make the enemy say, oh, I need to run right now. But I will still get to go, and I will get to Lightning Bolt their fastest creature. I'm going to Lightning Bolt the Ogre Lords. Let's just attack their fastest creature here and here. Try and get into the battle. Oh no. Goblins are faster than elves, or they're the same speed. It's not going to matter. No, it will matter. Look, I can get good morale. I can get good luck. But it's going to have to come down to these Magi. They're going to have to be fantastic. Please help me out. Dang it. Okay, so we actually did worse because we ate 2 lightning bolts instead of 1. Wow, that's very sad. And now we don't have enough spell points to do 1 more lightning bolt. That was pretty bad, folks. That was a very much missed opportunity. And as I'm thinking about it, could I have played that better? The answer is absolutely. But how? I'll have to think about that later. No losses there. Let's take the mysticism. Let's pop into the town just to see what there is. Not bad. Tell you what, look at this. View artifacts and view resources. We are going to use our spell points and we're going to cast that now. For the first time, we see a town that has a shipyard. I don't believe that our night town here actually can build a shipyard. It cannot. So for the first time, we do have a town that has a shipyard. We can build more ships. If we can get a new spell, if we can get a summoned boat, we will be in very good shape. Otherwise, let's have Myra stay overnight. Let's have her cast the view resources. Looks like, from what we can see here, that the resources are mostly claimed. There's this patch here, there's a patch up here. But all loose resources are pretty much claimed. That's a big patch right there. There's a purple hero here though, so I don't know how much longer that's going to last. And then let's also view artifacts. I anticipate it's going to be pretty slim pickings. There is an artifact up here. Let's send Vitania up north just to see if she can dance into this territory and just kind of see what we can find. It's close to the edge of the map anyway. But yeah, otherwise let's stay overnight. I really wish I had more knowledge. I really wish I did. But for now we will wait. No other purchases to make at this time, unless I consider, do I turn this into a, it may not be upgraded into a castle. This town is just a town. And that answers that question for me. Okay, so we are max spell points. Let's set off. We definitely need the sulfur anyway. I cannot just buy another hero and have another hero here venture forth into this terrain. I don't know what else I would do with Myra at this point, though. There looks like there's a sawmill here. Looks like there's probably going to be some opportunities for me. So I'm not going to worry too much. Ooh, this looks nice. Elves? Okay, I can't land over here, but I can land over here. Are the elves guarding a nice artifact, actually? The magic ball? And a fire summoning altar. Very interesting. Before I forget, I need to combine some troops here so that way there's a spot for the elves to land in. Interesting point. Because I have this shipyard now, I think I can set. I better save that one boat still with Dawn. I want to get another hero out on the adventure map, but until I get a summoned boat, it's just too risky. It's just a little too scary. I'll have to wait. Maybe once, now that I got my sulfur kicking in, I'll eventually be able to get my Mage Guild level 3 here, or at least the library. But really, I still need to get gems. Interesting point, though, as far as, what was it? Elves for Vitania and picking up these elves. I was talking with Zence, one of the FHeroes2 team members, and he indicated that one of the changes that I had theorized could potentially be useful. That change being that you are able to see your troops before you're coming into contact with rogue enemies that want to join you. In other Heroes games, you can bring up this stack and you could make room for the troops if possible. You could even dismiss some stacks in your armies, so that way you would have room for this greater, cooler stack that would want to join you. You do not have that option here in Heroes 2, but they used to. They actually took that out not too long ago. And they took it out due to tremendous feedback from the FHeroes2 community. They said that the FHeroes2 community said, hey, I'm glad that that's there for Heroes 3 and beyond, but really for Heroes 2, it felt wrong. It didn't feel like it was keeping in the spirit of things. And so the FHeroes2 team walked that decision back. And my big thing is that I don't necessarily care either a yes or a no on do we have that certain feature in the game. The important thing, I think, is that is the FHeroes2 team making a purposeful decision? Are they making choices one way or the other? I don't care which way you make it, but don't be negligent and not make a decision either way. And it's nice to know that they are making a decision. Yes or no doesn't really matter. The important thing is that they are considering every option. You come upon a caravan of gypsies who are feasting and fortifying their bodies with mead. They call you forward and say, if you prove that you can dance the Ramabuta, we will reward you. You don't know it, but try anyway. They laugh hysterically, but admire your bravery, giving you a crystal ball. This is a really cool artifact. It lets you get more specific information about monsters, enemy heroes, and castles nearby the hero who holds it. So, I cannot take Vitania and just view this town, per se. To get additional information, Vitania needs to actually be close to whatever hero is trying to be spied upon. I've got a lot of gold, but is it really worth it to stop in and get fire elementals? Beneath the structure that serves to hold in heat, fire elementals move about in a fiery pool of molten lava. A group of them approach you and offer their services. Would you like to recruit the fire elementals? It is 8. Fire elementals are a good troop. They're a little more attack based than as they are as defenders. The biggest thing really why I'm not going to really want fire elementals is this. In my main army, they have no morale, right? And so they're not affected by good morale. And when one of my biggest strengths is having the Battle Garb of Andred, I don't think I really want elementals. I really don't. I'm not going to be able to get to this boat this turn. We might as well get the gazebo and then come on back. And then I think that we're going to send Vitania west. I think I'm going to have enough troops that she's not going to simply die a horrible death on the seas. And I would actually save her. I would lose her and then rehire her if given the opportunity. So I don't mind putting her in danger with these artifacts. That would otherwise be a choice that I would consider. Do I want to do that or not? Again, I'm making a purposeful decision and I'm choosing to just be okay with it. There's Alamar again. There he is. And there's my gem mine. Okay, we're in business, folks. We are in business. Okay. Last time he lightning bolted me twice and it hurt a lot. We have lightning bolts as well. We have 2, not 3, but we have 2. This says it's going to be very costly. I really think that we want to do this though. I mean, at this point, there's no choice, but I'm glad that we were able to kind of take him out once already. And now let's just kind of see where we go from here. Rather than wait and try and decide where I'm going to cast my spells, I'm just going to cast my spells right off the get-go. Let's take out as many of these war trolls as we can. Let us prepare to scale the walls. They are weakest here. Let's maybe lure these wolves out. If I stand right here, they are going to be able to come out, but they're not going to be able to go up or down, they're just going to stay here on this open gate. And that'll be good because then my shooters are going to be able to do full damage to somebody. And we're going to have access in to their castle. Is it just me? Was it Alamar that I defeated earlier, or was it a different hero? Who was that green hero I defeated earlier? Was it not Alamar? How do you do so little damage with 5 spell power? Is it because maybe you cast a cold ray? Is it maybe because cold rays only do 50% damage to me because of an artifact? Interesting. I am glad to see that come in the clutch because that saved a lot of troops. The cold ray only did 50 damage. This mage is going to have to be dealt with. He's going to have to be dealt with, and that's terrific. I just like seeing that. No sense in attacking the war troll with him because I'm not going to do enough damage before they regen. And then I might as well just do full damage to this wolf. Oh yeah, you better believe I better just do full damage. I do want to get on these orc chiefs, but I think that I'm going to use my rocks to fly over the battlements and attack the goblins, but jam up the goblins. Let's just take out these troops here. These wolves are fairly scary. And again, I'm doing full damage right now. The ogres did just skip their turn. Let's see if we can kill all these goblins. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And then, yeah, let's see if we can just take out this whole stack of wolves. We can. Okay. Okay. So we are in now. This gate is now down. We don't have to wait. We don't have to cross a moat. The boars cannot reach, but the ogre lords are in a position where they're going to be able to attack anybody that they want to. So should we just start doing damage with the boars? Boars against ogre lords is not a good fight. 9 attack to my 15 defense. I'm going to survive, but they're a pretty hardy troop, and I'm not even really going to kill one. I can't get here. I want to be able to at least threaten the war troll. Let's just get into the fight. Not my favorite thing, but we'll do what we can. That magic arrow probably did just about as much damage as the cold ray did, don't you think? Biggest, most concerning stack are these ogre lords. Let's take them out now. Let's see. Let's help the... Wow, we're just doing so little damage because of the wall. Let's take out one full war troll. Should we? It's their fastest troop. We don't have any more offensive spells to cast, though. The rocks are going to have to stay stuck on these orc chiefs until we get them freed up. How much damage are the halflings going to do? I don't think that the halflings can kill one whole war troll. You think? They might be able to if you get good luck or good morale. Let's help out the boars. Kill one more ogre lord. Okay, that's interesting. I'm definitely hoping that my halflings can deal with this one war troll now. Ooh, spicy. Very spicy. We can kill one. We didn't, but we gave it a good shot. Okay, I'm actually going to leave the boars a little bit lower because the rocks can do more damage to these ogre lords anyway. We're eating a lot of damage. We are eating a lot of damage. We do have the cold ray now, though. I didn't realize we had the cold ray. Let's do that now. Let's make sure we take out the one war troll, because we can, for sure. And then that should end the fight there. Okay, we did much better than the AI did. Still pretty tough losses, but for 2,500 experience, I'm hoping that that's going to be at least 1 point into knowledge we get. +2 spell power is a pretty nice deal. Instead, we get the attack skill. I'm not going to go diplomacy. I don't know if there's going to be any loose creatures. There's so many enemy heroes on this map. I'm guessing that all neutral creatures are pretty much going to be all sucked up before we get the chance to really get in there. No sense in taking the luck. Same reasoning as we don't take the leadership. So let's get the pathfinding. I'm perfectly fine with that. And I want the gem mine now. More than anything else, I want the gem mine. And then we'll see what we do here. This town can be upgraded, purchased. We are very close to getting this pyramid, and we will, in fact. I know for sure we will. Right now, let's get this Thieves Guild. Trying to make as good of use of these Thieves Guilds as possible. No obelisks to be spoken of. Purple is actually pretty rich in some of these precious resources, so that's interesting. I've never understood this, the personality, builder, explorer. I wonder if the original Heroes and then subsequently the FHeroes versions, if that personality is related to what roles the AI champion that is currently highlighted, if it just indicates what you can expect out of them. For example, an explorer, I would expect them to be all over the map. Maybe a builder just kind of stays at home and just maintains things. You know, the AI is more focused on just maintaining. In the future, I think it'd be interesting, and maybe they can already do it, but being able to assign different levels of aggressiveness to individual AIs. For example, hey, purple AI in the future is going to be very, very aggressive. They're going to sell out to try and attack you as quickly as possible, whereas green is going to build up a slow army and only eventually move forward. They're going to place a higher priority on development. Again, I wonder if that goes into this personality section. I don't know. And I especially don't know how FHeroes2 interacts with this personality indication that we find here. Otherwise, not a whole lot of new information. We are blue. It's nice to see that we are not last in everything. Feels pretty good. No more troops available. And again, I do want to hold on to these towns as much as possible. Nice to see a troll bridge there. Nice to see it. Let's get this gazebo. 1,000 experience. You better believe we're going to get the expert navigation. Holy cow. That takes us from 66% bonus to 100% bonus. We are going to be traveling at the speed of light. 3,500 movement points per day. Over water anyway. That is so good. Whenever I play Heroes2 on a water map, I always like to check the corners. I will do that here. And the reason you always check the corners is because I've seen too many maps where people hide something in the very corner. It could be a Magellan's map. It could be a bottle that says, "What are you doing here?" Whatever the case, I want to give myself the opportunity to enjoy the fruits of my labors. I'm not going to be able to do much with 8 halflings. Eventually I'll be able to resupply, but in the meantime, I'm guessing that I should just wait overnight and then set off with war trolls, cyclops, things like that. Remember, we are going to trade just enough here to get that, and then pick up the pyramid. And I like that choice. I know that we're low on crystal, but I do like that choice. I really do. Let's keep trading wood. We're going to need, well, we're going to need more crystal than that next turn, because next turn it's going to be day 1. But all the same. Is there anything in the corner? A buoy. Rats. Sometimes I just like to step on the corner just because. Just because. You never know. And if it had happened there, you'd be like, "Fix Fox. How did you know?" And I would say, "I didn't. I just hoped and I guessed." Okay. Day 7. Any other purchases to make? I don't think we're going to. We kind of chose the Cyclops over the Crusaders and the Paladins in this instance. Do I like that decision? Yes. And for this reason and this reason alone. There's no upgrade to the level 6 creatures for the Barbarians. The Cathedral, yeah, you get the Paladins, but you're really going to want to get the Crusaders, and it's going to essentially cost you 30 crystal, and then additional wood and additional gold. Just saying. Right now, the Barbarians, next turn, they're going to be cranking out their top-tier creature, and he's going to be ready to go with no additional needs. No additional upgrades required. No batteries needed to play. The Game Boy is full of juice. This army moving forward, 14 elves. Okay, let's do the first things first. I need 4 more crystal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, excellent pickup. We might as well get the war trolls. We might as well get the ogre lords. Do we want the very fast wolves? Because wolves are very fast. 6 or 7. Yeah, but the ogre lords are just that much better. I will sacrifice a little bit of speed in order to have a tougher ground troop. And I'm going to split like this. I will split like this. I might regret not having the speed. How much damage are 14 elves going to do? With a double shot, they could do a lot. I'm really laboring over this decision. Speed? How important is speed? I haven't seen any reason for speed to be tremendously important just yet. So I'm going to take the stronger troops and hope that maybe the enemy will continue to focus on them with spells to reduce their stack sizes. That's what I'm hoping. Okay. This would be a good time to have a summoned boat. It'd be a really good time. All right, let's press forward. There's some reefs. It's impassable terrain. Picking up some additional resources here. Just kind of hugging the coast. Is there something in this area? No. And let's just hug the sides of the map here. No other purchases to make at this time. I wonder what the enemy is doing with themselves. I really do. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Wait, hold on. It's been a minute since we did this. View resources. Oh, it just happened on one of the last major caches of resources. I just figured that would be gone by now. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. 2 sets of gems. Huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah, Vitania has been an absolute monster for us. Look at Vitania go. We're going to get the gems first, and then the crystal. We're probably going to get the paladins this week, just because of all that crystal. Wow. Happy to see it. Very happy to see it. Huh. I am not feeling confident in this army like I was in the other army. But maybe if I need to, I can always rehire Myra. I'm not going to lose her. And I haven't seen any enemies that are particularly tough just yet. We're going to start seeing armies getting bigger because it's week 4, but in the meantime, let's continue to be kind of aggressive, and if we have any problems, okay, fine. But so long as my main hubs are not threatened, I think I'll be okay. Yeah, there's so much of the map that is still left unexplored. Leprechaun offers you the white pearl, small price of 200 or 2,500 gold, 3 wood. Yeah, I'll buy it. It will help me with my knowledge problems that I'm having here for Myra. And does it matter how quickly I get these gems? Not really. And in fact, I do need crystal. So if anything, let's ignore the wood and the ore as much as we can. Let's set out. Because the buoy only gives us the morale, it's just not really imperative that we pick that up anytime soon. Is this just one big... I wonder if there's a spot to land right here. If there is, that's going to be a little bit sad. A little bit sad. That I could have had an opportunity that I didn't take. Oh, this looks like... kind of like how this was a little river that came through. This might be something here. I'm wondering if there's a town right here on the edge, though. Let's just see what we can find. Doesn't look like there is. Does not look like there is. And I don't see anybody else in the water. The enemies are just on land and sticking to what they do best. Okay, so we picked up some of these really important things. Whereas I did not take the fire elementals because I don't really care. I might end up taking some Medusa because they're a very good unit and they don't have the same problems with morale that the other troops do. We are short a little bit of crystal. We will get that before the end of the week. We're going to start getting Mage Guild levels, though. Especially since we've already seen Dimension Door. Tactically, if we can get a 5th level Mage Guild in our main wizarding town, we might be doing terrific. Look at this. Observation Tower. Observation Tower. How do we get there? Is this like a little natural harbor? That there's like a spot to land right here? Wizard Town. I want that as soon as possible. Wait, what's that? Is that a... or I'm going to take one step up. That might be an observation tower there as well. Let's move some troops and then step on this again. 8 Medusa is not that much. But those stack sizes are going to continue to increase from week to week to week. And eventually later, if I exhaust all my other troops, I might send people out on the high seas to pick those back up. Okay, I do want Vitania to meet back up with Myra, though. We've got some exchanging to do. Okay. Nope, it's just a rock. I thought it might have been the bottom of an observation tower. Let's continue to explore. Bottle. You must, like, forsake your earthly wealth and, like, join us on the island of Lotus Eaters. I like how well I did that. That worked out pretty well. I'm guessing that these are mandrakes. I don't know much, but I think the mandrakes might actually be poisonous. Just saying. Can I even land? I don't think I could even land. Huh. Just throw that in my face. I think I have plenty of wood. I have 76 wood. I don't need that one little bit of wood. Especially I don't need it more than I need to be able to just get Vitania back on the ocean. Before I forget though, let's pick up the cathedral. Troops are very important. Again, I know I don't want to bankrupt myself and keep myself away from the mage guilds, but right now I am adventuring with Myra. She is not anywhere near a mage guild. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to follow this kind of river here. I'm guessing that if there were any nice things at the end of it, that it's already been plundered, but all the same, let's make sure that we are leaving no part of this map unexplored. Seagull Rock. Okay. Okay, it's day 7. Do we have any purchases to make? We are 1 gem away from getting the Cloud Castle. You'd better believe we are getting that right now. You'd better believe it. This is why we check. Sometimes I just click through things very quickly and I forget. If you're caught napping, that can be the worst thing to possibly happen to you. I do want to check though real quick as far as Thieves Guilds go. Number of castles, I'm still last. I'm tied for last now though. Green did have the most at one point. Green had the most at one point. Green may not be allied with everyone. Green may not be allied with everyone. Interesting. Okay, but we do have our giants. It'll be prior to the start of month 2. It feels kind of late to me, but I really think that was about as fast as we could have done that, just given everything. It took a tremendous windfall here to really make that happen. So I'll take what I can get. It happened. Oh boy, why did it have to happen? For the first time in any of my playthroughs, the Roland campaign, the Archibald campaign, and now here onto the Price of Loyalty campaign. This is the first time we have hit the month of the plague. Rather than having any growth in your castles, all populations are halved. One thing I don't know though, and this is interesting, while populations are halved, that means that any troops that were in your castles, they're halved. We had 10 rocks and now there's 5. We had 8 Magi and now there's 4. This prevents you from just saving up troops indefinitely. And it really hurts us because we were kind of doing that. We didn't assume that we would have a problem. Well, we have a problem now. So rather than having all these extra troops just kind of sitting here, if the enemy was being dutiful and purchasing their troops every single week, like they could have, like we could have, because we have so much gold, then yeah, we are definitely at a huge disadvantage. What I don't know is when it says all populations are halved, does that also have the populations of any neutral creatures wandering the adventure map? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd love for somebody to check for me. Looks like this is a dead end. I'm going to go here just to see. I just wonder if I step on a certain tile, if something nifty will happen. Everybody's looking at me like, Fix Fox, what are you hoping will happen? And I'm saying, I don't know, something amazing, I guess. Same reason I did that there. Okay, we have a new stone lith. We saw this one here, and now we see this one here. That's interesting to note. I like this army well enough to take this town. I do. I truly do. So let's press forward. Where are all the enemies? Where is everybody? Oh, Sorceress Town there. Ah, and you can see the crystal ball is kicking in there. We can see there's minimal defenders available. That doesn't mean that there will always be minimal defenders, but for right now anyway. I would prefer to just have Tanya just explore and just see what else is out here rather than land. Landing's not going to do me any good. And then let's just go along the coastline. There's an alchemist tower that can get rid of any cursed artifacts, which we already know we have at least one of. I don't know what this hero is, and that's scary. It's actually a little bit scary to me. Because if they are able to traverse the map very quickly with a dimension door, and they can come upon me with a massive army, I'll have to play it more carefully than I would otherwise like to. There's a town here. It looks like Pig's Eye. It's a necromancer castle. It's Green's. Where are Green's heroes? The bones of Lord Slayer are buried in the foundation of the arena. Who is Lord Slayer? Green has... They've got more heroes than I do. But where are they all? I'm probably going to land Myra here because I can get all this safely without having to worry about this dimension door or that stone lith just hanging out right there. And then I'm going to use Vitania to continue to explore the high seas. Per our agreement. We can land. We will land. Oh, we see another set of stone liths. So 1, 2, and 3. And these are all 3 separate portals, and they go to 3 separate places. And we know that because they look different. That one looks different than that one. And there's only a maximum possibility of 3 separate types of liths. You can't get any more than that. Another bottle. Sea Rock City. Is that Rock City? Sea Rock City. There's not a lot of enemies here. What's going on? I feel like maybe, like, is my game bugged? Like, honestly, like, I'm getting this weird feeling like something is just wrong, but I don't know what. And it's a little bit scary. I don't want to lose 3 Cyclops. Something feels off about this scenario. Like, I'm not having to be crazy aggressive. I'm not having to... I mean, this feels doable. Cold rays are more important than lightning bolts now. Lightning bolts do more damage because I have the lightning rod, but I can do 3 cold rays, and right now I need to spread the damage from one army to the other. Next cold ray is going to go on these royal mummies, by the way. I don't think I can prevent myself from losing 1 more Cyclops. Let's take out full stacks where we can. Oh, that's wonderful. That's very wonderful, actually. Can I kill? I might be able to kill all these zombies. And perfect. And I'll definitely kill this here. That's really nice of them. That's really nice of the enemy just to kind of help me out. Make it so I lose less troops. Even though everything went perfectly, I still lost the same amount of Cyclops. You make me very sad. Let's step in here. It's a fully upgraded castle. Summon boat. Okay. And immediately, Dawn can now skedoodle. I should have definitely just made sure that these archers were just staying here. But for now, let's just go and get out of town because we want as many hands on deck as possible. I'm guessing there's not something there. Let's just kind of go up here and make sure that there's nothing special as we're exploring. I've got the mysticism. I got expert mysticism, so I might as well not wait overnight. Maybe that month of the plague actually helped me more than it hurt. Maybe it helped me more than it hurt me, because there's all these different enemy castles. Maybe that's just better for me. There's Rialdo. He has Dimension Door, and he is now very tough. And he has Black Dragons. Purple's got Titans. Oh boy. I'm pretty scared, actually. Oh, that's not good. Interesting that Green stepped back out of the town. Is Agar actually... Yeah, he's apparently Green's toughest hero. How many towns does Green have? Number of castles? They're tied with me for 3. Well, that's not going to last you, buddy. It's not going to last you. Okay. Heavy losses. So far, that seems to be the theme that I'm picking up on, is making sure that I just don't lose everybody. Very quickly, it would appear I'm going to end up having to resupply. But for now, I'm still maintaining. I'm still staying above water, and that's good. The greater druids have already gone, so we're going to make sure that we do damage to these Magi. Kind of go in the middle of the battlefield. Crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I go here, then the unicorns will be able to get me. I would prefer to save the troops now, especially since I'm just getting cold rays and lightning bolts thrown at me. Very sad. The vampires don't have any retaliation. Let's try and deal with them. Bleh. Might as well move the Grand Elves, and then I'm going to have the rocks fly across the battlefield. The Cyclops will probably try to engage with these unicorns if they can, but let's do the half damage there. Wow, those cold rays are not doing so much damage, and it's just because of those, just because of that artifact. It's so good. It's so good. No blind. Terrific. 42 mutant zombies isn't nothing. We do need to start working on that stack. Once again, it's up to the elves, and the elves will punt. Oh no, I moved out of the way. And thankfully, okay, because I thought that the unicorns were close enough that I could actually do both. I cannot, but that's okay. Things worked out better than expected. We're losing all the Cyclops. That's that's so sad. Let's move back out of the way. I know that these elves are just running all over this battlefield, but they're going to continue to run. Cold Ray. Maybe, though, I don't have any more spells. What? Let's save the troops right now. Maybe I can prevent the enemy from running. It's a long shot. It's a really very much long shot. But we'll see. I'm probably going to lose one more rock. Let's just accept our fate. Oh, jeez, I'm getting just absolutely eaten up by these spells. Let's focus all of our firepower on these mutant zombies. Maybe, just maybe, we can take out these stacks. Let's kill one unicorn here. And then we should prevent the enemy from running with that fell swoop. Perfect. Okay, so... Wow, losing a lot of troops, but I'm not up against level 6 creatures yet, and that is a problem. How do you mean? Well, that means that they're somewhere on the map, and even though I'm cleaning up these lower level kind of mishmash armies, eventually I'm not going to be able to get away with that, and I'm still incurring heavy losses. The nice thing is, though, is that I'm getting experience. Every little bit of experience is good. Plus spell power, not great. Diplomacy or leadership, unfortunately I'm taking diplomacy because leadership is useless. We've got a little ways to go before our next level. I'm bleeding. I need more knowledge. One thing I should have done a while ago is I should have traded for all these resources. It's too far out of my way now. I'll have to catch Myra later to hand off that +1 to knowledge. If I could find an artifact with some knowledge on it, I would be happy as a clam. Happy as a clam. Worth noting, I'm not sure where the phrase happy as a clam actually came from. No idea. No idea. Dawn is just going to make sure that there's nothing in there. There's all this space I just didn't really cover before. I could really use a Magellan's maps right now. Okay. And otherwise, Myra is staying in the town. I do want her to... Well, we have some in boat, right? Yeah, we got some in boat. So what we're going to do is we're going to head down the coast. We pick up the Green Traveler's tent. We'll pick up the stables at the beginning of next turn. And we will hopefully summon a boat here and walk onto that turn 1 or day 1 of next week. Okay. I know that there's probably people saying, dude, what are you doing? I just have to know. I have to make sure that there's nothing in the fog of war, because sometimes there's really important stuff, and if you don't know, you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. It's day 7. I don't think that there's any purchases to make. I'm getting enough resources that pretty soon... Oh, that's scary. I'm getting enough resources that pretty soon I'm going to have to start thinking about mage guilds. Very interesting that they hopped out of the stone liths, and their thought was not to run to Myra. There is a full set of troops here, including bone dragons. And because I have the max morale, I'm thinking to myself that I fight these fights. It's probably not going to be the easiest thing I've ever done, but I think I'm going to do it. I will purchase out this entire town. Gold is not a problem. I have so much gold right now. I have so much gold. So much gold. We're going to leave the zombies. And we're going to just actually have Myra fight this fight twice. We're going to focus on the more difficult of the two fights first, and that'll be this fight against Roxana. In fact, I think Roxana at one point was Green's toughest hero. Green does have Roxana as their toughest hero right now. So, let's go here. Let's go here. Let's take only the toughest troops. In this case, 4 power liches are better than the war trolls. In this case, I think that the 5 vampires are better than the 9 elves. And so we'll have 1 shooter and 3 flyers and then a couple of fairly tough ogre lords. Does that sound right? Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing though. With all these flyers, are the ogre lords going to get into the fight? No, they're not. So let's take the additional shooting troops just so they can always be useful in the fight. We may fight this fight, lose some of these troops, and then pick these troops back up, the next best troops for the next fight. But for now, Myra has the best army. Let's have her fight. Looks like we're going to win this. We can definitely win it with some spells. And really, the attrition from the spells is so bad. 6 spell power, blood morale, good luck. Roxana is not a terrible hero. 525 points of damage, though. Dodge that. Dodge that. Let me take out your most concerning stack here. I am loath to just simply leave these Magi alone, but right now, if I could take out 13 rocks, that's going to be worth my time. I actually think it's probably better for me. It's going to go their boars, their elves, their Magi, so it doesn't really matter as far as turn order what's going to happen here, whether I attack the Magi or the Grand Elves. I think that I can save myself more damage done by taking out 4 Grand Elves. And I know for sure I'm going to key in on these Magi. So let's focus on the Elves. Magic arrow comes across. They're doing so little damage here. The Magi do a lot more damage because they have the attack skill of 14 versus the attack skill of 8. I should have taken that into my calculations. As it was, I still think that I'm justified in my decisions there. I do want to kind of stay away from these Grand Elves, though, because the Steel Golems are kind of guarding them. Let's leave room for another set of flyers to get over here, if necessary. Wow, their rocks are just going to start going down pretty quick. What am I going to do with the Bone Dragons? Bone Dragons are going to attack the Boars. The Boars are going to do almost no damage back. Let's continue to work on these Magi. Interesting, I cannot really... 50% reduced damage from elemental spells. My Lightning Bolt is not going to do nearly so much damage to these Steel Golems. They're a fairly tough troop. They really are. 11 to 20 Boars going down. I may lose one Bone Dragon. Maybe not here, but next turn. I have 6 hit points left. Yep. And I do just want to make sure that I eat up somebody's time. Let's have the Elves actually go forward. Maybe I'll draw the Steel Golems forward. Interesting. Okay. Do not attack here. Do not attack there. I think that we focus on those Grand Elves. Unless, I mean, we have 2 Cold Rays. There's 12. There's 19. Let's just take out... Let's take out the Boars. Work on these Elves. That feels really good. Okay, there goes the one Bone Dragon. With the Bone Dragons, the 2 left are going to really work on those Steel Golems next. Good morale. Very nice, very nice. Here goes the Magi. 1, 2, 3. I don't think that the Steel Golems... I might just leave the Elves as bait. I really might. I need to take out their fast troops. Speed 4, Speed 3, Speed 6. Wow, this kind of hurts, but I think that I'll do some damage on the retaliation to these Steel Golems, and then maybe they're not going to run. 104. Yeah, we should be able to clean up this fight here, because all my troops are going to be able to attack these Steel Golems, except for this Power Lich here. Let's do one more Cold Ray. Take out 5 rocks. I'm not going to do 104 damage to myself. Let's see if we can keep the enemy from running. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. We have no more spell points either. I'm guessing that they're going to run here. No, they do not. Excellent. Excellent. I think that that's actually going to be enough. Yep. They're not going to run. I'm all for it. Give me artifacts. Give me something nice. Aw, rats. Nothing nice. Wisdom. At this point, estates or the wisdom, we've got all the gold in the world. Wisdom is going to be pretty important pretty soon, I think. Alamar is now going to consider. Now what's the toughest troop? Well, 2 War Trolls are better than the Power Lich. With our flyers more or less decimated, I think that we would prefer to have the Ogre Lords make sure that we have some meat on us. Those elves really didn't do a whole lot last time. They soaked up a lot of attention, but if I'm going to be fighting this upcoming fight, I think that this is my best split. I do think this is my best split. Note that I have no more spells, though. I have no more spells. I used all my spells. I have 1 spell point left. Not going to matter. We can win this fight easy. No problem. The enemy has fled. The only reason I'm fighting this is because maybe I can prevent them from even fleeing. No guarantees, but maybe I can prevent them from fleeing. Okay, let's take out whole stacks and let's take out their fastest creatures first. These sprites are going to be a little bit annoying to deal with just because they have no retaliation. Weird curse. Weird curse. Don't love that. I'm going to move here just in case I get good morale. 26 battle dwarves is just too many. That's going to be a problem. How many sprites can I kill here? Not all of them. Rocks and vampires, they can deal with these here. Let's deal with the next toughest troops. And even though there's a bigger stack of dwarves here as opposed to the unicorns, unicorns have a much higher attack skill. Much higher attack skill. Let's continue to just take out the troops we can. So now they have no longer the fastest troops on the battlefield. That haste is actually kind of okay for me. That's kind of okay. Because now they've already gone this round of combat. I'm not going to be able to kill 26. Let's just avoid losing one more bone dragon. How about that? Let's just do that. No more bone dragons lost. So let's back off just for one turn. Do I care about any of these troops? The answer is no. I really don't at this point. Except for the bone dragons. But she's going to magic arrow or something. So let's just fight where we can. I don't think that they're going to run. If they haven't run thus far, I don't think that they're going to start now. Do not think that they're going to start now. And it looks like my belief was correct. Okay. So this time it's a glorious victory and they don't run. All right. States or scouting? Well, what's left? There's essentially 13 total secondary skills you can get. 14 if you count necromancy, which I don't here in this case. And so I have a total of 8 that I can get, minus 2 because I'm not getting luck and I'm not getting leadership. I think I take scouting here. I can't think of what else I'd really like. I'm going to hopefully avoid Eagle Eye. I already picked up diplomacy, which I didn't love. Let's pick up the scouting. Scouting can actually be pretty useful. No, absolutely not. What are we missing? Archery and ballistics. I want archery and ballistics, darn it. Let's take the estates. Okay, that was almost a bad decision. That was almost a bad decision in the making. And I hope that you feel vindicated if you were saying to yourself, no, don't do it. I heard you. I heard someone calling through time and space that said, don't do it. And I listened, and here we are now. I absolutely want to send another hero. I'm going to purchase another hero because, again, gold isn't really a problem for me right now. I'm going to send another hero. And they're going to go through the looking glass, as it were. And just see where these stone lists will take us. Oh! So these two towns are connected. Interesting. Artesian Spring. I don't think I have enough troops to justify fighting all this. Green is so low. It's day one. Nah, there's no way. Green is going to pick up a lot of troops here. Yeah. But wait. Yeah, it's day one. We already purchased out this town. That's why we had the advantage there. Okay. I don't know. I might pick up this stable and then just look to do something decisive here. As it is, we're just going to make sure that there's no other places that this stone lith can take us. I'm just hitting spacebar. It doesn't cost any movement points, and that way I eventually get to all the possible opportunities. I am sufficiently... I believe now, based off that very scientific study, that there are, in fact, no more other than these two stone lists that you can travel through. Okay. What's Dawn doing? She's just checking to make sure that there's nothing else crazy. Wow, look at that. Somehow with their dimension door, Red has not yet gotten bits of territory like that. That is so surprising. It looks like there's nowhere to land. It looks like we are going to have to find the red barrier, and after we find the red barrier, this is going to be the next place that we go after that. Otherwise, we are chewing through this map fairly quickly. I feel okay about this. Call that famous last words right before I find out that I am absolutely overmatched and going to die. I guess it doesn't really matter what I do with Aragon. I knew he was going to lose anyway, but ouch, that one actually kind of hurts. But we have some spells here anyway. We can probably do something. We can't win this fight, but we can at least do damage. 75 points of damage? That is really terrific. I don't think that Dimitri, with 3 spell power and only 10 spell points, is actually going to win this fight. We have 13 spell points left. That's going to be 2 more cold rays. Folks, this doesn't feel terrible. We may not win, but we're definitely not going to lose, quote unquote. Yeah. 3 magic arrows. That's going to be 90 damage from spells. I think we're going to be okay here. I actually really do. Oh, and then there's the bad morale, and now all my confidence is shattered. I'm going to send the skeletons across. Maybe they can clean up all this. Ouch. Ouch. Let's see. That's actually 13 is 1 lightning bolt and 1 cold ray. Is there any reason to do 1 lightning bolt or 2 cold rays? I think not. Let's work on this biggest stack. We're about to start doing damage here to these mummies. If the elves actually get to go this time, which they don't, then they could have worked on these halflings. It was really very bad luck. Very, well, it was more bad morale than bad luck, you know what I'm saying? But very, very sad to have lost that opportunity. Ouch. 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 Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Huh. These skeletons are going to actually be a really big problem. You know what? Let's just do that. I don't like them. I don't like their stupid face. I don't like what they stand for. I just want them to leave and never come back. Okay. From here, I'm going to hit Q. There's nothing else I can do. I have no more spell points. The battle is just going to fight the way it fights. I'm going to lose, but he lost pretty much all of his troops. Look at all these. Oh, that's scary. That is terrifying. Ooh, horde, horde, pack, few. We now run away. We sprint away. We do not look back. As you approach the stables, the head groom appears, leading a fine-looking war horse. This steed will help speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine war horses. If I had some champions or some cavalries that needed to become champions, that could be a possibility. As it stands, no dice. We do get additional movement and additional morale from the watering hole. We can travel a bit further today. It's not much, but it's something. This Tree of Knowledge, do I get that now or later? I think I wait. Level 11 is not that bad. I think we're going to wait on that. But Tanya is going to say hello. Dawn has no purpose. Dawn is absolutely just breathing the air that I need for something else. But what else? I don't really know. There's no nice heroes just sitting here waiting. We already have the captain's quarters. I think that... Oh, we've got so much gold. We might as well. We might as well just pick up Wilfrey. And we'll just get rid of the orcs. 3 orcs is not that big of a deal. The morale is just going to be shot. Look at this. Ugh, -3 morale. So bad. So bad. But, hey, so long as I get to cast spells, who cares? But we needed to leave because look at purple. This is the first time we've seen purple. I think that we need to be terrified. They're ignoring green, so they're allied. That says, hey, time to get out of town. Oof, I really wish I didn't give up that boat. If I could go back in time, I might just scuttle that boat. I might have hired another hero, sent them into the boat, so that way green could not just wander the high seas. I think I've gotten everything that is to be had on the high seas. But all the same, it's the principle of the matter. 2 lightning bolts or 3 cold rays. Let's take 3 cold rays. Actually, wait. 7 is 14 plus 6. You can do 2 lightning bolts and a cold ray. Might as well. Let's work on the troops that can do us damage immediately. We might actually be able to hold out on this fight. Look at this. Look at this. She doesn't have any spells. We have the moat. We have shooters. We are doing full damage. This is a fully upgraded town. We have a couple more spells. I think we're going to win this fight. We're going to win this fight. I feel it. We're going to not attack with the goblins. We're just going to sit here. Keep working on their halflings. I really want the towers to be working on these troops that can do damage to us today. I think that's kind of my priority. I don't want to lightning bolt 15 halflings. I'm going to eventually have to deal with these Cyclops. 66. Yeah, lightning bolt is not wasted here. 46 damage, 46 hit points left. Not bad, not bad. They have not yet opened up the wall. That is very nice. Let's continue to work on the troops that can hurt me now. Can you please attack this guy right here? Like, please. 80 spell points. I mean, if the castle and battlements are going to keep wasting time with all these other troops, I might as well just kill full stacks. I wish I could rely on them to kill these halflings. I think that those halflings are doing damage. I think that they're a problem. With 8 mutant zombies, I will attack. I don't think I'm going to kill all the goblins, and that's just fine by me. Okay. Yeah, this is highly concerning. Okay, good. Good. Way to save that lightning bolt. Huh. Did you see how many turns that Jacqueline held on to that spell? That's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay. Let's continue to push. At this point, whatever troops I can save are going to be valuable. I dare not auto-combat this fight to its completion. The reason being is that I just don't trust the AI to not say, oh, I'm just going to come out the front door and fight these ogre lords. No, 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 no. We have earned this win by the sweat of our brow. We will endure. Yes, sir. So we turned another devastating loss into an absolute victory. Worth noting, I should probably keep track in my playthroughs how often I turn a loss into a victory. I think that that's a very interesting stat. You're not always going to be able to do that. There's going to be times where you're just overwhelmed, but there's times like these where, yeah, you absolutely win a fight that you had no business winning. And that's just fine for me. Let's do the pathfinding since there's so much bad terrain here. And then I am going to go here, here, trade. I want this artifact. I want this artifact. I will continue to keep the Seeing Eye pendant. I'm going to move the ore cart over. At this point, I don't really even care about the ore. How much do I care about paralyzed spells? I don't think I'm going to see any more barbarian enemies. But if I have no worry from blind or paralyze, then I'm just in a really good spot. Let's keep things right there. Only 2 slots left over, but until I start taking out some massive enemy heroes, I don't think that those slots are going to matter. And I'm not going to be able to take out massive enemy heroes without all the help I can get. I do want to see if this is just a little harbor. It's not. It's not. So I have 9 spell points. Do I have a boat available? I think one of these boats is mine. Tell you what, let's just have Dawn step out, and then I'll for sure have a boat that I can summon. Ta-da! And that was the same boat. So I don't feel too bad about that decision. I really don't. I may do something where Dawn is going to take the boat, run over here, and then step in the boat, step out of the boat, step in the boat, step out of the boat. That'll be 2 more boats that I have available to me, because you can only summon boats that are friendly. And then that way I'll just have more options down the road. Wilfrey is saying to himself, dude, I don't have any troops left, but I'm excited. Excited. Dimitri is probably thinking to himself, wait a second. Why didn't I just take your town? And I say, good question. I don't know. Carlon is back. There's a boat here. There's nothing else really to get. And I'm not going to last 4 more days here. Yeah, that was a little bit of a one-off, but we'll take what we can get. Let's just move the troops down and then split and split. Make somebody go out of their way to get us. Just like that. Okay. We are heading back so we can get Titans. And I think that we will be able to, in fact. I really do. I really do. Rather than have Dawn go pick up these boats, it's going to be Vitania. I don't think I have any other need for her on the high seas at this time. We've explored everything that there is to see. She was an excellent pickup from basically day one. I'm very happy that we had her, but it's time to let it go. That's just fine. Stay. Makes sense. At this point, let's just test our luck and see how good we can do. This is a magic user. There's no way that we're going to survive this fight, but it's always nice to just try. Agar the Warlock. Agar is back. There's only 47 points of hit points there on these Magi. I think these rocks are actually our biggest concern. The rocks are going to fly over immediately. If I can kill 3 of them, I think that that's probably my best bet. The Magi are going to kill one whole stack when they attack, as are the halflings, as will the rocks. But let's deal with the first threat and just hope that the tower does a good job of cleaning up these Magi, cleaning up these halflings, and then just kind of see where this goes. Very nice of the computer, very thoughty of them, just to make sure that I didn't have to labor over that decision of what to do with that one boar. Instead, let's just take away the option and give me bad morale. Sounds reasonable. In this instance, the Magi will absolutely kill a whole stack of somebody. Let's Cold Ray the Magi. We may not get another round of combat here. No, we will. We will. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to get another round of combat. If we can... If he doesn't cast any spells, which, hey, guess what? He hasn't so far. Folks, the halflings are going to kill one of these boars. Let's just sit right here. That's the end. Because the boars were going to come through anyway. I couldn't have run far enough away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I couldn't have run far enough away. This is the end. Otherwise, we were about to do something. Can you do me the biggest favor in the world and not attack the steel golems? Can you please attack the halflings? They're we had a possibility, because these boards are not going to be able to reach me here. Watch this. Watch this. If the halflings were dead, we would have one whole additional round of combat. That sucks. I'm mad. I'm so mad. Can you tell how mad I am? Okay. Remember, the ultimate goal right now is just to resupply, and as little of troops as we've seen, I think that we're going to come back and we're absolutely going to overwhelm green very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. We're not going to mix a whole ton of troops. This would be a time where if we were using the town portal, we would be in really good shape. Once I get... Well, you know what? I've got this town here that I can purchase troops out of. Let's start purchasing troops out of this town. Start purchasing heroes that can start collecting troops. Again, gold is not an option because we lost so many troops because of the Week of the Plague. I'm still going to be a little bit cautious about who I purchase. But let's purchase all these troops. Let's just swap here. And then let's have one of these guys go into this boat. Yeah. And that way we can start getting our high seas logistics in the right place. As people fly by, or rather sail by, Dawn can just hand troops off from this castle here. I do want to start working on this Mage Guild. You got to get Titans. Yeah, but look how many marketplaces I have. I've got 3 marketplaces. 4? Do I have a marketplace here? I do not. 3 marketplaces. I got so many resources. So many resources. But let's start doing this now, so that way we're going to have enough wherewithal to purchase. I think I want the 5th level Mage Guild and the library. I do. It's going to be very costly, but it's going to be very much worth it. Very much worth it. It's not going to be worth waiting, though. I can tell you that. We're going to land here on day 7. And after we do so... Wait, which boat are you in? Okay. After we do so, then we're going to head out immediately after. Truly, we will. We're not going to have time to wait. We might hop in the boat and have another hero ferry some additional troops across, but we need to make sure that our Mage Guild is up to scratch. And we need the library. Do we wait a whole extra week, pretty much? Spells are that good. Spells are just that good. Maybe we wait an extra week. It feels so bad to lose out on this timing attack where we can really decimate green and claim an additional 2 ore, 2 wood, 1 sulfur, 2 ore, 2 wood, and then 3 towns worth of growth. It feels so bad to miss out on that. But if I do a little bit of extra prep work now, maybe what I'll be able to do is then roll through these stone Liths into the enemy's territory, and maybe I can actually do some damage. It's possible. It's possible. I am going to forego these vampires. As I travel through, I'll pick up these halflings and then head on in. Let's go to this other boat. And the whole reason why we did that again is just to make sure these boats were now friendly to us. Flint is now hopping in the boat. And he's actually going to head up here. Maybe another hero will ferry some additional troops to him that way. I know that there's this troll bridge. I just haven't stepped on it yet. It's fine. It's fine. Not a lot of green troops on the high seas. In fact, none. That feels weird to me. That feels very strange to me. It feels like there should be people in the ocean all the time. But there's not. What to make of that? I don't know. We're struggling because we need gems for libraries and mage guilds, but we also need gems for our titans. We're going to need a total of 12 gems. And we don't have the resources to trade for that, but we do have a lot of gold. Just move these troops out for now. Let's purchase the rocks. Let's purchase the boars. Not the boars. Maybe even not the halflings. We're going to be able to get the upgraded ivory tower next turn. So we're going to wait on these Magi. We're just going to wait here a week and let things accrue. We really will. Okay. I don't love this. This feels like I'm waiting for too long. It feels like I should be pressing my advantage somehow, but here's the deal. If they're not sending troops via boat to me, I don't feel a whole lot of pressure right now, other than the fact that they are building up more troops all the time. I need to get into this town. We just saw that yellow came out of this teleporter. We need to get this other wizarding town. That should be my priority. We're going to stay here 1 or 2 more days, at least until we purchase out all the titans. Oh, okay. I talked about there not being a whole lot of pressure. There's some pressure. Yeah, they're getting active. Just because I was able to force all the enemies back doesn't mean that they're not still trying to do stuff. Let's speed up our process here. We have to get these Arch Magi. They're such a good troop. Such a good troop. Probably going to leave halflings for some kind of barbarian troop. Okay. And I think I can actually start to trade a little bit of this mercury, not all of it, but a little bit, for gems. There's 4 titans. I want to get 1 more level of Mage Guild. You're not going to have enough to get 8 gems. You've got a lot of gold, but you don't have unlimited amounts of gold. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. This is our army as it currently stands. We're going to take the War Trolls. We're going to leave the Ogre Lords. We would actually prefer the Ogre Lords. because the war trolls would just give us 3 shooters. That's just a few too many. 2 shooters, a nice set of flyers, and a heavy ground troop would be good. And we're going to actually head back into the boat right now. I know what you're saying. Hey, you had this strategy. Why are you changing on me? It feels like the right decision. It really does. Let's take Jezebel. With her pathfinding, she will for sure get to where we need her to go. We're going to purchase 1 boar, just so that way she's got top speed. Titania. There's just nowhere else really to go. I'll send Vitania back up to this ruins up here. Not that way, though. We'll go around the long way. And just try and stay active on the adventure map. Flint, I think, can actually take that fight if he wants to, especially if we purchase another hero. Here's Barak. And we'll purchase... We need Crystal. 4. That's a lot. That's a lot. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. The Mercury is not as valuable as it was a second ago. How did I mess that up? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that's what I did. I overspent. I overtraded by a lot. I was stuck thinking about other things. Worth noting that right about now, I'm starting to, I can feel myself starting to wear down a little bit. We are a couple of hours into the scenario now. And I would like to think that I have a fair amount of stamina when it comes to being able to sit down and just focus up. But I recognize that I'm not an Iron Man like I once was. There was a time where I remember I could play through the night and I could be effective the next morning in my youth. But now, unfortunately, I just don't have that amount of wherewithal. And that's actually okay. I'll consider that a degree of growth. My army is much stronger than his. I don't think we'll have any problem with this fight. We do not. And even the troops that I lose, I'm okay with losing them. I don't think I'm going to be able to really mitigate these losses a whole ton because there's going to be a lot of spell powers coming out. 7 spell power. Yikes. I do have a Dispel and a Cure and a Stone Skin just in case. Where to go? I think that we threaten these Greater Druids for next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can threaten them to here and stay safe. Aha! We have plenty of spell points, but we're going to use the Dispel because it's going to do just as much for those Cyclops. Let's take out... I could take out 1 whole stack of sprites, and I'm going to. Nah, they're so weak. That feels like such a waste. Such a waste. We'll take out as many of these Grand Elves as we can. Let's press our advantage forward. Ogres should be able to deal with these sprites. They do. There goes their Battle Dwarves. Wow, I'm not even killing full sets of Battle Dwarves. I am trying to get rid of as many stacks as possible. If I attack these Grand Elves, I think that 17 Wolves can actually handle those Grand Elves. And I'm thinking that the Unicorns will focus in on these Cyclops. Oh, maybe not. Wow, I'm just barely not getting through to these guys. But they're not going to be able to run because they've mismanaged their shots. I took out the slower creatures so that way my Orc Chieftains can clean this up. And if there are any artifacts on Agar, they are mine. There are no artifacts. They are not mine. We will take the scouting here, I think. Okay. Do we land? No. No. We head back just so that way we can eventually meet up with Myra. 8 Cyclops is going to be better than any amount of these Ogre Lords we can get. Well, not any amount, but you know what I'm saying. We're going to wait overnight. Yep, wait overnight. And then first things first, we need to trade for the resources necessary to make sure that we get those last 2 titans. So Jezebel needs 3 gems. Let's get 3 gems. And we can sell out for it. I don't think that there's any problem with doing that. 1, 2, 3. Might as well use the wood. I think I've got plenty of wood. 2 more titans. And then any other troops here to get? I don't think so. I'm recognizing that this is a lot of halflings potentially. This is what, 98 halflings that I'm leaving on the board. But for now, we'll stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Jezebel might as well just go back. But then I'm probably going to end up sleeping her. Just like Barak. Barak right now is going to just get slept. I don't need to worry about him right now. Dawn should have been slept a long time ago. And what I mean by that is when I hit the letter Z on my keyboard, it puts the heroes into a sleep mode, where if I navigate with the H button going from hero to hero to hero to hero using the hotkeys, it will now bypass those heroes. And you may not see me do it a whole lot, but I do end up using those hotkeys. I do end up using them. There's this derelict ship here. Usually I avoid these. Why? Because I can never remember if it's skeletons or ghosts, and I had a bad experience in the final scenario of the Roland campaign with some ghosts. Here though, I have upper level creatures. Even if it's not just skeletons and zombies, I should still win this fight. The rotting hulk of a great pirate ship creaks eerily as it is pushed up against the rocks. Do you wish to search the ship? Yes, I do. It's a glorious victory. It looks like it was 200 skeletons. I'm not going to fight the fight, but we should get some kind of reward. We're going to... remember when we had the choice of scouting earlier? At this point, I think we definitely want scouting more than navigation. More than navigation? No, other heroes will do my logistics for me to get troops to the front. That is not Myra's job. I will love the +1 knowledge, but otherwise I will take the scouting. 5,000 gold. I was hoping for an artifact. Perhaps everyone already knew, other than me, that that was what was going to happen, but it was news to me. 9 paladins. We're not going to get the upgraded cathedral anytime soon. Again, those cyclopes are going to come into that army very quickly. In fact, we're just going to plan on meeting up here. And then we're on to the next. So we have 1 yellow hero who's pretty weak. We have 1 purple hero who is very strong. Oh boy. Phineas is coming to play. And we know the Phineas is actually purple's toughest hero. Pack of Titans. Thank goodness I went and I've resupplied. Horde of Ogre Lords. Horde of the Chieftains. Well, Throng of the Orc Chieftains. And then a Horde of the War Trolls. Lots of the Cyclops. Nice thing is, so he's a Barbarian. That means he's going to have a lot of attack and defense. But that means he's probably not going to have a lot of spells. I'm going to have a significant amount of spells. And some pretty good spells on top of that. Mass Curse, that could be useful. Shield for the Titans. Disrupting Rays. I wish I had a Mass Slow. The Mass Curse won't be too bad, though. I'm pretty sure that you can curse Titans. I don't think that that's a mind-affecting spell. I don't think the Curse is a mind spell. Just like Bless isn't a mind spell, I don't think that Curse is a mind spell. I'm just going to pretend like I just came here for the wood. That'll make me feel better. It'll help me sleep at night. 6 Titans. Is that enough? Against a pack? Very tough to say. Very tough to say indeed. Let's trade here. Let's have Flint go back. Kind of as a preparatory step. Actually, you know, somebody needs to go get these trolls that are here. And then there are some troops here. They're not very good. Yeah, wolves and orcs. Not very good, but we can't upgrade the town anyway. Offhand, I don't love my chances against their Titans. Well, hold on. I can look at this. 5 attack, 6 defense. I can take him. No problem. To my 9 attack and 11 defense. plus all my spells, I can take him. Never mind. Nope, changed my mind. We are coming straight for you. And after we beat you, we will eventually get this Tree of Knowledge. Yep. I would much rather get this town, and this Artesian Spring more than start here, work my way up that way. So let's go here. Let's make Windfall. Windfall, Landfall. A Windfall is something you get that is like a surprise, like a fortuitous moment. A Landfall is different. Yeah, I was an English major for like half a semester. Can you tell? Okay. I don't really have any plans for Vitania. I don't really have any plans for a lot of these heroes, unfortunately. And I wish I did. I wish I did. But this is a strong enough army that I think that I think I can be okay with what I got going on. Gwyneth has Dimension Door. This is absolutely priority number one. I'm guessing that this town has Dimension Door. I'm guessing. One quick look here. Number of castles. Green is tied with me with 3. And that means 1, 2. There's 1 through the teleporter somewhere. Hard to say. Hard to say. Let's fight this fight. It'll be 2,600 experience points, but I don't know. I think I can do better. I need to be conservative with my spell points. I understand that. Take out a whole stack of these very scary troops. Take out maybe 1 bone dragon. Definitely take out all 3 bone dragons. Oh, really? Huh, interesting. That answers my question, by the way. Can you curse a Titan? The answer is absolutely yes. That is going to be pretty important, I think. I'm very happy to know that. I'm hoping that that blood morale comes in handy soon. Wait a second. You lied to me. Look at this. How do I have blood morale, but my morale is only great? What? That is terrible. That's not right. That's wrong. I'm supposed to have max morale, and now my troops only have great morale. This is what matters. Irish luck, but only great morale because of the bone dragons, I'm sure. So I guess there is some penalty to bringing along the bone dragons. That actually does determine whether or not I have bone dragons long term or not. Wow. Stunning. What a stunning turn of events. I'm not worried about these skeletons. They're not gonna do anything. And even if they do, I'm getting rid of these bone dragons anyway. I don't care. I don't like them. Let's fight here. Fight here. Good. Good. Take out the... I don't want to use any more spell points unless it will prevent the enemy from running. Let's wait on this right now. 75 skeletons is pretty good. I just don't want to take any more damage from these 36 mutant zombies. Let's kill a whole stack. Oh, well. Shows you what I know. 61. Yeah, I think that we can clean this fight up with just a little bit of spells this turn, because this is going to do a lot. 8 zombies left. Titans will clean up here. Everybody else will clean up the mutant zombies. What? That was so close. That had to have been so close. And Dimitri was actually a very difficult hero. Wow. Oh my word. So Gwyneth has Dimension Door, right? We just saw her dimensioning dooring all over the place. She's not very tough. I'll accept those losses. I'm thinking right now. I figured that somebody picked up that troll bridge earlier. I wish that there was more trolls to be recruited there. I should have done that a long time ago. Let's get back in the boat. I'm a little bit flabbergasted. I need to keep Vitania away from this bullshit. My dear sweet wife is just in the corner, and I can feel her. I can feel her. What is that? It's not sad. What was the word, dear? Scalding. My wife was scalding me. She was scolding me, but she had a scalding demeanor, which I appreciate her very much. I need someone to keep good track of me. Interesting that there are giants here, but no titans. Although we've already seen titans from Phineas. So long as Phineas does not have a summoned boat, I will fly right past him, and eventually he'll have to come back to these stone liths. Let's land and cause a ruckus. If I can get this Artesian Spring on day 1 and double my spell points, I think I'm going to be pretty much impossible to stop. And if I travel by road, it looks like I'm not going to be able to get there in one turn. Maybe somebody else won't pick that up, though. Maybe somebody else will not. I don't really have anything for Vitania to do. Let's just have her kind of over here in a supporting position. I do want to get Flint back in the boat. Tell you what, Vitania needs to go back and ferry additional troops to the front. That's what she needs to do. Oh. I thought it was a dimension door. I'm very silly, and it's not a dimension door. It's actually just a summoned boat. My bad. My bad. I'm not worried about this town getting additional defenders. I am worried about Carlon heading out into the open water. Let's take out her. No problems, and we will scuttle the boat. It says she's going to flee. I'd prefer to not let her flee if at all possible, and maybe with some spells we can change things up. This stack of giants, 150, 600 would be 4. If we do a little bit of chip damage to these giants, 1 lightning bolt can later take them out. Let's just do that now. Just to make sure that we have no major problems. I plan on 1 lightning bolt being the end of these giants. In fact, I'm going to cast that lightning bolt now. It's probably going to hurt me because the enemy's going to say, "Whoa, buddy, excuse you," and I'll say, "Yeah, I know, my bad, my bad." 19 rocks can kill 2 Arc Magi, and I can definitely kill 5 halflings here. So actually, that was the right time to lightning bolt anyway. I thought in my mind for some reason I would end up doing that next turn. Logistics is very nice. I just realized there's this hero in the darkness here. It's still going to take me 3 turns to get to this spring. And if I try and go around, they're going to head me off before I get there anyway. I'm just going to have to hope that I'm the biggest, toughest guy out here. And now I can actually get there next turn if. So even if I exhaust all my spell points and most of my army by this unseen hero, I will still be able to get additional spell points next turn, and I should be able to roll through the enemy. If Aerie takes my boat, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, Vitania needs to move. By the way, one video that I have in mind at some point, some people might like, it's going to be me and I'm gonna be showing a person, Heroes of Might and Magic 2, somebody who's never played the game before. And that person's going to be my wife. And I think that's going to be kind of cute. I'm going to like it because I'm going to get to, you know, have some quality time with my wife. She's going to enjoy it because, well, she has never really played Heroes of Might and Magic 2, but she thinks that that'd be a fun idea as well. We're just going to have a nice fun time with it. I like to make videos that I think would be interesting, and that's a video I think would be interesting. Very worth noting as well, though. There's going to be an awful lot of wonderful stuff coming up in the future. This is very concerning. One of which is going to be a video that I'm going to be doing with Styson from the FHeroes2 server. He has done a tremendous amount of work on the Mage guilds and the spells. We're going to be talking about a lot of the different spells that you can get. We're going to be talking about a lot of the different, nuances with some of these spells. Traditional tier ranking sometimes will devolve into this kind of sense where you say, well, why do you need a fireball if there is a meteor shower in the game? And well, yeah, sure, but there are times where why would I want the 3rd level spell over the 4th level spell? I don't know. Maybe the spell points that it costs to cast that spell. Maybe it's the lower barrier to entry. I just need the basic wisdom instead of the advanced wisdom. Stuff like that. There's a lot of things that sometimes other tier rankings don't really capture because they say, well, this spell is better and therefore this spell is F tier and this spell is S tier. We're going to try and parse out some of those differences and take a little bit of a more I don't know the right word for it. It's going to be a different approach, though. There's nothing wrong with those people that do tier rankings in that regard, and I agree with them for most of the time. But I think that there's still some additional conversation that can be had about some of these spells. So that is another video that we can look forward to in the future, folks. We ran into this very tough hero that we had talked about. I had mentioned, I believe this is Phineas. I believe that we can still beat him, especially now that we have double the spell points. Let's use some spells and let's make some magical, wonderful, fantastic stuff happen. It ain't happening. 19 Titans? 19 Titans. Holy cow. Not to mention all these shooters I'm going to have to deal with. Yeah, I just don't have the troops for this fight. Wow, 46. 46. Goodness gracious. 7 attack, 6 defense, blood morale. See, and even there, his morale is only listed as great. Why is that? Okay. Things to consider. Not a lot of spells, or at least spell points. I'm looking at this mass curse because that's probably going to save me the most damage and help me lengthen out the fight as much as possible. And it's going to last forever. I think that we mass curse. And then I think that we start working on some of these troops that haven't gone yet. I'm not trying to focus on the stack of Titans. Right now, I don't think I'm going to be able to beat them. Do I have any kind of spells that I can use to, like, disable the Titans? No. You can't blind them. You can't paralyze them. You can't do much to them. You just have to deal with them, and I don't think I have the tools to deal with them. We're not going to lose Myra the Wizard. We are just going to end up waiting as long as we can, dealing with as many of these troops as we can before we move on and pick up the pieces later. This is very concerning. It's very concerning. Okay. This might be a time where our future plans are going to be to get higher levels of mage guilds, but for now, let's work on these war trolls. They have a high attack with 17 attack, but they also have way less hit points than these Titans, so we can have a higher effect with our turn by really just getting rid of a lot of these war trolls as quickly as possible. So let's do that. Good luck is nothing to sneeze at. Nothing to sneeze at. Let's try and get our Cyclops into this kind of position where they can maybe threaten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can't get that far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we go to here, we will at least threaten the Orc Chiefs next turn. And threatening is got some use. It's got some value to it. Bone Dragons across the battlefield will absolutely prevent the Titans. Well, the Titans are going to retaliate though, aren't they? And they're absolutely going to do 300 damage. And I'm only going to do 46 damage. How about I do that though? How about I fly across the battlefield and just suck up some more time? I don't think the Bone Dragons are going to do much else. So let's just wait. And then let's again focus on these. The Orc Chiefs haven't gone yet, and I could lose one more of those Titans. So let's do this. Okay. We have 108 spell points. We have 108 spell points. 562. That's a Titan every time. Or that's a whole ton of War Trolls. Let's just keep working on these War Trolls. Wait a second. Lightning Bolt does 281 damage. You know what that is? They have the Lightning Helm. They have the Lightning Helm. So my lightning spells are going to do basically the normal damage of what they should do. Yikes. Okay. There goes a very significant tool that I thought I had in my arsenal. I actually don't have that tool. 6 to 9. Yep, shield is a good deal there. Take out as many shooters as possible. I'll take the paralyze. It's not my favorite thing in the world. I just think that 46 Cyclops is going to eliminate this stack of rocks, and I don't want to take the retaliation from these Titans. I don't think that there's any sense in me doing anything but just trying to stay alive at the moment. Just for a moment. Okay, so Lightning Bolt is out, so I'll do, what, 261 damage with the Lightning Bolt or 300 damage with the Cold Ray. That doesn't feel right. That feels worse. Feels worse. Let's Cold Ray. You know what? Every Titan we take out is going to be good. I think I'm happy knowing that these Orc Chiefs aren't going to fight me anymore. Let's just now try and pour on damage on the Titans, on the shielded Titans. Let's focus on these Cyclops here. How about? That'll be worth my time. That'll be worth my time. Oof. I don't suppose I could trick the Cyclops into torching their own Titans. You used to be able to do that in the original, like, Heroes Gold AI. I don't know about that now. I do not know about that now. We'll see. We will see. 4 to 5. With good luck, we might kill all 8. Wow. Did you see that, actually? Titans only did 500 damage. I mean, I'm still going to lose this fight, but that actually bodes really, really well for me in the future. Really, it does. Granted, they are cursed. How many more turns? One more turn on that paralyze. Good luck. Always appreciated. Yeah, I was hoping maybe I could do something funky there, but it did not work out. Let's continue to Cold Ray. Actually, you know, maybe do I... Tell you what, if I had a steel skin, I would definitely use the steel skin on my Titans, but a stone skin, I don't think that that's going to move the needle as much as I would hope. Right now, every dead Titan is good for business. Every dead Titan is good for business. With that shield, though, I just don't want to attack him with that shield. I care a lot more about working on these Cyclops than I do these Ogre Lords. Okay, this is going to be the last round of combat we have. And the only reason is because I cannot guarantee that they're not going to get good morale. I cannot guarantee that they're not going to get lucky. I cannot guarantee that it's safe for me to stick around. Yep, I just can't guarantee it. And because I can't guarantee it, I must run. What? How much is it to surrender here? Titans are to save 3 Titans, that's plenty, right? How much is a Titan? 2 gems, and yeah, I'm going to surrender rather than run. I'll accept that. And we will quit the battlefield. But I don't mind. Let's see. They lost 4 Titans. They lost 17 Cyclops, 37 of these Orc Chiefs. They lost all their War Trolls. Not the best, but not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst. Okay. We're going to have the Tanya. Let's see. Jezebel's actually going to step out. Ah, what are you doing? Let's go back in here. And this is a time where, when I'd mentioned earlier, those Medusas, those other troops that were available, I was saying, well, maybe after I get devastated, I'll pick them up. This is that time where I'm considering that. This is where I'm considering picking up, you know, halflings over Archmagi, you know, leaving the Archmagi at home even to make sure that I have sufficient troops in other areas. Of course, we're going to pick up the Titans, you know, like, of course we are. But it's day three. But we're probably going to make an army out of like war trolls now that Flint has, and do a couple of other fun things that way. We must trade for gems because I've got to have better spells, more spells. No chain lightning because he's got a lightning helm. Berserker. I kind of wish I hadn't have gotten rid of all those Cyclops now because of Berserker. You bet that can turn the tide very quickly. And I know that they don't have the artifact that will prevent the Berserk spell because, oh no, it's the Pendant of Dispassion. And I do not have that. I thought for some reason I did. No, Pendant of Free Will? No, Pendant of Free Will does for Hypnotize. Okay. But for now, we're going to leave the Archmagi at home. We're just going to let that stack get bigger and bigger. We're going to wait one more day before we head back. Yep, going to wait one more day. Because we got to get the 5th level Mage Guild. Okay. So Flint is going to be able to drop off those troops midway through. And since Vitania is not going to be moving troops from the back to the front, it's her job now to go pick up additional troops. Yes, even the fire elementals who I disparaged because the good morale is not going to matter for them one way or the other, even they can prove useful for me. Even they. Let's see how lucky we can get with these spells. Tell you what, it's gonna take a little too much to trade anyway. Let's just wait a couple of days and pick up some more gems that way. I know that I'm immediately going to spend those gems on Titans, but I'll have additional things I can spend on. Summon boat. That's so satisfying to see your hero cross the entire ocean. The only thing I feel like I'm missing out on is this sulfur mine. Oh, there's a castle right there. I had no idea. I need to get some more. I need to get these wizards' towns. I might have had an opportunity and I might have already failed. I don't think I can withstand one more week's worth of growth. I really don't. Fire elementals 28. 28. Let me... No, that's going to leave me with... You know what? Let's get them. Let's get the fire elementals. And so that way we have troops. I'm worried that later I'll say, oh, I wish I'd had those troops when I no longer have them. And that'll be the worst thing. That will be the worst thing. Okay. We are going to get the 5th level Mage Guild. Vitania is fast enough. She can catch up with any additional stragglers. She really can. Just give her the opportunity. Let her do it. And then Flint, and then here. Let's wait till day 7. On day 7, we will get our 5th level Mage Guild. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, we're going to get our 5th level Mage Guild. We're going to hope it's good. I kind of hope it's not Dimension Door, though. Because if it's Dimension Door, we're not going to use it. Well then I ask you, what 5th level spell do you want? Resurrect True. You better believe I want Resurrect True. If I can get that, that's going to be worth it. There's many good spells that I can get that I'll be very happy for. Even a Summon Elemental. I'll take it. The only thing I don't want is Hypnotize, I think. Truly. Okay. 3. And 3. That should be just enough. What am I short on? I'm short on crystal. I need 2 more crystal. I'm just going to trade gold for crystal. Just going to trade gold for crystal. Get this 5th level Mage Guild. This could be game breaking. This could be huge. This could be bad. What did I say? What was the spell I wanted? It was Resurrect True. Why is Resurrect True such a good spell? Resurrect True is absolutely fitting of a 5th level Mage Guild because you immediately no longer have to worry about attrition. So long as you have enough spell points and enough spell power, you do not have to worry about losing troops. That last fight, if we had Resurrect True, I would have just duked it out, Titan to Titan forever. I would have shielded my Titans. I would have just done that fight forever. Since that first fight that we just lost a second ago, we've now picked up Berserker and Resurrect True. Dimension Door, I'm happy to have it just in case the enemy picks it up, but these 2 spells are game breaking, and they don't break the logistical spirit in the same way that Dimension Door and Town Portal does. Town Gate, I just realized, is not terrible. The reason being is because I've mentioned I will use Town Gate because it has enough limitations on it because it'll only return you to the closest town. You can't abuse it in that other way. Folks, I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling really good about this. Okay, it's day 7. Let's go here. And then Jezebel is actually going to step in the town, and then she's going to get the last set of troops here on day 1. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling this? Are you feeling the energy? I am reinvigorated. I got fire in my belly. I'm unstoppable. Feels good to get lucky. Okay. Okay. You know what? That month of the plague actually might have helped us a lot more than I gave it credit for at the time. And I know I mentioned like, oh, it's really good. No, it might have been really good. It might have been really good because I'm not seeing any major issues at this point with them anymore. Just not. I think I have 2. No, I get 1 soul for mine a day, so I'm not going to trade. I'll trade 1 sulfur. And I'll get these last 2 gems. Okay, so we picked up all of those. We'll pick up the last of the halflings. We will pick up... That's it. That's it for this town. I'm not gonna risk not having enough movement points. Jezebel might have been able to make that happen. I'm not gonna wait and find out. Okay, are there any artifacts actually that we need to hold on to for Myra? The answer is no. I think we're good. Okay, so that's fine. Myra is now heading up, and we are going to wage war on our enemies. We are going to wage war, and I'm not going to be stopped. All troops are going to meet right here, kind of in the middle of the ocean. That's where Flint will be. That's where everybody will be. Let's just head to here. Go on. As we get closer, I'll spend more. Interesting. I'm thrilled to see that. Ares not that tough, but I don't want to fight him if I can help it. Not at the moment, anyway. Let's have Vitania just meet up. And for now, I'm going to send these troops over. Heart of Ice, I'm glad I don't have that. Don't need the Hypnotize. Don't need the Luck. Okay. And then Vitania eventually will go back and bring troops to the front. Meanwhile, these knights have slowly been building up a significant stack of paladins and cavalries. I have not forgotten. I'm just not including them in my fighting force just yet. I think one more set with the barbarians, and then we should be able to kind of push forward. Is that a mistake? Get the champions. Why get the champions? They're a 7-speed creature. Get the champions. Don't think, just do it. Just trust me. We will eventually get the paladins. I think they'll be useful later anyway, but for now, get what you need. Pick up. Oh my gosh. I just don't have the resources. I'm going to get rid of the centaurs, but not the level 7 or the 6-speed creatures. I got boars here, though. What's my army going to be for Myra? Yes. 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 War Trolls. And Champions? I think that there will be enough War Trolls to make that stack worth it. I think that there will be. It'll be a lot of shooters, not a lot of flyers. I think it'll be worth it, though. I mean, I am starting to get meaningful stacks of wolves, though. 14 and 31. Starting to get meaningful stacks of wolves. I know I can reach him. I don't know if he knows he can reach me. We got 7,500 gold left. Let's pick up what we need to here. Let's pick up these. And let's actually just head just out of our way. Not all the way, but Ares not going to reach that far. If he does, I'll be very sad, but he won't reach that far. He won't. He better not. Okay. Oh, better not. Okay. So Vitania now has champions to move up to the front. Champions are going right there. Myra is easily going to win this fight. Enemy has fled. 41 halflings, though. It's probably going to be some spell damage, but I can't help that. Yeah, 5 spell power. I don't want to use a lot of my spells, by the way. I've got 72 points right now. I'm going to want to see if I can get that Artesian Spring again. But I can spend 150 here or here to try and take out some troops. Well, if you're going to spend 3, might as well spend 6 and just take out a whole stack. Those Grand Elves are probably what does in my halflings a little bit. Because I don't have Bone Dragons in my army now, my morale is back up the blood. That feels pretty good. Here we go. Single stack. Go across the battlefield. Ouch. And I lose 41 no matter what I do. Okay. Let's have Flint actually go back to here. 18. 18, 12, that's 30. I think, you know what? I think I just kind of want the meat. The Cyclops are expensive. I think I'm just going to want the Ogre Lords actually over the War Trolls even. I think so. You'd think I'd be able to make a decision, but nope. I cannot. Let's move everybody over, though. Like that. And send Flint back down. Myra continues her journey. Flint will catch her partway through. Okay, and on to the next turn. This is really turning into something of a logistical headache. It might not be fun to watch, but as I'm marshaling my troops forward, I really think that that's where a lot of my advantage must be found. Sabu is just, he could land somewhere and be a little bit of a threat anyway. But yeah, I think that because I'm so far behind, it really is going to be important for me to try and get ahead in whatever way I can. 16 War Trolls over the 93 Halflings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, that's not a terrible army. It's not a terrible army. 9 Titans. It's not a terrible army. I want to land on the road so that way I can get myself as close to that Artesian Spring as possible in one turn. As close as possible. And I need to pick up a couple of towns this week, hopefully before the end of the week. My next group of purchases is going to be for these paladins. I'm going to stop buying Cyclops because they cost a lot of crystal. I'm going to stop doing that for now, and I will come back and buy them up later. But for now, I need to really press my advantage where I can, and my advantage is in other troops. Quit doing that. You're scaring me and I don't like change. Let's sleep here, go back here. I must remember not to get attacked by Sabu here. I can already tell you, there's a good chance I'm going to forget. Gwyneth is looking kind of tasty. I don't want her to get on the high seas. I don't want her to get into my backline. I want to take her out right now. And if I have enough movement points to land, I will. I won't have enough movement points. You got to pick one or the other. It'll be day 6 when I land. It'll be day 7. I think that that's actually the better decision. I do. The enemy has fled. Let's make sure she does not flee. And let's use whatever spell points is necessary to make that happen. Because I think that I'll be able to get into the enemy pretty deep into their territory. Enough to get the Artesian Spring. Let's just simplify, take out whole stacks of creatures. Let's go into kind of this middle ground area. Take the retaliation there. Take out the stack. And then Arc Magi. I can do more damage to the steel golems because they have a lower defense than the giants, and there's a chance I'll cold ray the giants. Okay, well, that's how that goes anyway. A good decision on their part. Okay, so it is day 5. It is now day 6. Can I reach her on day 7? I will not be able to. And I'm not going to be able to get the Artesian Spring, but I'll be able to take out this town. I'll be able to get the mercenary camp, maybe the witch's hut, witch doctor, and then when I visit the Artesian Spring on day 1, I should have enough spells. I cannot cast any more spells just in case somebody pops out of the darkness and actually does attack me, though. That is highly concerning. Highly concerning. Flint is level 3. Barak is level 1. I'm going to switch here. Barak's going to go down, and Flint is going to try and defend this town should Sabu choose to land. We did see somebody come out of the teleporter there. I hope he's probably going to pick up all those Medusas. Maybe that's not going to be bad for me. Maybe that won't be so bad. Atlas is mine. Glorious victory, no losses. Basic ballistics. We talked earlier about how that was one of the spells one of the skills I'd really wanted. That can be very, very, very valuable. Let's just see if there's anything in here I need. Steel skin. I need the steel skin. I need the steel skin. Let's pop in, pick up the steel skin. And then I want the witch doctor's hut. So when I visit the Artesian Spring, I can get another 20 spell points, basically. That's an extra 1 true resurrect. But I don't want to get so close to whatever enemy is lurking here in the darkness. I would rather play it safe and pick up the 1 attack. And then bounce and bounce. And take out Roxanne the next turn. That's my hope. That's my plan. There can be somebody popping out of these stone liths. It won't be Natasha, though. Okay. Okay. This feels okay. This feels okay. Yep, this is fine. This is fine. It's nice to see a plan come together. And with 140 spell points, we are in good shape. 3 war trolls. I'm not going to fight that fight. I think that that's as good as I'm going to do. Hopefully I can get into the town. I cannot. I cannot. Let's see. Phoenixes are probably going to get integrated in my army after the champions go down. Just because, again, they're an ultra-fast creature. There's some options with the mage guilds, but I think I have the spells that I need. And I don't know about these towns, how well I'm going to be able to hold them. It might be this kind of back and forth tug of war. I may have to just cut my losses where I must. Next turn, I might be able to get to Natasha. Might. Unlikely, but it's a possibility. Let's have Jezebel start to ferry troops to the front. Every single time that there's 3 Titans available, I want to get them. Absolutely, I want to get them. I think the Phoenixes will fill the role of flyers. Let's save the rocks for now. I don't know if they're going to be important for my troops later or not. Let's get the Magi. Let's get the Titans. Let's head here, and we will pick up whatever champions Dawn can provide. You know, every little bit helps. And actually, this army is big enough that I can probably ambush Sabu. I think so. Vitania is what, level 2? She's not great, but neither is Sabu. Okay. We're going to actually go back because the threat has abated. Sabu went and picked up Medusa instead of kind of heading my way. Yellow is something of a thorn in my side. The closer we stay to here, the better, I think. I don't know how soon it'll take for Sabu to see me or not. Sleep here, back home. Sleep. Do I need to go into this town? Spells, visions. Visions is essentially not required anymore because we have the magic ball. Well, it predicts the likely outcome of an encounter with a neutral army camp. Yeah, I think that happens with that. I don't think I have a haste, though. Crazy enough, I don't think I have a haste. I do have a haste. Let's pop in just in case. It'll take 2 movement points just to make sure that there's nothing crazy going on here. Every additional town I get, by the way, is really excellent because then I trade better with my mage guilds or with my marketplaces, excuse me. This town is my next priority. I don't want Falagar to hop in the boat, but I don't care about a throng of goblins. Do I take out Natasha? Difficult to say. Purchase all these troops. I know that I'm low on gold, but I don't want to just lose that town for nothing. Tell you what, I'm going to go here on the road. I'm going to purchase a new hero. It will be probably Halon. Yep, it'll be Halon the Wizard because he's got the fast boars. Drop off the halflings. And then he's just going to see what's here to the south. And that I'm very glad I did that with him because I would not have known that this is an alternate route into this territory. Does that change? Do we path this way or do we path this way? I think we path this way because I think we path this way. Yeah, I'm okay with that decision. I'm okay with that decision. Sleep. All right, and then we just stay put. Your forces suffer a bitter defeat. I'll accept it. I don't got the time to worry. I do not have the time. You're telling me I'm going to lose 2 titans? No. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm not losing 2 titans. 7 attack, 4 defense. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just don't lose your titans. Oof. Wow. Okay, already this is feeling pretty bad. I don't have any offensive spells. Should I just bless? With no attack. With no attack, but I have no other spells to do. I could slow probably the stack of goblins. How many goblins do I kill at a time? 40 to 60? Let's just make sure that from here on out, we're doing max damage with these titans. And let's make sure that we take out their scary shooter. Magi can do just as good of a job working on goblins as anyone else can. I'm probably going to end up slowing these Medusa next turn. Probably. A little bit of a defensive position. Actually, should I bless the Magi? Nah. The slow will be better, I think. 1, 2. I would expect like a haste or a cure or something to come out here. No guarantees, though. I'm very fine with that. I'm super good with that. These goblins are actually just kind of a little bit frustrating, especially since we've already got the steel skin here. Let's just focus on the troops that can be concerning and make sure that they just never become a problem. Nice. Let's do that. Yeah, already it feels like I'm fighting this battle much better than the computer did. Much better. Might as well just take out one troop here. I like that decision to continually disrupting, right, the Titans. Thing is that I don't ever plan on you touching me. I don't think that your Medusa are ever going to get a single hit on me. Now I'm going to bless the Magi. Oh, my bless wore off on my Titans already. Well, Vitania is, after all, only a level 2 creature. There goes the Steel Skin. That's nice. That's the special ability for the Arc Magi kicking in. We're going to... 1, 2. Either way, it's not going to matter. Let's have the dwarves go there. Should we attack? No, we're just going to run. Slow. This terrain's going to be pretty nice. Start blasting them, skipping them. Yeah. Then bless again here. Wait. Attack. Attack. Wait. If you kill one, I'm gonna be so mad. Alright, good. Yeah, Medusas are a really tough unit, and they really have my admiration. As far as the different troops you can possibly pick up on the adventure map, some are just more worth it than others, and some are more worth it at different times. A huge stack of air elementals, for example. I would rather have air elementals than Medusas in large quantities, because then it's a big enough stack that you can justify blessing them and making good use of their damage. In small stacks, though, not so much. And what I'm trying to get at here is that it really just depends. It's highly circumstantial. Highly circumstantial. And I know that that's the answer for everything. Like, oh yeah, of course, it always depends. That's kind of the way it works. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's very true in this instance. Halon is going to go through this stone lith as soon as possible. 3 more war trolls. I'll allow it. And I'm going to hop in. There's giants. There's Arc Magi. This is feeling much better. And we now have enough taverns that we can see everything. Phineas is still out there somewhere in the darkness, just being all scary and stuff. I think Green only has one more town. Yeah, number of castles. Green has, I'm guessing, only one more town. Purple's only working off of 1 town. Oh my gosh. Number of castles? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As does red, as does yellow. Yikes. How do you fit that many castles into this small space? How do you do it? How do you do it? Okay. We've got a good foothold though, and they must come through these stone liths to come and get me. I've got to get a hero through those stone liths just to see what's on the other side. Any advanced warning I can get is going to be critical. Absolutely critical. In fact, I'm worried that that's going to happen right now, and I'm not going to be able to bust my way through. It's worth it to me to move Halon out of the way 1 step, move Myra into an attacking position, and then back to the castle just so we can see what's on the other side. That's worth my time. 3 Ogre Lords, I will accept those losses, especially since it was a glorious victory. I don't know how I lost that little, but I will take it. Expert Logistics, the Ballistics. Wow, that was terrific. The AI just said, yeah, you know what, dude, you're going to win. Like, just take my lunch money and go. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so good. There's Crag Hack. He's Yellow's toughest hero. Why is he not moved? Why has Crag Hack not moved? Purple? There's Phineas. You know what? Hold on. Do I have auto-resolve battles with spells. I want auto-resolve with no spells. How long has that been on? That is terrifying. Because I had so many spell points because of the Artesian Spring. Now, not so much. I would like to stay in this town. Well, the Artesian Spring fills up once a week. I'd like to stay in this town, but we have enough spell points to do our damage here before the end of the week and pop into the Artesian Spring before we have to deal with Phineas again anyway. Yeah, I don't know how long that's been on, but ugh, hurts my heart. I'm glad I discovered it before it absolutely became devastating, though. Okay. Crag Hack is on the move. I thought that Crag Hack was just going to stay put. And just like, wow, just like chum in the ocean surrounded by sharks, Halon has drawn all this attention. I want him to just get as far as he can. Problem is he just can't get far enough. And purple is coming for me, and they've got multiple good heroes. Multiple good heroes. It was the right decision to start running now. We're not going to be able to hold this town. And is it worth it to pull the giants? It's not. It's not. Not with this army I currently have. I think what I am going to do, though, I'm going to pick this up just because it's annoying me. I think what I am going to do is I'm going to try and save whatever troops I can here by purchasing another hero. It will be Wraithmont. And we're just going to pick up these troops and these troops. The likelihood that I upgrade these giants is low, but it's possible. It's possible. And then actually, all my troops here are really fast except for these centaurs. I guess that the giants are just average. Oh well, we tried. Let's see, Vitania was really just here to make sure that Falagar didn't jump into the ocean. What I might do, because I want to get this town before the end of the... No, I'm not going to have a Tanya fight as a level 3 hero. I'm not going to have her fight Natasha, Green's strongest hero. I'm not going to do it. Will not work. That's the end of this turn, though. Let's see how bad the enemy wants me. Oh, buddy, they want me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they want me. Imagine how different the scenario would play out if purple and yellow were not allied, though. The answer is very, very different. We're not going to be able to hold this territory, I don't think. Maybe green was doing me a favor. Since they were allied, maybe by having green holding these towns, that meant that yellow or purple did not get these towns and was not able to just do insane things with them. Yeah, but yellow is coming, and I don't think I actually want to fight these fights. Definitely not back-to-back, and definitely not before I get additional spells. So let's try and... let's have Wraithmont go this way. Via road, he'll be able to drop off these creatures into Vitania. She'll be able to take it from there. And I'm not going to be able to get back to these stone liths. Let's hop in the boat, and then we will land over here, deal with Natasha, and vanquish green. So we're in waiting here, we're in waiting there. I wish I could do something similar. Is it worth just recruiting phoenixes in such small numbers? Not while I still have champions. I will get them just because I don't want the enemy to have them, but I'm not going to purchase a hero and move them to Wraithmont. Oh, yes, you are. Don't lie to me. No, man, it's just not worth it. Yeah, you're going to do it, though. Yeah, okay, all right, fine. That little bit of internal dialogue, by the way, was actually for your benefit, not mine. I don't actually need to have that conversation with myself. Not fully, at least. A little bit never hurts, but too much is always concerning. I'll always take Arc Magi over War Trolls just because there's a little bit extra. You have the Dispel Beneficiary Spells deal. The stats are basically comparable. War Trolls are a little bit more defensive-minded, though, in the sense that they have their HP regeneration. Otherwise, their stats across the board are just much lower, minus the 5 hit points. Yeah, War Trolls are just not as good as the Arc Magi are. Yellow is coming. They're coming very quickly, in fact. But we make it out by the skin of our teeth. We'll trade troops there, and Jacqueline will go into the stone Liths just for fun. Wraithmont will get to the edge here. I gotta do this carefully. Myra needs to move out of the way and land. Trade here. Move everything over except for, sure, one rock. Okay. Okay. And then Vitania, I think, must head back because she's the fastest hero I have, and she can move troops from the front to the back very quickly. These Crusaders are going to be good. I hope that we don't lose whichever hero that was. Jacqueline? Wraithmont? Yeah, it looks like Natasha is just staying put. And again, maybe it would be better if I did not take out green entirely, because then those castles and their growth are not in the hands of bigger, badder, stronger enemies. But I rarely is it a better idea to just not defeat an enemy, to not vanquish a foe. I don't care about Halon. I've defeated some pretty good heroes. I'm hoping that maybe they'll pop up again at a later date. I don't plan on using any of these Necromancer troops for my ultimate army, but it is kind of worth noting that it's at least on the table. If the numbers get into a high enough stack, it's at least on the table. Everybody loves to pick up freebies. And I am no different. I'm going to summon boat again. I think now is the time to pick up, yeah, level 16. Now is the time to pick up this Tree of Knowledge. We'll summon our boat down here, and that'll help us escape just a little bit quicker. Otherwise, you know what? If they don't have any boats, you can always build a new ship there, but if I don't build the ship, will the AI build the ship? Has the AI learned how to build ships yet? That is a very silly way of thinking. But it is a thought anyway. Okay. We're going to have Jezebel. I am going to upgrade these Titans. Every little bit is going to help. Every little bit will help. I think I'm going to take the War Trolls. No, I'm going to keep everything else there. Jezebel's just going to have to take 2 turns to ferry troops back and forth. We might as well just see what's here. Mass Curse, okay. And Jacqueline, let's have her just go back. 21 Titans, 73 Cyclops. We are going to have Jacqueline dive into this boat. If you want to come on the high seas, you are going to have to build the boat yourself. When you kill Jacqueline, that will scuttle this boat. And I will for sure have another boat somewhere, this boat at least, that I can use for Myra. That was close. I need 10 gems. You loser. We traded such a good clip though. I'm not too worried about it. I should have traded. I should have traded when I still had these 2 extra towns. I knew that I would need to at some point to trade, but I didn't take that opportunity. 3 towns. 3 towns. I could have traded so much better. That is a very poor planning instance on my part. Oh, wait. Gotta go back. Yep, 7,500 experience. That's +1 spell power. That'll give us... We'll take the ballistics. Take the ballistics. Okay. We are running out of boats, though. We do have one place that we can purchase boats, though. That's how that works. So these boats that were just sitting here, the thematic boats in the beginning, the enemy can actually summon those boats. What? Thankfully, it was yellow, which I think is a easier hero to deal with than purple. But I just learned something very, very much new. That boats that have never been claimed by anybody, they can just be sent up to the front. Who would have guessed? I had no idea. No idea. Let's quit clicking on the orchard and let's instead trade for the additional gems that we need. It's day 3. Here's these. Let's save everything else. I was thinking about the rocks, but with 1,600 gold left, it's not happening. We're unfortunately only 1 movement point away. We will have to set out next turn. Otherwise, we should have at least 1 boat of our own. Let's summon that. I'm saving the crystal because I know that Crusaders are going to be good at some point soon. They're going to be good at some point soon. The enemy summoned the boat. Now they landed. If purple picks up the boat that yellow summoned, I will know that the world is conspiring against me. Right now, it's only a vague suspicion that that's what's happening, but that would absolutely confirm it. These enemies, though, are... I think I can win against a lot of these heroes. That sucks that these are going to combine. But I think I can actually win against a lot of these heroes if I can have enough spell points and press my advantages where I have them. We're just going to go to right here. We'll consider what troops to bring over once we combine next turn, and then we'll head back. Very quickly, I think that we're going to see that I have wasted way too much time. Month 3, week 3, and they've got more castles than I do. Every week of growth is more time for me to just lose. And I know that, and I knew that 10 minutes ago. I knew that half an hour ago. I knew that. I've known that. But for some reason, I haven't done much to change my fortunes, so to speak. 14 Cyclops. It's getting pretty good. It's getting looking like a pretty good stack. Wait, who's in the water? Flint? That's correct. Okay. I didn't pick up champions on the way back. That's okay. Let's fight with this army. Let's deplete it with the exception of the Titans. I can lose everything else and I'll have more troops to replenish that with soon. But only if I'm able to get enough spell points to really make that work. Let's not land up here. I don't want to deal with... I mean, that's not where their strength is at the moment. Their strength is right here. Let's see what Phineas does. Let us see what Phineas does. Let's sleep some of our other heroes. Put everybody back in position for another day, including Vitania. I think I take this fight right now. Oh, they built a boat. The enemy built a boat. Yellow just built a boat. I swear that yellow just built a boat for purple. I swear that they did. Did you see that? That feels dirty. You dirty dogs. I can win this fight. I'm pretty sure that yellow has explored this far. If, and this is a very big if, expert logistics, expert pathfinding, I'll be just as good or better than Phineas at navigating this water or this cracked earth terrain. I might be able to fight this fight. He hops in the boat, I land, and then while it takes him one additional turn to land back again, I slip past him into the Artesian Spring and go from there. I think that that's very plausible, and I think that that's a good strategy. I think that's a very good use of my time. Very good use of my time. Okay. Before I forget, I need to do this now. I need to get the upgraded cathedral. These Crusaders at 1,000 gold apiece are going to be very cost efficient very soon. I think they already are, but I'm actually trying to lose some troops. I'm trying to fight some big fights, so that way my next wave of good, meaningful troops can come in here. These 26 fire elementals, I just want them to take some hits and, you know, be useful for a little bit. I just need them to be useful for a little bit so that my better troops later can actually come in and set the tone. But right now I need to I need to press forward where I can. Okay, that worked out perfectly. That was my hope. Phineas is now in the water. I am now on the land. Oh, real quick. 76, 43, 108, 200, but only a level 4 hero with Crag Hack. Being level 16 now with Myra is feeling pretty good. It's feeling really pretty good. We are a load. I don't think that we take the time to deal with that town. I think that we are going to run right past as Phineas decides to land. I'm guessing he will. There's no guarantees, though. So let's do this. Yep. So far, everything is going according to plan, and I'm guessing that I'm faster than him. I am not going to be able to get this Artesian Spring, but I'm guessing that I am faster than he is. His slowest troop is level 4 Ogre Lord. That's the same as mine. You know what? This is going to sound a little bit crazy. I think I actually have to travel to the end of this road to make sure he can't catch me. It's more important that he can't catch me at the moment. And then I have to hope that Ektor and Crag Hack don't hop on this Artesian Spring. Because I cannot get to the Artesian Spring this turn. Even if I fight Ektor, I will be out of movement points. So I cannot get the Artesian Spring here. I have to hope that they're not going to get it anyway. If I fight Ektor, then I may not be far enough away from Phineas, and it may be a moot point anyway. This feels weird to do this. This feels wrong, but it's the right choice. I will be writing my thesis on why that was a good choice later, but for now, just trust me. There we go. See? Okay. It looks like I had less to worry about because of the logistics. I'm guessing the Phineas does not have logistics. So I was able to move through in a better way. We're going to fight this fight. We're going to get all these spell points. That is going to be 160. I'd love to take out Crag Hack too. You know, just kind of like nuke down whatever troops they have. I really would like to get rid of Ektor, but Phineas is my main priority. Let's take him out first as much as possible. We're going to lose. We're going to surrender with as many of our Titans remaining as possible. And then we will come on back. Do we have enough gold to rehire? Do I have enough? Hold on. Do I have enough money to make this worth my time? This is not just a hit and run time. Not in these amounts of Titans, because you're not going to be able to repurchase this many Titans. If you lose every other troop on this battlefield and you still have 18 Titans, that's still going to be so much gold. Yeah, I've got a lot of gold. I've got a lot of gold. I think I can still do it. He's only got 20 spell points. I think I can do this fight. Fix Fox, you're crazy. Crazy like a fox. Okay. And the computer says that we are absolutely devastated. I understand. Wow, he was able to recoup all those war trolls that we'd killed before. Like all of them. I have an ace up my sleeve. That ace up my sleeve is my Berserker. I'm going to take a ton of damage from these Titans. 23 attack skill, 27 defense. I'm going to take a lot of damage. But then I'm going to Berserk the Cyclops, and I'm going to hope that they go up instead of down. Even if they go down, though, it's still going to be worth my time. I'm going to keep Berserking these Cyclops, and I'm going to keep Resurrecting True, whatever else I can, because, hey, with 16 spell power, I'm going to be able to Resurrect True 800 hit points worth of animal. More than 2.5 Titans. Every time. Every time. I wish that the champions were in a better position to threaten these war trolls. I want to stay far, far away from these Cyclops that are going to be an absolute terror in just a little bit. As it stands, there's not much I can do at the moment. So let's move here. They shielded their Titans. They only were able to kill one Titan at a time. That's great. We will work on everything else. And next in the turn order is these 73 Cyclops. "16 turns? I didn't know it lasted. I didn't know that's how it worked. I did not know that that's how that worked. I'm very glad that that's how that works, though. Whatever damage I can do, let's focus on the War Trolls. They have the highest attack skill. They're going to therefore do the most damage to my most valuable troops. There goes 10 of the Cyclops, but there goes 3 of the Titans. Are you seeing the strategy? Yes, we are. We did incredible with that Mage Guild. It cannot be understated how great we did with that Mage Guild. We're coming in to threaten these, probably these Orc Chiefs. Yeah, Berserker only lasts 1 turn. It's 1 attack. It's 16 turns of just wandering around trying to find a target before it will just naturally expire. But after it happens once, it's done in that regard. So let's just move into a preparatory step. I'm always going to be able to go right before the Cyclops. So let's save the champions. This is so many Ogre Lords. Let's just wait. A shield there, fine by me. Yep, fine by me. I think one more shot, yeah, with these Titans. Oh, get out of town. Get out of town. 1700 damage. Oh, look at that. That's really nice to see. And so even though I'm not actually attacking these Titans, we're equalizing pretty quickly. And again, I've got 136 spell points. I'm going to be just fine. I think I actually go into a pure defensive. I want to get rid of the fire elementals, right? They can move 5 speed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's move to right here. They might get attacked. Okay. Let's get the, I'm not going to take the retaliation here. I'm just going to move around because I do want to threaten these Orc Chiefs, but I do want to save these champions for at least another round of combat. There's a haste. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. All right. That's understandable. Have a nice day. If I back off completely, though, well, he's got 11 spell points. He's not going to be able to do that for much longer. He's not going to be able to do that for much longer. Maybe I just do a healthy dispel. Is there a better spell I can cast at this point? I mean, I could Berserker the Orc Chiefs, but I gotta take care of those spells. If I attack here, maybe I will get the 20% chance to dispel beneficial spells, and they will have 2 spells drop off. That would be incredible luck. Incredible luck. Ah! Ah! Welcome to my YouTube highlight montage. This is Fix Fox. I'm coming at you, and I'm saying to me, man, we get lucky here all the time. You think that we have got bad luck? No, man, it's good luck. There's nothing but sunshines, daisies, unicorns, and rainbows. Wait a second. I'm not sorceresses. I don't like unicorns. Unicorns are dead. And in fact, in this case, as you can obviously see, we've used up all of our luck. We have no more good luck. There's no more good luck to be had. I don't expect any more good luck. If good things happen to me in the future, so be it. But for now, the Cyclops no longer are hasted. And that's great because we needed to deal with that haste somehow. We really did. We had to. I cannot guarantee that these Ogre Lords will attack their troops instead of mine. And I can't get mine out of the way. Now is maybe a good time to just cast Bless. It's going to last for 16 turns of combat, right? 16 turns. It's always going to be useful. But I do have the Steel Skin now too. Yeah, but I'm going to have some good bonus damage as well. Let's cast the Bless. And the Bless is actually going to go a long way against these Orc Chiefs. It's going to go a long way. Okay, let's do that. Thank you for being cool with my outbursts. But that was a really exciting moment. That was everything I wanted it to be and more. So, anyway, no regrets. I have no regrets anyway. Maybe you do. I don't. Let's see what they do here. 11 spell points left. Shield, reapply, not bad. I am going to cast Berserk one more time. And then those Ogre Lords are probably going to go down. I'll see if I can get the Fire Elementals out of the way. They're probably going to go down, though. Probably going to go down. Let's take out some of these ranged troops. And pretty soon we're going to have to start Steelskin and Resurrecting True these Titans. It's an unfortunate reality, but it is a reality. So those Berserkers are doing us very good, but pretty soon we're going to have to do a little bit more to really move the needle. Okay. Let's get the champions up here just so we can threaten moving forward. We have our spells. I do think that we cast one more Steelskin. He might have a Dispel, but I do think that we cast the Steelskin here. And then we're going to Resurrect True, and the AI is going to say, what are you doing? This isn't funny anymore. It wasn't really funny before, but please stop. Oh, good thing we cast that Steelskin. Yeah, but since we have no melee penalty, we're going to be just fine with that. I would prefer to... I'm going to take a beating. 21 defense, 23 attack. That's not going to be terrible, but let me take out as many of these Orc Chieftains as possible. I'm still trying to kill whole stacks where I can. But now I see the funny side. Now we see where things are at. If we can, we're going to need to attack these Titans anyway. Every 20% chance of good luck we get, I'm feeling all the better. So let's just continue to do that. I like that the Ogre Lords came back for the champions. I like that personally. That's what I like to see. Continue. How many can I kill? 3. Seven. Oh, I thought that maybe they'd go down there. They do not. I'm going to use the Arc Magi to clear the Titans' way. And I'm officially gaining Titans faster than I'm losing them. We only have 70 spell points left. That's 4 more. That's 4 more of these Resurrect Trues. That's a good Dispel. That was a very good Dispel. I do need to deal with these Ogre Lords. I've got, what, 19 shots left? There's a shield here. There's no shield here. We still need to deal with them, so let's pump out the damage where we can. I think that we do reapply that Steelskin. Because any extra damage that we mitigate is more damage that we don't have to deal with later. Or less hit points that we have to heal later. Or Resurrect True later. Let's continue to just pile it on. Tell you what, this Battle Garb of Andrin is just terrific. 15 shots left. We are doing okay. We're doing okay. Here's the Bless again. And now it will be 4 more Resurrect Trues. It's thin margins, but we're making this happen. At some point, I'm going to have to deal with these Orc Chieftains. It's such a waste. It's such a waste, but I cannot allow them to run. What's the chance that they run? We're just trying to win this fight. There's no guarantees at this point that you win this fight. Win the fight first and then worry about everything else later. Because the Titans are up and available, this will be the best chance I have to take out one whole Titan. Ouch, that hurts. Actually, it hurts, but I'll be fine. Resurrect True. And we're just going to Resurrect True a couple more times. Deal with the Ogre Lords, and then we can keep our bombardment up. Good luck is always appreciated. Wow. Maybe I can kill 8 here. No, I cannot. So because I can't kill 8 here, because these Titans are going to have to deal with those Ogre Lords, let's just take a moment and deal with these Orc Chieftains. We've mentioned that we needed to. Let's just do it now. And now we're going to win this fight. Gonna win this fight. In fact, this would be actually they're not going to run, but if they were going to run, it would actually be kind of bad, because I think I've still got, how many Titans did I start this battle with? I started with 18 and I got 14 now. I'm going to probably end with 12. Is probably what I'm guessing. I'm probably going to end with, no, probably more like 15. Probably going to end with 15. Because pretty soon, I've already equalized the fight. If I had more of these Resurrect Trues, I would use every single one of them. But those Steel Skins and those Blesses are absolutely the way to go. And this is actually the argument, I think, for which is better, Titan or Black Dragon. You can buff a Titan. You can't buff a Black Dragon. Simple as that. You can buff a Titan, but you cannot buff a Black Dragon. And obviously in this fight, that was the game winner. You can't resurrect true a Black Dragon. So while Black Dragons have so much good functionality and they're not going to have to deal with all these negative spells, they're absolutely going to step through all the other trash, and they can carry you a fight. These Titans can over Black Dragons. Folks, we just beat Phineas the Barbarian. 8 attacks, 7 defense, 3 spell power, 2 knowledge, great morale, good luck. He's got no more spell points. I am going to finish this fight with 15 Titans. I'm going to lose 3 Titans, 26 Fire Elementals, 38 Ogre Lords, 28 Champions, and 2 of these, no Arc Magi. But otherwise, we overcome 27 Titans, 73 Cyclops, 234 Orc Chieftains, 135 Ogre Lords, and 62 War Trolls. And we get 28,000 experience? What artifacts do we get? Please tell me I get some good artifacts. I know he has the Lightning Helm. I know that for sure. There's the Lightning Helm. What else? Nothing else. Okay, +1 defense skill, +1 spell power, +1 attack. Feels pretty good. Okay. Ooh, buddy. And we know that was the only artifact he had because there's still 1 slot left. The Artesian Spring is not going to replenish for some time. I think that my army is still tough enough that I don't have to worry about Crag Hack or Ekdor, but I don't want to risk it. I'm gonna head down this road, and I'm going to take this town, stay overnight, and then I will come back and I'm going to kill all of you. You don't have a choice. If he tries to fight me here, that's actually bad. That's actually very bad if he tries to fight me there. Now I am faster. I am faster. I am faster. And so I could potentially just run around him until I get tired of running. There's more troops coming up, but I just have to deal with this army. I just want to make sure I have spell points to deal with this army. I really do. Every day I wait is an extra 4 spell points. And eventually I can probably end it. I can literally run circles around him because I have the expert logistics and I have very fast troops. 6 speed. And your slowest troop is a speed 4. I can run circles around you and I'm going to. I don't have to fight you. Not if I don't want to. I choose the weather. Yeah, I choose the weather. In fact, I've even got time to do things like go out of my way to get a sawmill, for goodness sakes. Should I fight a fight like this? It's a level 1 hero. Am I going to lose any troops? I might lose some Arc Magi. Yeah, but then I'll get a town. It should be free. It's free. 4,000 experience. We'll take it. You know what? He's not going to be able to get from here to here. We're going to go in here. We're going to sit in the Mage Guild overnight. We're going to have all these spell points. There are 6 more Titans I can get here. It's costly, but I can get them. Okay. I was literally going to run around and then end on day 1 here and then turn around and fight him. This works just as well for me because he cannot reach me here. No doubt, he cannot reach me here. I was only running from you because I wanted to make sure that I was okay, buddy. But now I'm asking myself, are you okay? I don't think this scenario is won by any means. Here's why. We have not seen red yet. We haven't had to deal with red, and we said that red was going to be the toughest. We can clean out yellow, we can clean out purple, but so long as red is a thing, we're going to have a real bad time. We have 80 spell points. That is 4 Resurrect Trues and then a couple of other stuff, but I think that that's going to be enough. I'm going to keep my Titans in one stack. I am going to split the Arc Magi though. I'm gonna have the Titans in the middle, Arc Magi, some at the bottom, some at the top. And in fact, I'm even going to do it like this. I'm going to have a couple of individuals. Why is that useful? Well, there's a 20% chance to dispel beneficial spells. And so maybe that's a shot here and a shot there. And maybe I dispel a really nice spell that they have. I can see that happening. Let's fight this fight. Let's fight this fight. Oh no, we lose. Psych. Yeah, with 20 spell points, I'm still expecting Craghack to have a good mix of spells, but I anticipate that this will actually go pretty well for us. It looks like all of my troops are going to go, and then their troops. So I'm going to have to take out these war trolls first, unless I berserk the war trolls. Let me focus on these Cyclops. Well, seven attack, 6 defense. I can mitigate the damage from the war trolls and do damage to their troops if I just berserk. But that will cost me basically 1 Resurrect True. I think I'm better off making sure that my stack of Titans stays healthy and alive. And if I lose all the Arc Magi, oh well. So with 80 points, that's a steel skin here. And who even cares what else we do? Who even cares? 8 or 11. Let's kill the highest. The reason why we prioritize the higher attack skill is because that's potentially an extra 70% damage between the war trolls and the orc chieftains, just because of the way that the damage interactions work. And so, especially when I have one very high defense creature, the higher attack skill is going to actually come in handy for these enemies in a big way. There's a lot of ground troops coming my way very, very quickly, by the way. Have we noticed this? Are we aware? We're going to use a mass curse at some point. He can probably dispel a couple of troops here and there, but I think that a mass curse is going to be worth 1 Resurrect True. In the same way that we Steel Skin, it's going to just mitigate a lot of damage. So let's do that now. It's going to last forever, so let's just mitigate some of this damage before it becomes a thing. And then everything else is still going to be 3. It's still going to be 3. Whatchamacallits? Resurrect Trues. Let's see if we can get rid of the Dispel. Maybe we can. I don't know. Nope. And the Bless is really good for them because it actually completely counteracts that curse. It was a good choice. We're going to see if we can get rid of that, though. I do want to Bless. I'm only going to have, well... I can use 2 Resurrect Trues, and I can still use a lot of kind of peripheral spells. Bloodlusts on my troops and things like that. A Disrupting Ray here, maybe. Is that my best bet? Or do you just want to try and save as many troops as possible? I think that with the Steel Skin, I just want to save as many troops as possible. I'll do whatever damage I do. Let's just plan on having 3 Resurrect Trues. That's gonna be my best thing. That will be my best thing. And let's just try and dispel this spell. Terrific. Okay. And then at this point, it's weird because the unicorns are faster, but the Cyclops are gonna do more damage. Who do you go after? Tough to say. 20% chance to blind. That could be very bad, actually. Let's focus on the unicorns. And let's actually spread out our troops where we can. Let's go here. Trying to use terrain to our advantage. I truly do not want to waste any turns by having to deal with these troops. Okay, so we're down to 13 Titans. We started off with 15, so we should wait to resurrect True for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. You know, if my Archmagi start to take out these Orc Chiefs, that would probably be worth my time. Rather than kill, the unicorns are going to eat my retaliation in just a second. Let's attack these Cyclops. And now we can cast our first Resurrect True. And now the enemy realizes that the deck was stacked against it from the beginning. Yep. We're going to try and get rid of this Bless. No dice. No dice. 14, 6 to 9. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, no point in trying to get rid of the Bless. Let's see. Send it that way. We've still got one more Resurrect True after. No, we don't. What? Hold on. Yeah, oh, we do. We do. Wait, why is my math so bad? Oh, because we have 3 more left. I think I told you a little bit earlier. I know I told you a little bit earlier. I really am starting to fade. This is turning into a really long scenario. It's about 2 in the morning at this point. And again, I'm not an Iron Man. I once was able to just soldier on through these fights forever. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that tonight. I don't know. We will have to see. As it stands, let's take out this Ogre Lord so we can unleash all of our fury upon this poor Orc Chieftain. We're going to take one more hit, and then we're going to take one more loss as far as Titans go. And then we're going to attack. Never mind. We have plenty of spell points. Let's make sure we don't lose anybody. Nobody gets left behind. Nobody gets left behind. Because these Orc Chiefs are doing very little damage. And I don't want to do something like that, where all of a sudden I missed the opportunity to lose no troops. So we did lose 8 Archmagi, 9 Archmagi, but we defeated them. Again, 18,000 experience. Even though we're about to no longer have the opportunity to gain secondary skills or skills, we're still going to get the +1s to spell power, attack, things like that. It's day 5. I might as well just wait in this town, again, to fight every fight as best as possible. We're going to want to do things like this. 1 stack here, 1 stack here. Let's stay overnight. Are there any? Nope. And then we'll push out in the morning. All my other heroes are just kind of standing around right now. But I wouldn't have them do anything else right now, to be honest. They're doing everything that they need to be doing. They're doing just fine. What are you doing? They're coming my way as if they got something to prove, and I don't think that they do. Take out of town. We will sit on the Artesian Spring, and then the turn after, we will set out. But again, this scenario is not over. Not by a long shot. I'll accept those losses. Enemy has fled. Who is the hero? I'll accept those losses. Not going to accept those losses. Yeah. Not going to accept these losses. So, as far as this fight goes, I do want to focus on their Archmagi because they're going to do a lot just to whittle me down. Eventually, the goblins are going to get across the battlefield. I don't know. Maybe I've got plenty of spell points. I think I cast a Berserker here. They're not going to have time to dispel that before the Archmagi get to go. And then that way I'm not going to have to worry about the rocks nearly so much. Just like that. Do I 17 to 25? They're the highest attack damage creature on the battlefield. Let's work on them. The Disrupting Ray is really bad. Like, it's a great move, but I hate it. I hate it. Let's just kind of spread out a little bit more, because that was basically one steel skin. Basically. Wait, how much does that actually reduce? I'm having a hard time. Disrupting Ray should be 3 defense. At the end of this week, or at the end of the next week, I'm gonna have to call it. It's too late. I'm starting to slow down. I'm starting to slip in a way that is just not good for me. So let's get this scenario in a good spot, and then we're gonna end up calling it. This is gonna be a 2-parter. I'm a little sorry to do that, because I'm actually having a lot of fun, but that's just kind of the way that these things go. Wolves, 10 attack, 11 attack. Let's do this right now. Okay. Don't love that, but I don't hate it either. These poor goblins are just saying to themselves, how do they fire so fast? And the answer is, well, we're just very, very mad at you all the time. That's how. That's how. 2 spell points left. There's nothing that these guys can do. Just because I want them to suffer. No, they could still attack my Titans there. So I'm not going to do that. Actually, my Titans are going to come all the way up and around. My Arc Magi are going to get out of the way. And then the Goblins are going to go back and attack the Steel Golems. So we're going to do that. And they're going to see it coming from a mile away, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. I'm going to move all the way up here. I'm going to move all the way over here. And then see if we can finish off this guy. And so that has the effect of, you know, having a slow, making them lose some troops, and it makes me giggle. So there's a lot of good things that happen with that spell. I'm just going to cast a Bless. I've got so much bonus damage right now that any little bit is going to be just terrific. Let's kill 351 goblins. Why don't we? This one Magi is going to go down, I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing one of these troops is going to peel off and just take care of him. Yep. Noted. Oh! Somehow goblins are not tough enough. Those poor guys. And then let's make sure that we cast our Resurrect True here. We will end the fight with as many Titans as we started off with. And if the enemy does not run here, then they will perish. We get +1 knowledge. Every little bit of knowledge is so good right now. So good. Let's fight this fight. And it's absolutely free. We don't even need to step on there, but we are going to step right on the Artesian Spring. And next turn here, we're going to go. And we're going to pick it up. And who can beat me with 180 spell points, by the way? The Resurrect True, absolutely devastating. Absolutely devastating. I think I can ward off Vesper with the troops that are just here in Blacksford. I will deal with him another time, but right now I want to cover my bases here. I won't accept those losses. There's no reason I should accept any losses at this point, especially with this amount of spell points. And the Magi do have some serious value. They really do. I'm going to cast 1 Cold Ring. It should take out those skeletons, and that should help me clean up this fight a lot quicker. A lot quicker. Go here. And here. I'll accept 1 Magi lost. That's fair. That seems reasonable. More than that is just too much, but I don't want to spend all those spell points just for that. I will hire another hero as I go back through the portal. I will hire another hero who can clean up all those loose artifacts we're going to pick up all these giants. We're going to pick up whatever else they have here. Those giants actually all need to survive because they're going to be titans at some point. They're going to be titans. I'm just not going to build a upgraded cloud castle right here, I don't think. Let's see. Might as well be Sandro. This is now a 5th level mage guild. There's Resurrect True as well. There's View All. There's Death Wave. There's Mass Haste. I wish I'd stepped foot in this castle, but I did not. I should have. I should have. Okay. Meanwhile, because I know I have 9 titans or 9 giants I need to turn into titans, let's move troops to the front again. Wow. And now I'm going to be trading at again a good clip with plenty of resources to trade. 26 gems, that should be enough for my needs there. Let's continue. I think now is actually a good time maybe to get the rocks. Let's, oh, well, except we have absolutely no gold. Never mind. Shows you exactly what I know. And let's have Tanya head back immediately. The more we pour, the more we invest. I guess invest is probably the right word. The more we invest in our titans, the better off we will always be. Always. Let's just eliminate struggles where we can. Let's make sure we are being thorough. We do need to pick up this witch doctor's hut anyway. Pick up that. Back through. Tanya needs to go. And Jezebel needs to stay over here. Yeah, we're spending a lot of time, but with 2 wizarding castles, we can start to really overcome because titans are that good of a unit. And even though I'm fading fast, I feel like the battle has been won. I know that there's so much more to do. I know that there is, but I feel like the battle is won. I can't even really explain why, to be honest. Why do I feel like the battle is won? Well, here's my thought process. This barrier is probably going to take you into the lands of red. Red is probably going to be impossibly difficult to beat. Yeah, sure. But if I have all the other castles on the map, eventually I will win. Like, he's not going to overwhelm me. I've got the strategy right now that they're not going to be able to overwhelm me. Oh, you're being silly. Don't be silly. Yeah, don't be silly. Let's have Myra just pick up the troops we need. And yeah, in this instance, let's see, I will keep the rocks to maintain a split of the Arc Magi. But otherwise, I'm fine to pick up some faster troops. And Sandro will wait, but be prepared. And Vitania is, wow, no way. 9 giants goes down. I guess that's a tougher army than I thought. I don't have any spells. I don't think I have any way that I can mitigate these losses. And at this point, it's not worth it to me to just suffer. I'm very sad. That was a huge tactical error, but it is what it is. Wow, losing 9 potential titans is a big deal. That's a big deal. I guess that there is some strength left. I don't think that they want to fight my main hero, but I guess that there is some strength left. Oh, he's got nothing left. I should have fought that fight. That would have I might have been able to win that fight. I might have been able to win that fight. I just assumed that I would be wasting my time. When I think that 3 phoenixes is enough to stop him here. Wow, it was close, and I should have been more on my game. Oh, come on, man. Come on. I'm tired. It's 2:30 in the morning and I'm cranky. But the nice thing is that now I had a good reason to come back and go into this town just to pick up these spells that I didn't get the first time. And that's really kind of nice for this reason. View all. There's all these resources still here. What is that? I have no idea what those are. But that's something. Are those treasure chests? There's a blue barrier here. I know I already have the blue barrier, but a yellow wizarding town, tons of barbarian towns. I need to get these 2 wizarding towns as soon as I can. It looks like there is a hero near this red tent. Xanadu, necromancers. Aha, this is where all the necromancers are. Once you push into the necromancers territory, they will be unleashed upon you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 necromancer castles worth of troops a day or per week for like 6 weeks or 6 months, however long it's been. 4 months. Yeah, that's going to be way heavy. So we better make sure that we are ready to fight that fight. If we're not ready to fight that fight, don't even think about it. This is a very, very fun map. Look how beautiful this is. And I consider this map to be beautiful. It looks nice. It's got a good mix of terrains. Heck, even having this yellow desert here is nice. This just looks pretty. This looks pretty. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. That tells us everything we need to know. There's a wizard town here and a wizard town here we really need to get basically as soon as we can. We're going to head back through these stone liths. Sandro's going to head back here. Oh, I am going to get one more hero, just somebody who can make sure that we get that town picked up. If it's only got halflings guarding it, never mind. There's more troops coming. Sarkin is a little bit redundant at this point. Tanya needs to go. Tell you what, though, knowing that we're up against necromancers, it's nice to know we have something of an insurance policy. There's only one knight castle on this whole map, but by saving those crusaders until we fight the undead, that's maybe the best decision I unknowingly made. Because they do double damage, they have the double strike attack. Might be the best decision I made without even realizing it. Okay. Sandra needs to escape. Marini is coming through. It's day 7. We're going to stay here, even though it's going to cost us about 890 movement points. That's still going to be the best decision for us. More spell points is mo better. Just going to drop off the phoenixes and back. And true to my word, this is going to be the end of my day here. Folks, this has been an excellent scenario. I think you can tell that this is shaping up to be quite the finish, especially knowing that red is untouched and there are necromancers who are just waiting in the darkness here. And when it comes time to fight them, we will absolutely be pushed to the brink. We've got a good strategy where our hero, Myra the Wizard, is level 22 with 11 attack, 13 defense, 18 spell power, and 10 knowledge, and a plethora of very useful, very wonderful spells that we are allowed to use. I think that we're in a terrific position, a very terrific position indeed. So, with that being said, this is going to be a 2-parter. Heck, part 2 might only be an hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know how much of this scenario is left over, but I do not have the ability to carry on at this point. Thank you for understanding. My voice is gone. My skills are definitely gone, and maybe what I'll do is I'll wait until I'm able to complete this scenario, and I may do a jump cut. I may pull these 2 scenarios together and make it one video. It just depends on how much time the second video will be. Okay, folks, we are back. I am I wouldn't call myself well rested, but I'm ready to continue this scenario and put an end to scenario 8 of Price of Loyalty campaign, Corruption's Heart. Just as a recap, we started off here with this one Wizard Castle. We picked up all these islands. There's a good chance that this is all going to be going into one scenario instead of having multiple uploads. And so for now, I think that we're just going to dive right in and assume that I don't need to catch you up on where exactly we are at. I believe that I left myself exactly where I wanted to go when I saved this game. And so I think I'm just going to hit end turn and move on to the next day. I do remember that the reason I wanted to wait right there was because the Artesian Spring has been pretty terrific for me. I know that my main hero, Myra, it does not have a lot of knowledge, and so every little bit of spell points that she gets is very useful. We just went back up to 200, and I am not feeling threatened by these enemies at all. With 21 Titans and a whole host of spells, I think we have a lot of good things going for us. The enemy has fled. At this point, I don't think I really need to try and keep them from running. I really don't. I think I've taken out the toughest heroes that the enemy has had thus far. When there's losses like this, though, I am going to fight these fights just to make sure that I can come through it just fine. I'm thinking that a little bit of troop retention can be very important. Whatever we can do to make sure that things go well, that's my goal. Knowing that I just need to keep the Phoenixes on this side of the battlefield, I will skip. And then I'm just going to continue to let my Titans do work on the enemy. Simply by firing, and every time I incur any kind of losses, I will just simply resurrect true. The Titans are so tough with 28 defense skill. They are not going to be bothered by any of these poor, humble, low-level creatures. I do want to avoid losing other troops if at all possible, but sometimes it's just not possible. It's really not. As it stands, I think that if I just do a slow here, that would probably work to keep the Ogre Lords away from my good troops. Interesting thought that I had. Can you dispel anti-magic? Can the Arc Magi, with their 20% chance to dispel beneficial spells, can they dispel an anti-magic? And I'm thinking the answer is no. And the reason I think the answer is no is because, number one, I don't think I've ever seen it in my life, which, you know, I've played a lot of heroes. And then the second belief is because I don't think you can dispel anti-magic even if you just cast the spell. So that's not a lot of evidence, I understand, but I think it's a fair assumption based off of what little information I already have. I'm not going to continue to necessarily try to dispel if I can help it. Oops. There. I will give myself the opportunity to try and dispel that one more time, though. We did lose one Titan there. That is going to be the Titan that we are going to resurrect true. We might as well do that now. There's no sense in waiting. And literally, I was just trying to see if I can get a dispel off. It does not work. Okay. These enemies are running right into a buzzsaw, and I think that they know that, but I think that they're saying to themselves, well, what else can I do? I really believe in the previous work that we've done, that we have ended the major threat from the enemies that we find here on this peninsula. And now we're just trying to push our advantage and be done with it. I think that per our previous conversation, though, that there's still much left to be done and much left to be desired, specifically when it comes to Red. Red has been just building this entire time, and every little bit of, well, weeks worth of growth that they have is going to be just more that we have to overcome. 4 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days so far. And we still haven't even conquered all of the other enemies. I think we have much more to go, and still we will soldier on. I've slept all my other heroes. I think I can just do a lot with Myra. Again, I think I've broken the backbone of the enemy's armies, and so by pushing into them with just her, I think I can do enough to keep myself in a good spot. I don't think I need my other heroes at this time. It's a little frustrating having to go back and forth. Guys, it's okay. Just take your losses and take your defeats and move on. If we were having to go through and fight every single one of these little battles, we would be just having a really hard time. I will accept the one Phoenix loss. It would just be a really bad time. It wouldn't be fun for me. It wouldn't be fun for you. And being able to have these auto combats just roll right through these fights is very, very nice. Nice to see this observation tower here. I think that next turn I'll be able to send another hero out there to get that. I think for now I'm going to just drop Sarakin, as many of these troops as possible, have him take one step out, and then dismiss him to make room for an 8th hero next time. And otherwise we are traveling at the speed of light. Earlier I said we were traveling at the speed of sound. Now I'm saying that we are traveling at the speed of light. Nice to see some of these heroes that we've already conquered once or twice coming back. Crag Hack is a level 4 barbarian. Hey, you've already got the advanced logistics and the basic estates. Might as well keep you. Might as well. Let's see what else we have. My main goal is, we saw through the view all spell, there's a wizard town here and a wizard town somewhere in the bottom corner. I'm just going to the bottom corner wizard tower first, and then I'll work my way back up to this one. But I figure that once I get those wizarding towns, I should be in really good position to move forward. I don't know to what degree I'm going to end up mixing troops later, but it's never a bad idea just to get the best troops available. And if you have time and energy on your hands, you might as well take wizards. They are very expensive, but they will always be very, very good. Nice to see all these extra mage guilds as we're popping up here. Whoa, Roxanne is a little bit difficult. And even so, we're rolling right through these fights without any issues. We are not even losing any spells. We're not using any of our spells to fight these fights. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that. It just indicates to me that we're so far ahead that I'm making the right decision by rolling through, and maybe even taking my own time a little bit. Yeah, I'll lose a town here or there. I don't even really care. So much as I can do to stamp out these enemies, that's what I would prefer to do. I don't want them to get behind me, though. Perhaps I'll just have Crag Hack follow this road down for me, and he can figure out where I really need to get to. I've mentioned in the past that I will not use the town portal spell, but I will use town gate occasionally. This is a time where I would consider, you know, if I did not have this town but I could have saved that town, I might have used it there. Otherwise, unless I find some you know, reason to use it, I'm not going to use it. I did remember though that red does have dimension door, so the top has been popped on that situation, as if it's a can of soda. The dimension door is technically on the board, but I figure that since I haven't seen yellow or purple use it, I will wait to use that spell. I will wait to use dimension door until there's just very, very few troops left. Oh, they really did not want me to get through here, did they? Very much so, they did not want me to get through there. Okay. I might as well just go to the well, hit W, M, purchase all the troops here, so that way they can't purchase them. And while I was trying to go south, I think that Myra at this point is seeing some stables. And whether I go south or whether I go north makes no never mind to me. Not truly. I'm probably going to get to the point where it might not be a bad idea to start splitting my armies up a little bit, because they're not really providing a whole ton of resistance. That's a big army. So long as Roxana doesn't go past those stone Liths, I'll be okay. But otherwise, we're just doing a little bit of like a player versus the world type of situation here. Hopping in, picking up spell, mage guilds wherever I can. And then my prize here really in this section is this wizard town. Giants and Titans, whatever else I can get from there is going to be my absolute favorite. Light Night, really nice to see these arenas. The arena guards turn you away. You can only go to one arena per game? We went to this one. Does that mean that all arenas we're not able to go to? I think that might be a bug. I don't think that that's correct. I truly think you were able to in the original the original Heroes 2 game. I think you were able to go to every single... Holy yikes! 28 Titans are available. Are you kidding me? They just must not have had the gems. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh my word, that is tremendous. We're not going to stay here, and we're not going to pick up those Titans right now. We're going to buy a second hero, and that second hero is going to utilize them. It's absolutely going to be Phineas. He was a very tough hero that we beat not too long ago. I'm sure that you remember. Yeah, he's just going to pick up these 16 Titans. There's nothing else he really needs. I guess I am going to pick up some of these boars just so he has some really fast troops. And I am going to Wow, I'm going to get rid of these orcs just so he can do whatever he needs to do, but oh my goodness. Sorceress Town here. Gold mine. Fairly tough hero. That's Dimitri again. We've had to deal with him in the past. And then otherwise, let's just make sure that Phineas can kind of explore in this area, but also hold on to our territory. And meanwhile, Myra is going to go make sure that the stone liths don't become a thoroughfare for enemy activity. At least as much as possible. I see purple immediately heading that way. Because I have my pathfinding, because I have my logistics, I think I'll be okay, but I'm not sure. And it's now a really good idea to start picking up as many of these alchemist labs and ore pits as possible. It may be useful to make sure that I have at least one of every single spell and upgrade all the different spells in my mage guilds. The more mage guilds, the better, I would say. It would be very terrible if in the very final battle I realized, you know, I really probably should have had this one spell and just never picked it up. That would be a little bit sad, a little bit embarrassing. Crag Hack is available again. And again, for a level 4 hero who's already got, you know, some decent stats, I think I'm going to take him. I will get all these troops that I can. Let's start trading. We trade at such an amazing clip because we have so many mage guilds. Look at this. It takes 4 wood to get a single gem, and we're getting 10 wood a day. So we have so much flexibility. We're probably just going to end up upgrading this cloud castle to produce titans. In fact, I should have just checked to make sure I did that before. Bear with me as we do that now and just trade massive amounts of resources for gems. While I'm thinking about it, we will upgrade this one giant into a titan. That was a very expensive blunder, but now I don't think that we need to worry about any other troops. And why am I buying the boars? I'm buying the boars because they are a very fast creature, much like the Magi. It just helps to make sure that I don't have any problems as far as speed goes and getting the drop on my enemies. So we currently have 3, well, let me sleep, Crag, Hack, and we have 2 heroes that are currently active. I say active in that they are not slept. Everybody else is probably doing fine, but I just don't really care too much about what they are doing at the moment. We just have bigger things to worry about. I know that Crag Hack can beat this army. Should I send him through just to make sure there's no problems? Yeah, I might as well. I'll just stand right on the stone liths, so that way they cannot get through and cause me any grief. If they try to attack him, I'm sure that we will easily overcome. There are enough of these little mines out here that maybe I should get rid of some of my other heroes, just so that way I can potentially just flag more dwellings. I am going to do that. I'm going to bring Dawn just one step outside of the town so I can dismiss her. She has the spell scroll that has a slow on there. And otherwise, we will recruit a new hero. We've seen Carlon a few times, and we will see her now as our own ally. Let's have her go pick up just some of these bonuses. Just some bonuses. Gold mines and things of that nature. The enemy is continuing to kind of push out. Crag Hack is going to have enough army that he can kind of corral people away so I don't have to keep circling back to deal with the enemy. I can just press into them. I can press forward. I'll take these losses. I'm a lot less worried about the losses than I ever have been at this point. I don't want to lose the 3 phoenixes. It just seems like there's no need for that. And all I have to do is just have them wait. And then I'm guessing I can just hit Q and finish the battle now. And yep, I lose no more troops. Really, it just came down to not sending the phoenixes across the battlefield. Otherwise, we end that battle in 1 turn. It's day 1. Let's pick up the stables. That extra movement is very nice. Very nice indeed. And I do see Dimitri here. I'm still going to send Carlon all the way over here. And I'm just going to plan on losing her. Otherwise, Phineas will push out and make sure that nobody gets any bright ideas. Crag Hack will again try and go south. And let's see. Picked it up. Got it. Got it. Other things to get over here. I guess I already got this arena because I guess you can only get it 1 time. Doesn't make any sense, and I swear that that's not how it used to be. Yeah, that's not how it used to be. And that's a problem. That's +1 to attack, defense, power, and knowledge. And that I'm going to miss out so far on 2, and I'm wondering how many of these arenas are in the fog. That's very upsetting, actually. Okay, upsetting is way too strong of a word. Like, I'm not like grieving over it. I'm not, going to call somebody's manager and say, hey, wait a second. I'm just noting that that's a difference that was unexpected, and I think that that's actually, I think it's more than just, oh well. I think it's kind of like a mistake that at some point could be addressed, maybe even should be addressed. I'll accept that loss because I don't think I can do much better with Phineas anyway. He doesn't have a lot of spells, I don't think. Now that he has basic wisdom, maybe we'll have some opportunities. Otherwise, we're just going to clean up a little bit. Crag Hack is going to go kind of down the middle here, just to hold space. I didn't realize last night when I ended this how close I kind of was, but as I'm going through here, I'm not feeling any sort of threat towards anybody. This feels like we've broken their offensive completely, and now we're just being able to roll right through them. And I don't think that we're going to find any opposition here. I think that it's basically just mopping this up and then on to red. Here's a blue barrier, and I do believe I have the blue barrier. Where did I pick that up? There it is. The blue tent is right there. So interesting that nobody's gotten this cache of resources. I wonder what else is in there. I do not know. I cannot say. I do need to purchase Sarkin the Wizard. I suppose he's back. I swear, I just got rid of you. Why are you back? And then perhaps I will find another way to get another hero over this way. And here's the other wizard castle that I was really setting my sights on. Yeah, they don't even have heroes that they can really push into or maintain those towns to provide bonus stats for their heroes. They're just using the captains to defend these towns. I'll accept that loss. It's not great, but I will accept it. And then just sort of explore, see what else is around. I may lose the Titan here. I'll lose the Boris. That's wonderfully reasonable for me. 5th level Mage Guild, Resurrect True. We've already got that. Animate Dead, Steel Skin. I'm really looking for a Mass Slow. That's the spell that is noteworthy to me that I'm saying to myself, I am absolutely missing this spell, and it is a Mass Slow. Knowing that we are up against the Undead King, right? It seems to me that purple player has been vanquished. It's gigantic. Do we still have... Who else do we still have? Red and yellow, but yellow doesn't even have a hero. Yellow doesn't even have a hero. It seems to me, what do we do to fight massive amounts of undead troops? Well, you can't do a lot of the things that I've done so far that have made me successful. For example, you cannot blind them, you cannot paralyze them. They're immune to such spells. A nomad trader seeks protection from a tribe of goblins. For your assistance, he gives you a finely crafted pair of leather boots, or a pair of boots made from the softest leather. Looking closely, you see fascinating ancient carvings engraved on the leather. This is increased movement on land. You come across an ancient artifact, rogues leap out, and they are immediately toasted. Oh boy, and so we take our prize, the Heart of Fire. I'm going to save these treasure chests. I'm pretty sure the experience is going to be worth more than the gold. I really think it's going to be worth more than the gold. I do want the Xanadu here. I don't care about sprites at all. But this is +1/+1/+1, and that is more or less sort of what the arena could be or should be. Let's see, is there something in this Fog of War here? Oh. I guess we don't have that. Whoa, that was close. I almost just clicked right on him. Yeah, I almost just clicked right on Castor without checking his army. Wow, that's a pretty big army. Not a lot of attack skill, not a ton of spells per se, unless he started off with some good ones. I will end up combining forces, but I need to find that last yellow castle. Maybe it's right here. Let's push in and see what we can find while other heroes flag mines and dwellings. I will push into Castor soon. I'm guessing because Castor's just, it looks like he's just sitting there. I'm guessing that Castor is more or less guarding this square and he's unable to move. We've talked in previous scenarios how the level designers can implement a system by which certain heroes are tethered to the ground, unable to move, rather than a certain space away from the ground that they currently occupy. Sometimes it can be, you know, they must stay exactly there and they cannot move. Sometimes they have a radius of like 5 squares, whatever the case may be. I'm not sure what it is for Castor, but he's not moving. I don't think we're going to have any problems, and he's going to be the first red hero that we absolutely obliterate, and we are going to obliterate them all. No question about it. Let's see. Still looking for, there it is, Yellow's castle. And folks, I'm thinking, mentioning what I already said about what I already said about the use of the dimension door. I don't feel bad necessarily at this point. After I defeat this final hero for yellow, saying to myself, okay, it's just me and it's just red. I might as well use whatever spells are available to me. I might as well use the dimension door just to speed up the logistics. I might as well use the town portal just so that way I don't have to just ferry troops from across vast oceans. I just don't think I don't think it adds to the challenge at this point. And I think that many of you, if not all of you, will agree with that. So, oh, actually, it was just month of the Druid, and so I'm finding myself in an interesting spot here where I want to pick up, you know, gem mines, crystal mines, things like that. And they are currently just occupied, so some of my weaker heroes cannot simply just take what I'm seeking. I don't think Sarakin's going to be important anymore. I'm just going to get rid of him. Okay. And then let's move over the boots for sure. Let's see. What don't we need? So lightning bolts aren't going to do a ton. Cold spells are not going to do a ton. What's the likelihood I'm going to eat a cold ray instead of something else? I don't think it's very high. I definitely don't want the Heart of Fire. Crystal Ball, I don't know how useful that will be for me moving forward. Battle Garb, absolutely keep it. Boots, absolutely keep it. Seeing Eye Pendant, all these, you know, artifacts that keep me from losing things. And I hope you'll forgive me. I'm just going to speed things up a little bit because I don't think it's adding anything to the game. Okay. With one Arc Magi going down, that is yellow player being vanquished. And so now at this point we are us and red. Red is looking pretty fearsome. But we got a really great hero too. I mean, we are looking pretty good. And hold on. As far as number of castles, here's the thing to consider. We have more castles than the enemy. So at this point we cannot lose, right? We cannot lose because we will eventually outgrow the enemy. They have more heroes than me, but I have more castles. I got more gold, wood, ore, resources. Total army strength is absolutely being won by red at the moment, though. This is going to be a very interesting stat for me to keep track of. There will come a time where my total army strength will go from red in the lead to blue in the lead. And when that happens, I think that that's when I attack. I think I can rely on this indicator to help me decide when I'm going to push into the enemy's town, because I know that there's this red barrier here. And so long as this is there, I don't think that we're going to have any other issues. It is worth noting, though, that earlier, Rialdo, at the very beginning of the game, he dimension doored from here to here, and then he took a whole ton of free resources. If a main red hero just charges through my hometown, I will be flabbergasted, but also I will be, well, I'll be a little bit sad that I wasn't more proactive somehow. Okay. It's going to be time to start combining troops very, very soon. Otherwise, it's also going to be time to simply end the enemy's claim to any sort of victory. We have one mine left to flag. Just for the sake of being thorough, we are going to flag that. We're going to keep Dimitri. He's been a thorn in our side in the past. And I'm having a plan where eventually I'm going to start upgrading all my towns and, well, especially all my mage guilds. I suppose I should have been checking to see if there are any other purchases I need to make in any other towns. I just don't think that there's going to be any. I really don't. I think that everything that the enemy could upgrade has been upgraded. But let's start this check. What's left to purchase here? Upgraded foundry. Might as well get it. What's the chance I'm going to take steel golems? Very, very low. All the same, we will do it. Mage guilds. Just start upgrading everything. This town may not be upgraded. Mage guild. Mage guild. May not be upgraded to a castle. Mage guild. And I would question whether or not this would be a good idea to do this if I wasn't going to use the town portal spell. But because I can just appear in any town, I will eventually pick up every single spell that's possible to pick up. And right now we are trading at such a good clip with our marketplaces that it's no problem for me at all to just click here, and then just say, yeah, give me like 30 gems without even thinking about it. Eventually, we may have some problems with enough precious resources to upgrade all of these mage guilds, but for now, I'm just not going to worry about it. And I'm not seeing any other major purchases that we do need to make here. No dwellings that haven't been brought up yet. Yep. Wait. Yeah, okay. And so I think we've gone around a circle this turn, and we will do that again for the next couple of turns until we get everything we need. Otherwise, oh, I did want Dimitri just to go right there, but there's no sense in that simply because he is Sans army. It feels like such a waste of my time to send an extra hero just to pick up troops just to deal with that one ore mine. But once I do it, I'll feel a lot better about things. I am having a thought here. So it might be worth it to me to see what the enemy is doing. With a mix of Dimension Door and Town Portal, so long as I can get to the enemy's, get through their territory and then escape before the day is done, I should be able to have free reign of their territory, just to spy, just to look and see what I'm up against. I didn't do that, by the way. Sometimes my game glitches and it will send my screen somewhere randomly on the map. As far as I can tell, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Let's see. I do want to pick up all these troops from Crag Hack, so we're going to go to Winter Kill. Oh my goodness, the Town Portal UI is so much better. If you don't remember, the old Town Portal UI was absolutely horrendous. It was bad. It was garbage. It hurt my soul. It really did. You think I'm being, extra here? I'm really not. I'm really not. This makes it so you know which town it is. It's a barbarian town that I'm, teleporting to. It's giving that additional information. It's making it so I don't just have the name of the town. It used to be you just have the name of the town. And that was just very, very unfortunate, because then you had to remember, okay, Night Shadow, Olympus, Chandler, Vertigo. And when you have all these different towns, it was more than a chore. It was more than a chore. Okay. I'm actually going to have all my heroes take one step outside of these castles, because I do not want Myra to not go in somewhere just because there's a hero in that town. I don't think there's anything else at all for me to pick up, so I'm not going to worry about it. Ellie, I need you to leave, please. You're very sweet. Everybody loves you. But you need to go. I've got this cat crawling behind my computer, giving me some issues there. Being very cute in the process, but I do not pay you to be cute, cat. I do not. Okay. And then let's continue to do what we were doing before. I'm not going to get any of these taverns or any of these other buildings, but I might as well just upgrade every dwelling that I can. Who knows? Maybe it'll be useful. Okay, no problems there. No problems there. The town cannot be upgraded. Actually, I just realized there's a mage guild I can get here. I was looking strictly at dwellings, and that is a mistake. Okay. And here. There's no town I can pick up. There's nothing I can pick up there. Okay. I can tell you right now, there's a good chance that you're going to get me fast forwarding very quickly. I recognize that this is probably going to take a while for me to adequately go through all those towns. So maybe because I'm just going to need a lot more resources, and it will be more resources than I can simply trade for, allow me to take out Castor, and then I will do some more of those upgradings later. And then I can do one big jump cut for some of my logistical endeavors. I will make sure that I make sure that we show the other investigations we're going to do into Red's territory. But other than that, I don't think I need to worry. I can fight this fight. It's funny because I can just walk right by him if I want to. But you know what? At this point, you are experience. Castor, what are you to me? You are experience. And I will claim your experience for myself. Thank you very much. Maybe I can even purchase Castor myself later. Maybe. I'm not sure. I think I would love a mass slow here. Instead, I am going to cast the mass haste. I see no reason not to. Plus, I get to see my instant speed on my phoenixes. They're going to skip. I worry more about the black dragons than I do the titans at the moment. 7 to 10. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I wish I'd gotten that good luck on my titans, but you can't have everything. It's a pretty good curse. One titan goes down. Wow. When 28 black dragons attacks you and only one titan goes down, you know that there's a problem. Okay. Let's just continue here. And I think it won't hurt my feelings just to kind of play this game where I bless and they recurse my titans again and back and forth and back and forth. I don't think my other troops are really going to pick up too much attention from the enemy. I really do not. So skip, skip. I wish I could... this is going to sound crazy. I wish I could hotkey spells. Is that a good idea? I wish I could hotkey spells. Say that I know that I'm always going to want to use my lightning bolt if I have it. You just have like the L button be bound to lightning bolt. I could see that being not only interesting, but useful. I don't know how difficult that would be to implement in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, but it would be very interesting. Okay, I'm not going to use any more spell points on this. I don't think it really matters, but... I do need to resurrect True at least once. I will resurrect True next turn. And then I should lose minimal troops. What a weird curse. Okay. Skip. Skip. Resurrect True. And then from here, the battle is won. I will bless one last time. And that should be the end of these titans. Okay, so no losses, 26,000 experience points. Every little bit of knowledge is great. And we are in the Red Traveler's tent. No problems. Okay. I am going to town portal back to Hillstone here. Where is that? Hillstone, Hillstone, Hillstone. There it is. And then I will pick up this Artesian Spring in 1 turn. Aha, we did it again. Okay. And turn, step on here. And then this should help me get into the enemy. So I think that they teleported to here, to here, to here. I can do the same thing. What's this? Lombard? Lombard. Town portal to Lombard. And I think what I'll do is I'll get to this spot here, and then I will wait a turn so that way I can see exactly what I'm up against. I'll have as much movement points as possible. I'll have plenty of spell points, and then I don't need to worry about the enemy just giving me a really hard time. This is kind of interesting. If Rialdo does have his, if he does have his Dimension Door, he could potentially head this way and Dimension Door right into me. This could be inviting disaster. I'm going to assume it's not, though. It was me inviting disaster. Okay. Let's see. Oh my gosh, it gets even worse. It gets even worse. I saw the 1,000 vampire lords and the liches. I didn't even see the 1,700 bone dragons. You are kidding me. 1,700 bone dragons? It can't be done. No, it cannot be done. This cannot be done. What can you... This can't be done. There's... What do you do? What do you do? I mean, we're going to run away or we're going to surrender. But listen, okay. So they are undead, right? You can't blind, you can't paralyze, you can't affect their morale. The good thing is that they're not going to get bonus morale, so they're not going to surprise you. 1,600 vampire lords. I mean, at that number, if you don't focus the power liches are going to blast you into oblivion. If you don't focus the ghosts, they're going to feed on your troops and just get stronger. If you don't focus down the vampire lords, they're going to continually drain and keep their numbers up. The royal mummies are just there for funsies. And then the bone dragons are an absolute powerhouse. 13 attack, 10 defense. I beat you in stats, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And at these massive amounts of numbers, spells will not be sufficient. They just won't be. Spells are not going to win me this game. It's going to have to be... I've used spells a lot, but spells are not going to win this for me. Hold on. What if I need to find something out, and this is not the time to find it out, but what if you have your army here and they are all completely gone, just dead and decimated, but you have a few summoned fire elementals still on the map, and then you try and run? What happens? Do you run with, I mean, does it give you a placeholder troop? Because you have to have one troop in your army to be able to have that hero work for you. I suppose, actually, that it actually makes sense. You cannot probably surrender at that point, because that would just break the game. But if you run with only summoned units left, that's fine. You can just rehire your hero with base level creatures next turn. That might be a thing. And then mirror image, that might be a thing. There are no good options here though, because you have to deal with all these troops. And how do you isolate these fights? Mass slow. You can mass slow. Like right here, I can already tell you that what are these Phoenixes good for? They're here to plug up this gap. They're here to make sure that the power liches do not blast my Titans into oblivion. But then what? Even if he casts no offensive spells, there's just too many troops. How many weeks worth of growth will it take to equalize? Remember the Thieves Guild? And we said, well, when my flag turns colors and I'm listed as the stronger army strength. This is totally not good, because I might have unleashed a terrible evil on the world by inviting Rialdo into this kind of space. If he goes across the map and starts trying to take all these towns from me, that might be a total loss. That might be a restart. Because as it stands right now, I will eventually overwhelm you. But if you leave the confines of your domain, then there's nothing I can do. Then there's nothing I can do. Resurrect true in these amounts of numbers are not going to help. 1,000 hit points of rejuvenated creatures is just not it. It's just not it. I am. If I had huge stacks of black dragons, which there are no black dragons available on this map, there are no dungeon towns, I could potentially do something where I Armageddon run, Armageddon run, Armageddon run, but I'm just not seeing this. I'm just not seeing this. I could do something like that with Phoenixes. I could have my Phoenixes, one Phoenix on a main hero, Elemental Storm, run, Elemental Storm, run. How much damage would an Elemental Storm do? 575 points of damage. You're talking 600 points of damage when this stack of creatures alone has... Where's my phone? I've got to do the math. We're doing the math here just to teach you how futile this is. You got 1,744 bone dragons times 150 HP divided by, let's just call it 600. You're talking, you're going to have to do that 436 times with an elemental storm. It's going to take 436 elemental storm hit and run maneuvers to kill this stack of bone dragons. 436. Doable? Yeah. It's doable. Phoenixes are not immune to Armageddon, so I can't get Armageddon and try that same thing. It would have to be Elemental Storm. And I would want to have the Phoenixes do it because they're the fastest creature on the battlefield. If I had one Black Dragon, I could potentially do an Armageddon maneuver like that because the fastest troops he has is speed 6. And if I'm attacking, my speed 6 creature will go first. But there's no Black Dragons to be found. It's never going to be weak of the Black Dragon. They're not just going to have Black Dragons appear on the map. That's not how that works. So it's going to, yeah, it would have to be Elemental Storm again and again and again. What's the other option? What's the other option? Because you got to whittle these troops down. This is going to be multiple battles, I think. The other option is that we just hit end turn. 7 times 4 times. How many months would it take? 12? 7 times 4 times 12? Would it take 12 months of creature growth to catch up? No, it wouldn't take 12 months. It would take 3. It would take 6. And the problem is that there's some things you can do. If it was just these bone dragons, I could set something up where I have a 2-hex creature here and a 2-hex creature here, And because the bone dragons are so slow, every time that they flew across the battlefield, they could attack and they would kill whatever stack, and then 41 titans could take 24 shots and just bombard them as I resurrect true my meat shield. That could be a thing. I've seen that work before in other Heroes iterations. In Heroes 3, if the enemy has a ammo cart, it can be placed right here, and then say that their troops are blinded but blocking you in, you could teleport your troop behind there to where the enemy won't attack through their own troops. I can see that working. But the enemy is not going to go into such a defensive formation here. The ghosts, the vampire lords, and the royal mummies are not going to crowd around the power liches. They are overwhelming forces. They're going to try and get across the battlefield as quickly as possible. I know that this might be boring for you, but I have to think about this. This is unconscionable. What do you do here? Yeah, and here's what you do. You do two things. You do hit and run tactics. And you build up your armies as much as possible. None of that will work if Rialdo decides to go out of the Necromancer paradise. If he dimension doors to the left, we lose. If he dimension doors back home, we're fine. I'm guessing he will dimension door to the left. We may have to, if there's an autosave, we may have to do the autosave. Otherwise, we will have to reload Fix Fox. We'll just have to. We'll have to clear out all these enemy troops here again, and oh well. Oh well. Okay, all right, let's finish up this fight. There's nothing good we can do. Titans are going to go. If I can take out all these ghosts, then I can at least throw lower level fodder at the enemy. If I still have these ghosts on the battlefield, I will not be able to throw low level fodder at them. So then what to do there? I say that we probably get as much damage off as possible. A mass bless would be really nice. As it stands, let's do the mass bless. And then just kill as many of these ghosts as possible. We might only have one round of combat here. They might just wipe us off the board here in about half a second. These royal mummies aren't going to kill a whole stack, but... Okay, so we do kill all the ghosts. Is now the time to surrender? I think now is actually the time to surrender. We've got the gold. Don't tell me we don't. And it's not that we're trying to save the boars or the trolls or the arc magi. We're here to save the titans. I think that we accept our losses and we leave. Where did he go? He went back. We're good. Folks, we're good. Oh my goodness, we're good. And we have learned a very valuable lesson. What was the lesson? Don't mess with red. I do not think that we need to investigate any further into this. What we're going to do now, folks, is I'm going to spend the next several turns. It's currently month 5, week 1, day 6. I'm going to spend the next several turns building up my castles, making sure I have the correct army composition, making sure I have all my mage guilds set up, and then I will make sure that Myra, as my main hero, is absolutely insane. And it will not be until my army strength is better than Red's that I will then re-up this game and continue this recording. Until that time, folks, it's going to be just a fade to black jump cut. Okay, this is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. I did some repeated firebombing into the enemy's territory, but unfortunately, I got caught. I forgot to purchase my hero the night before, and so then Myra started off with not enough spell points. She ended up right here, and then Rialdo dimension doored right next to her, took her out, and then while I was able to rehire her because we have the very fast Phoenix, Rialdo is now in my breadbasket. Rialdo is now loose. The juice is loose. And as you can see, it's month 8, week 3, day 4. I have been able to bring these numbers down a little bit, but not very much. Not very much at all. And maybe I've done, I think I said, how many elemental storms did I say that I would need to actually do some damage? 436. I ended up doing like 10. 10 and then a little bit of waiting. So we do have a significant amount of troops, especially here in Hillstone. This is a good army, but to this point, I don't believe, if I go to the tavern, yeah, it says that Red still has the strongest armies. So let's see what we have left in our Kingdom tab. We have a couple of extra weeks of growth, but it's not much. I think that we're going to do the very best we can to get all the troops and just hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And what is the worst, I ask you? The worst is that we've messed up, we got too greedy, and we had a perfect plan in which we would eventually be able to overcome Red, and we might have messed up a really nice thing. We're going to need to trade for resources. We're going to need to make sure we get everything we need, but let's... Okay, so we've collected all the troops we possibly can, and right now we have 250 Titans, 276 Archmagi, 412 Cyclops, and about 600 Ogre Lords. Why this army composition? Well, I got 4 Wizarding towns, 3 Sorceress towns, and 6 Barbarian towns. So ultimately, between the Sorceress units and the Barbarian units, it just felt like Ogre Lords would be better, and it felt like Ogre Lords would actually be better than the War Trolls because the War Trolls' damage could be reduced in case a flyer got on top of them. So I ultimately am going to be going with these Ogre Lords. I don't think this is enough. The 250 Titans are ridiculously powerful. The Phoenixes are wonderful. The Cyclops, great. But, I mean, this army is just so big. And when I click on my Thieves Guild, let's just see where we're at. It says total army strength still is in favor of Red, and I believe it. I think that the last little bit of damage I did to Rialdo, it indicated they still had somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,900 Black Dragons. I'm not sure what I could possibly do with that. I think that he's creeping closer and closer to this town. We're going to just buy out this town. And we will just see if there's anything at all we can do to make things go our way, including having Air Vesper. I'm looking at this. Oh dear, if he can get an Armageddon, then I am just having a really bad time. A Mass Shield would be terrible to have to deal with as well. I don't know what spells Rialdo has, but I can tell you right now, I don't want to see these spells used against me. Let's just see what we can do with what we have here. And you can just see how powerful Rialdo is. Phineas, I hope, just gets ignored for just a moment. But just in case he does not, let's also buy out this town. It's a lot of troops. It's a ton of troops, but it's just not going to be enough. Okay. We're out of movement points here. I don't think that I want to engage Rialdo at this point. Let's just wait one more turn and just see what we've got. That's so weird. What is Rialdo doing? What is Rialdo doing? He must be coming through here. Is he trying to get to this Artesian Spring? I'm not sure what to make of this at all. I'm not sure what to make of this at all. I am going to move Vesper just out of this town. I'm going to have Myra go to Night Shadow. Drop off all the troops except for one Phoenix, and we're just going to take a look and see. Maybe he's just out of spell points, and he's really just trying to get some, because the enemy is ignoring all these extra things, and that's actually the enemy working as intended. That's the AI doing a good job of identifying appropriate priorities on the map. There is some priority that Rialdo has, and it is a mystery to me what it is, but it is worth noting that I want to figure out what he's got going on. Okay, so currently the army stands at 900 power liches, almost 600 mummies, about 1800 vampire lords, just under 1900 bone dragons, and then about 1300 skeletons. Maybe with some tricky spells I can do something. He has 64 spell points. That was the thing I was really coming in here to check, was is there some kind of is there something like that that's making him decide that he wants to push into me? I do wish that Phoenixes were immune to Armageddon. That would speed things up a lot as far as doing the hit and run tactics. As it is, I might as well just do the Elemental Storm and bow out gracefully. It's been costing me about 2,800 gold, 300 gold per Phoenix, and then 2,500 gold to rehire Myra. And I'm going to keep doing that until the very cows come home. Let's make sure that everything here in Blacksford is purchased out. It's very expensive, but let's purchase everything here. What did we not get? Halflings? I don't know. Is Rialdo going to ignore these small towns? That's a tremendous amount of experience points he's potentially giving up. Interesting. And then I'll have plenty of spell points. Movement points are the problem though. 245. It'll cost me 2 dimension doors and the movement it takes to do that, to do these hit and run tactics. But because it's 600 damage, that is 4 bone dragons every time. It'd be a shame. And actually I had to go out of my way to pick up 1 additional spell power on one of the islands during the jump cut, just so that way I would have enough spell power to do 600 damage and kill 4 bone dragons instead of 3. I figured that was worth my time. I don't think I have enough spell points to do that one more time. Let's rehire in Night Shadow. And then maybe, just maybe, if Rialdo gets just a little too close to me, I can do the same thing. Say that he only gets to like right here, and I can just rehire and just bombard him that way. We might be able to do something pretty nifty here. Let's see what he ends up doing. Just ignores me completely. Ignores me completely. Blacksford. Okay. Well, let's go to Blacksford. I cannot imagine what Rialdo is doing. What are you doing? Stunning turn of events, really. Okay, so we are out of spell points at this time, and movement points for that matter. We're going to need to stay overnight, but then we should be able to do this again tomorrow. I have no idea what Rialdo is doing, but if he continues to head up, is he going for a boat? And if he's going for the boat, then what is the priority? What is he doing? Is it too much to hope that he's going to trade troops for experience on these sirens? I do not know. I cannot say. I am just as confused as you are. Just as confused as you are. Where is he going? He's not going to Hillstone. Is he going to this town? Very, very curious. Okay. Okay, so I just decided, as you can see, I've been pounding away at Rialdo here. I think that now is not a bad time actually to take the army I have and not attack Rialdo, but clean out all of these necromancer towns. I think there's probably at least one here and then maybe one more here. It's time for me to just do that. So all my army is currently stationed in Night Shadow. We're going to town portal to Night Shadow. We're going to pick up all of our troops. We are going to then do our normal move here to Lombard that we've done so many times so far. And then Dimension Door right into the enemy's main area. And really, I don't think that the rest of the troops here are going to be anything sufficient, anything close to sufficient in stopping me. Now, I am a little concerned because in the event that, say that Rialdo, has a town portal or something, and he can get back immediately, we can be in big trouble. This could be a bait. But for now, I have to play this as serious as a heart attack. And maybe if I can get into the town and save 20 spell points, then I can, next turn, just, town portal back without any major issues. But we have to fight this fight first. It's not going to be an easy fight necessarily. Well, actually, no, it is. And why is that? Because we have 250 Titans. This is going to be an easy fight. And we're going to end up losing one Cyclops throughout all that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. No problem whatsoever. I am going to fight the fight again because I don't know offhand if I have auto combat on with casting spells, and I need to have at least 20 spells to get myself out of there. No, I'm going to risk it. I don't think I would have done that. I don't think I would have made that mistake. Check this green bar right here on my wrist portrait. If it goes all the way to 0, I'm going to be a little bit sad. +1 knowledge. It does not go to 0. We just have that much of overwhelming forces that we were able to take out. That was the Undead King, Ivan Faldan. Even though Rialdo is the toughest enemy that they have, we just took out quite the enemy. We've been in these castles many times before, as we have just traded back and forth. We are not going to need to do much else right now except for go back to Lombard where we know we are safe. Again, just to prevent any major issues in the event that, say, Rialdo has a town portal, goes back to Rotten Birch, and then surprises us all. Otherwise, if he's going to stay out on the high seas, we will let him. There we go. And I feel very justified in my thought process behind that now. Somehow we have taken out the Undead King. He's picked up this Shrine of the Third Circle, which good for him. But otherwise, what did that gain you, sir, I ask? That was an amazing trek. He came to here. He broke out of containment. He walked to this stone liths, through here, to a boat. Well, went to get this Shrine of the Third Circle, went back to the boat, and then went all the way around to this Shrine of the Third Circle, all the while ignoring heroes, even my hero who was right in front of him, ignoring towns. That seems like a bit of a question as to why that happened. I'm going to, it's month 8, week 4, day 5. I'm going to continue to do what I've done thus far, but for now, let's hit another jump cut and just speed things along. Very interesting development all the same though. Very interesting indeed. Okay, it is now back to month 9, week 1, day 5. I just want to give you a quick update. I have refined my process. As you can see here, Myra still has the 1 Phoenix, but I have determined that, you know what, I have the Lightning Rod, so I will do 50% more damage to enemy troops when I do the Lightning Bolt, or excuse me, the Chain Lightning. And so long as Rialdo stays in this town that is closest to me, I can Dimension Door 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And with enough spell points regenerating every time, I can do that 2 times per turn. With just enough movement points left over to do it all over again one more time. Right now, I have 1425 out of 2500 movement points left. I attack, I restart. And this is far superior for this reason. While I was doing a lot of damage with the Elemental Storm, to the tune of about, let's see what it is, 600 points of damage, that is 4 Bone Dragons. Otherwise, I can do the Chain Lightning, which will do 1440 points of damage to the first creature that is attacked. So we're going from 6 Bone Dragons killed every time that we do this attack to now 9 Bone Dragons, as we can see here. We do have less of these other troops that are killed, but you know what, quite frankly, the bone dragons are going to be the biggest concern anyway. And this is 3 weeks of growth from one single castle. And I can do this twice per turn. I can do this twice per turn indefinitely with no issues. So long as I have gold, and that'll be 2,800 gold times 2, I will always be able to just take Rialdo out at the knees with this very simple method that a lot of people are probably screaming at me for, saying, why? We thought that you were the person that would defeat the enemy in a clean and fair way. And I say to myself, you sorely misunderestimated me. This is exactly how we win. Is there any reason to pull any punches? No. In fact, we should celebrate the ingenuity with which man has been gifted. Now, when you stop and think about it, truly, cheating is the gift that man gives himself. And so if you consider this cheating, Christmas just came and it'll come back again next year. But in the meantime, I am living in the moment and ready to do that all over again. So we're going to see how many more times we do this before we just call it and decide to press in and just overwhelm Rialdo with our sizable forces already. As it stands, though, who has the bigger army strength? Right now, it is red. Until that flag switches, we're going to keep on being cheeky like this. I'll keep you posted. So we are back to the day right before month 10, week 4, or the beginning of month 10 anyway. As it currently stands, it indicates that red is still stronger than us. Okay. Let's do one more hit and run tactic. We've really gotten this refined, and this is what we've whittled his army down to. Only 1,400 bone dragons. But this basically takes care of the power liches. This basically takes care of the majority of the vampire lords. I think that at this point that the fight is going to be winnable. We have really put in a lot of effort with 2 major lightning bolts per day. That ended up being about 18 bone dragons per day for several weeks. We've really fought this fight down to a legion of bone dragons, zounds of vampire lords, and just those couple of power liches. So I'm going to rehire. I'm going to wait to see next turn, and then we're going to buy up all the heroes, all the creatures we possibly can, and then we're going to fight this fight because I think that we can win the fight at this point. At this time, I'm just I could do this indefinitely until I got tired of playing the game, but I think that now is going to be the time that I actually do kind of press my advantage one last time. So one last jump cut as I gather my troops, and then we will push into the enemy. Alrighty, here we go. We have officially amassed our final army. It is month 10, week 1, day 4. We have 372 Arc Magi, 322 Titans, 219 Phoenixes, 555 Cyclops, and 814 Ogre Lords. I am mentally drained. I don't want to say I'm emotionally drained, but this has been a little bit tiresome. That was probably an hour to an hour and a half of just Dimension Door, Lightning Bolt, Dimension Door, Lightning Bolt, Dimension Door, Lightning Bolt. It gets a little bit tiresome. If I get carpal tunnel, that's why. But we have hit our final magic number. Look here. We are first in everything, including total army strength. Folks, this has been a fun one, but I think that this is officially time to wrap it up. So we're going to do the same tip and technique that we've done before. We're dimensioning dooring into the enemy's town, and we are going to meet him on whatever terms he so desires. But I don't think that he's going to have much to say about what we have left over. Now, I did see these enemies head on over. What I'm probably going to do now is go back so I can get this Artesian Spring. We're going to go back to Hillstone, but I want to just draw the enemy in. Rialdo should go back, I think. He will probably go back and pick up that town again. If he does not, I will be very surprised. And then next turn is when we spring our trap with 300 spell points. I think that this is going to be a very good time. He's not even going to get the opportunity to defend himself in a castle. We're just not going to allow it. And once we take out Rialdo, that will be the final opposition. There could be other heroes, but quite frankly, this is the only other time in the last probably month that I've seen any other hero, and it's Roxana. So I don't think that we're going to have any problems. Let's move right on in for the kill. I guess I should have just town ported to Dead Pine. You see that? That's muscle memory going on there. Okay. This is the fight. If I lose, that's on me and I'm bad at the game. But quite frankly, I think at this point we should have this beat. Let's see what the AI thinks. The AI thinks that we will lose, but that we will kill over 800 bone dragons, that we will kill over 900 of these vampire lords. I do think that with some spells, we can do just a little bit better. But note that this is still a tremendous stack of bone dragons. 1,400. 1,400. So, to our name, I think that we have pretty much every spell that I could want. The big spell that we didn't have that I really wanted to pick up was the Mass Slow. We do have that now, and that is going to be what I cast. Even if Rialdo does do a Mass Dispel, at least that will tell me something. At least I will know at that point, okay, what am I up against? At some point, I'm going to want to steel skin these Titans. All these other troops are somewhat expendable, but the Titans are absolutely not. Priorities are these Vampire Lords. As much as I can take them down, the better I will be off, because they will always regenerate to some degree. And other than that, folks, let's dive right in. Oh, and remember, we do have the Battle Garb of Andrin. Our troops have great morale at this point. That would be an absolute waste. All firepower needs to be concentrated on these bone dragons here. All of it, indeed. Good morale. Happy to see it. I wonder if it'll be best for me to keep the Ogre Lords back to defend these troops that I think are going to get some attention. And in fact, they do get some attention. That was 76 Titans that just died. And that was about, what, 76 Bone Dragons that just died. Remember, we're only going to be able to, resurrect true about 1,000 hit points worth of Titans. So that strategy is just not going to be on the board. It just will not be on the board. Let's see where that's at so we can just verify that. Yeah, 1,200 hit points. I mean, that is for Titans, but given that we just lost 76, that will not be enough. I do want to do one more bit of damage to these Vampire Lords, but I also want to get a Bless off. I think the Bless is going to be one of the best things I can do. Then again, every little bit of defense I add to these Titans is going to be less damage that the Bone Dragons will do. And when we're talking about huge percentages like this, I think that that might be my best bet, actually. So we are going to consider, do we do the Mass Bless or do we protect our strongest and best stack? I think it would be okay to do a Mass Bless. These Cyclops are going to do a tremendous amount of damage. There's a lot of troops that can do a lot of damage. Let's get the Mass Bless off. Let's strike hard. Let's strike fast. Let's kill pretty much all of these Vampire Lords with 13 left. I think that that absolutely is worth my time, just to do as much as I possibly can. 40 Bone Dragons, every little bit's going to help. I really don't want these Titans to be the ones to take the retaliation off these Bone Dragons, but what can I do? What else can I do? Cyclops are going to get to go next, and they're going to do 12 to 24 damage versus my 30 damage because they're blessed. That's going to be 24 damage times 550 versus this 27 attack versus 30 attack. I think that this stack of Cyclops, they're going to be doing the most damage. The high defense, having 33 defense, is going to help out the most. I hate to lose another 76 Titans, but I think it's going to be the best thing for me, unfortunately. That was 66 Titans. Okay. Let's continue. 159 Bone Dragons. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so good luck shined on the Cyclops. They did 47,000 damage, nearly 48,000 damage, and they killed 319 Bone Dragons. The Bless and the Good Luck is absolutely terrific. This stack is decimated, but they have done their job. We're going to be able to continue this. Note that the Ogre Lords have a fairly low attack, all things considered. They're still going to do bonus damage to these Bone Dragons, but they're kind of doing chump change. They really kind of are. 3 Vampire Lords did revive right there. I do want to get the Phoenixes into this fight. I really do. Because everybody is cursed now, we may just play this game where we just keep going back and forth with Mass Bless, Mass Curse. And in fact, I think that's what I'm going to do, especially since all my troops are faster than all of their troops. Now, thankfully, I have the 2-hex grid with the FHeroes2 edition, so I can make sure that I do not accidentally Flame Breath myself. It's not worth it to me to deal with these Power Liches. All my efforts must be focused on these Bone Dragons, and even though we're going to take some damage here, every little bit is going to help. 85 bone dragons. They killed 177 phoenixes. I didn't realize it would kill 177 phoenixes. That is pretty nifty. Still, bone dragons, every little bit. Bring them down. Bring them down. 75 at a time, 40 at a time. Whatever it takes. 208 ogre lords are standing strong. They will not be denied. Vampires are stuck on the wrong end of the battlefield. We continue the fight. The good luck and the good morale have come in absolutely clutch. The Titans are standing strong against the retaliation. Only 9 Titans go down as the Bone Dragons fight. With the mass curses coming out, it's not enough. The damage is getting off. The Bone Dragons are going down. They can't maintain. 6 Bone Dragons go down and the enemy flees. 254,000 experience gained in that fight. 67 mummies, 886 vampire lords, over 1,400 bone dragons. And the losses are massive. 154 titans, 268 cyclops, 219 phoenixes, 208 ogre lords. It doesn't matter. That was a game-breaking move right there. What a fight. And it came down to absolute strength on strength, might on might. Folks, when people talk about which is better in Heroes Might and Magic 2, might or magic, magic is broken. It is absolutely broken. But you cannot overlook might, especially when we get into numbers like these. Every little bit of attack skill, every little bit of defense skill matters. It absolutely matters. And for all the many weeks that I was doing chain lightning to bring down these stacks of numbers, it pales in comparison to the amount of damage we're able to put out with this tremendous army, folks. That is exciting. I do not have any career in shoutcasting, but that made me feel real good. That was +1 attack, +1 attack, +1 spell power, +1 attack. Wow. All right, let's clean up this battlefield. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take out Roxana, and then I'm going to, I'm literally going to hit Q. I'm going to chain lightning, and I'm going to hit Q. What I'm going to do is I'm going to town portal away just to maintain my safety. Make sure that everything is all good. And this is actually going to be a time where I'm going to do something kind of fun and kind of nifty because I have that town still here with Dead Pine. We're going to go to, for the first time, Zabran. We never did get the Crusaders into the fight. I thought that they would ultimately be worthwhile. They were not. 129 are still here. Somehow we are out of gold. Out of all of this that's happened, out of all the many hit and run tactics and rehiring my heroes, we are having to trade for gold. How amazing. We're going to maintain this army. Otherwise, everything else is looking fine. That was just a huge stack of creatures. Let's go back to Dead Pine and let's finish this fight once and for all. The necromancers, I believe their spirit is broken and they are in absolute tatters. I'm sure that there's going to be skeletons running left and right. They are going to be absolutely just in a full rout, in a full panic. If the undead can feel emotions, if they can feel panic and fear, then feel it now and fear what is coming for you. Rialdo has no chance in this second fight. There is not going to be any revenge. No revenge will be found today. There will only be blood that is spilled on the necromancer's side. One more castle to go. We see Aragon here close. I don't think that there's going to be much else to do. Aragon is retreating into the darkness. He is finding his way back to his final necromancer castle. Is this the final castle? No, we see a road into this 4th necromancer castle. We take it out with no issue. We dimension door with only 54 spell points left. We waltz into Wormed Ash, Red's last castle, knowing that across the battlefield, we have fought through enemies, and though many have stood against us, none will stop us. Folks, Red Player's been vanquished. That is the Price of Loyalty campaign in its entirety. That was Scenario 8, Corruption's Heart. That was an absolute fight, dogfight to the end, and I'm feeling rather elated, and I hope that you're enjoying every little bit of this. Let's see what the post Amble has to say. Let me just make sure I got my desktop sound turned up so that way we can all hear it together.
The might of our vast empire is maintained throughout the ages with the great wisdom of the Emperor to guide us and the strength of our noble heroes to protect us. You claim the Viscount Cragar, a former friend and compatriot of yours, did not act of his own will in this uprising, but was held under the magical influence of the necromancers. Be that as it may, he has been seen by the people of our lands to raise arms against the Empire. Such an act cannot go unpunished. You may rejoice, however, for the Emperor's chosen to grant you all lands and titles that Gregor possessed in return for your great service and obedience. Such is the price of loyalty.
Such is the price of loyalty. What a terrific, terrific campaign. This is FHeroes2. We're on the 1.0.11 engine that came out at the end of December. This is the FHeroes2 team and all the many people that have a special thanks. There's a lot of people here who do a lot of work on the FHeroes2 game. It's open sourced. If you have any skills that you'd like to donate your time and your energy to, I would consider this personally a worthy cause. If you've watched any part of these videos, then maybe you share the passion that I do for this game, and these individuals do as well. This here as well, the original Price of Loyalty team, tremendous back when it was 3DO, and really impressed that you can create a game over 25 years ago and it still holds up to this day. Absolutely terrific. Alrighty, if you'd like, I think that you can view the rest of these credits yourself. It will eventually continue to just cycle back to the original screen. And so with that being said, let's move on into the final. Let's see what our score is going to be. Ooh, 602 days, a score of 451, rating of Crusader. That is a little bit lower than I usually do, and that's just because it took so many days on that last fight. I probably spent, I think I completed this final scenario and beat all my opponents except for Red by month 4, and it took us another 6 months after that just to build up enough troops and to lightning bolt them down. I could probably do the math at some point and figure out exactly how many days it would take from that time if I had used the lightning bolt at 2 lightning bolts a day, 2 chain lightnings a day, to wear down the enemies, just how quickly it could be done. As it is, I have no regrets. The work speaks for itself. What else can I say? Folks, thanks for being here. I appreciate your time. My name is FixFox, and I am out.